Morning, everybody. Welcome along to Wednesday. Welcome to another miserable blooming day. Isn't it terrible, honestly? Every time you open up the newspapers, there's more miserable news. Then the governor races to watch Michigan, Georgia and Arizona if anything changes. But as Darren just told you, the situation is at the moment exactly the same as it was at 1 a.m. Also, the other thing I was hearing, where did I hear this? I must have heard this earlier on today on LBC, where they were talking about they think Biden's now got a clone operating for him. They said, look at the eyes. These people are mad as fruitcakes. Where do they get this from? Are these the same people who believe in crop circles and the fact that we've only got a 1-pixel camera and that's why the picture of the UFO? Do you know where most UFOs come from? Do you know where they come from? Not outer space. From the sea. From the sea. More UFO sightings from the sea. And there are certain places in Scotland, the same bloke has seen hundreds. Hundreds. I think he drinks, but, what can you do about it? And now the eyes of Biden. Well, very exciting, isn't it? And then yesterday was a terrible day for deaths. A terrible day for deaths. Leslie Phillips died. Ding dong. He'd been ill for some time. He was late 90s. Bill Treacher died. I mean, he'd also been ill. And Tom Owen. And Tom Owen was from Last of the Summer Wine. He replaced his dad, who played Compo. It was his father in real life. And Tom Owen, you remember, was the one who I was watching. Goodbye, Mr. Chips, the one with Peter O'Toole and Petula Clark in. And he's there as a boy in the hall. And he's got some lines in. And I remember telling you that I'd watched the film, because I love the film to pieces. And I couldn't work out where I'd seen him, so I had to check him on the credits. And they went, oh, it's Tom Owen. So I've got him as a child. But, a fairly sort of grown-up boy. I think he could have been 19 or 20, just played younger. And he died as well the other day. Plus there was a radio presenter, somebody from, I think, Radio Cornwall or something like that, who used to do. And I remember thinking, my God, what was it about yesterday that meant everybody went? It was just terrible. Absolutely terrible. Some of the other stories which are running in the papers today, they're now making what I thought were educated guesses as to why some person you've never heard of leaves the jungle. This is Olivia Attwood, who they laughingly call a star. It's only because she was on Love Island. She wasn't anybody apart from that. And she had to leave the camp for I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. And I thought, well, why would that be? And they were worried about contamination. And I immediately thought, COVID. But then she's already been out there with people and she's been hugging them and doing all the rest of it with them. Mike Tyndall was hugging somebody the other day. They didn't mention that to him. They all have tests when they go out there, apparently. Now, whether it's tests just for COVID or they test them for other things, I don't know. It seems a dreadful waste of a plane seat, doesn't it, really? To fly somebody out there, only for them to faff around for a little while and then fly all the way back home again, and she gets the money. But as most of the columnists have said today, who is she? The answer is she's nobody. She was just another one of those people in her bra and knickers on Love Island, but they've sent her home. And that, to me, smacks of COVID, because it means that she's contagious. But there again, she must have infected loads of people, because they all hug, so we're told, the camera crew and the backstage people who wander in and out of camp all the time. If you think they're there just by themselves, they ain't. The camera crew are in there on their knee filming them and all the rest. There's no hidden cameras. They do it quite blatantly. And I watched a little bit of it yesterday. In fact, it was Olivia Attwood doing something. And who was she doing? I can't remember. Anyway, they had to try and do this trial. They had to put their hand into the hole. And then the other side of it was a carpet snake. Well, at one point, they brushed over its head. I nearly passed out. I want to do anything like that. Anything that moves like that. They also had scorpions in there. They had all sorts of things. You put your hand in, you had to turn a stopcock to get water, which filled up and then dropped a star down onto Boy George or Chris Moyles. And they didn't do bad. They got 8. They got 8 because the girls couldn't find where this sort of tap was. There were 2 taps they had to turn. But they didn't do too badly at all. But I thought, nothing on earth, no amount of money would get me doing anything. But she's came up with a fantastic wheeze. Get out and you get paid the full whack. I didn't quite understand it, but there you go. Anyway, we take all your texts and emails on the show, as you know, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Anything changes in America, anything that sort of comes up, you will hear it first on this programme, because we're kind of sort of the beginning of the day. This is kind of, yeah, whoopee, and we're all going, oh, God, miserable weather, it's raining, it's horrible. It's very much a vanilla kind of a day today. Beige, I think, would be a better description. It's a beige day. And Robert in Detroit, he said, I'm listening from Detroit, Michigan. You know what Detroit, Michigan's famous for, don't you? Motortown, Motown. That's where the Motown sound originated. He says, haven't watched the midterm election coverage all day. It's too depressing and frustrating. So at least you can cheer me up. Well, I'm glad that we don't get it because, I mean, your politicians just spout a load of old drivel, don't they? They really do. You know, you look at them and you sort of think to yourself, how can you tell when politicians are lying? Their mouths are moving. And that's how it works. Jack in Weston-super-Mare says, haven't slept yet as my sleeping pattern is all over the place with being home in Somerset to see my mater and pater. Meetings tomorrow with new projects, but it's very weird not to be reading the news this week because he's a newsreader. Although the news is very depressing, isn't it just? Isn't it just? Although we have a story coming up on breakfast this morning. You're going to love it. I can't tell you what it is. Might tell you later on. It's a cracking story. I mean, you're going to be going mad over this one, I promise you. But I'm sworn to secrecy. I've signed the oath. I've taken the pledge. Do not mention anything about this story until much, much later on in your programme. But you don't want to miss this story. I promise you, you don't want to miss this story. And I don't say that very often. Steve, it's your fault, says Ashley. I ate 12 mince pies with custard yesterday. Aldi's pack of 6 were better, excuse me, than the M&S ones. Oh, dear. Not very good, is it, really? Not very good at all. Wait a minute, my blooming mouse has gone again. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. And Steve says, Mariam, I've noticed that the Waitrose advert has a pronunciation mistake. Maybe you can help. The guy listing the drinks pronounced the C in Sauvignon Blanc. It's a French word and the C is silent. Well, I mean, I've always said Sauvignon Blanc, but I hear different pronunciations. In fact, sometimes I hear them on LBC. I hear people doing different pronunciations of things. Sometimes I get it wrong. Sometimes I don't. It's like, what was the one that people get wrong? Oh, that's right. Porsche. It's Porsche. Porsche is the car. That's right. Yes, absolutely official. It's Porsche. And people get it wrong. What was the other one? There's another very famous one, which people... Oh, Skoda. Yeah, Skoda. I don't know. Almost every time I hear it now, it just makes me laugh because I think I've been pronouncing it incorrectly for years. I've always said Skoda. And they go, no, Skoda. And then I was on the television the other day and she went, Skoda. And I thought it kind of draws attention to it, which I like. But you're right, the C is silent in Blanc as opposed to blank, which sounds a bit naff. But there are all sorts of words that people mispronounce. But, you know, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's like, in theory, you should say Paris, not Paris. You know, but we say Paris, don't we? Because we're British and we're not changing for anybody. Ian says, fancy a midweek treat? Is it? Oh, we've done the vanilla kind of a day, haven't we, really? And another one here. Is he offering? Oh, he's offering us ice cream. Oh, do you know, it could be. So I'm so sorry, actually. I thought you were talking about... That's why I said it was a beige kind of a day. A beige kind of a day. I don't know. Yeah, I thought I was having a bit of... Can you put down ice cream, Ian? That would make it a lot easier for me. You know I'm not at my best when the programme starts in the morning. I've been up early, watching television, catching up on things. I was watching Oprah Winfrey, actually, and she had Donny and Marie Osmond on. I'm a little bit country. I'm a little bit rock and roll. We love the Osmonds. We love the Osmonds. So is it a vanilla kind of a day? I think it is. Just the 3, Ian. Just the 3. I think a vanilla kind of a day today. Ian is Ice Cream Ian. As you know, the man is legendary. He delivers ice cream to the theatres of London, little Haagen-Dazs ones, which are the ones that you eat in the interval. They're very cute. And the wooden spoon, do you know, I've not had a wooden spoon break yet. And yet the little plastic ones you used to get in the cheaper kind of ice creams, they broke straight away. Straight away. I was very disappointed. I nearly had an ice cream in Richmond yesterday. I went to do a little bit of shopping and I nearly nipped in to one of the ice cream shops. But if you were to buy a cornet with one squidge of vanilla ice cream, that's a £5. A £5. And I thought, do you know, I've obviously become mean. I don't want to spend that much, even though what were they saying about the top rate of tax could be 50p. I'm going for that. I like that idea. That's good, isn't it? Top rate of tax, 50p in the pound, is that? Oh, is it? Oh, Lord. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not so good. Although, actually, I'm a pensioner, so I shouldn't be paying any of this. I should be getting loads of advantages at my age. I mean, I'm past pensionable age. They have to... Yeah, I should be. I mean, I'll have to check with that, actually. Ridiculous. We don't want to do anything of that. The World Cup ambassador from Qatar, a ghastly, revolting, disgusting place, says homosexuality is damage on the mind. It's making who was that bloke who did Have I Got News for You? Gary Neville. He's coming for some stick. And yet, strangely enough, old Dave Boy Beckham, who doesn't really care where his money comes from, he couldn't care less what their human rights issues are, has trousered £10 million. And he's an ambassador. And he plugs it. I sometimes get him up on YouTube, David going, "You must come to Qatar." I thought, you must be off your tiny rocker, mate. Why don't you give it back? Why don't you give it back? Also, the eco-protesters bringing the M25 to a halt yet again. It's getting worse and worse, isn't it, really? And the police stand there like lemons. They can't do anything. They can't do it. They're nice, aren't they? I was telling Adam, I bought some satsumas the other day because normally I buy little mandarins which are easy peel, but they're small. I mean, they're tiny. Now the satsumas have come out, and I said to Adam, they didn't eat half the satsumas I left for them yesterday. He said, I don't think they knew what they were. He said, some of them thought they were lemons. I mean, they're very yellow. They're not so as orange, but they're really easy to peel, and they're delicious. So I've given a whole pack to Joe. Because they're very good for you, and they're very nice, aren't they? I think they're very good. And Adam said he tried them yesterday, and he thought they were fabulous. We just got to get Dominic to try and eat them. Bit tart. Yeah, but I like a bit of tart. I like a bit. I don't want something too sweet. You know. Men who opt for surgery so they can walk tall. Remember that song? Walk tall, walk straight, and look the world right in the eye. Also, 8 billion reasons why we must act to save the world. You see that ghastly girl yesterday? Please don't treat me badly because I'm protesting. Get off the bridge. Get off the bridge, you middle-class so-and-so. Honestly, all this, I want to be pop star. Yeah, of course you are, love. Of course you are, in your deluded little world. Dawn Neeson's column talks about it's all hot air and pointless protest, which is what everybody said. Don't mind the protest and the sentiment, but you're doing it all the wrong way. All the wrong way. The US government urged to tell the world what it knows about UFOs, about as much as you and I. Doesn't know any more. There are no such things as UFOs. They don't float in from another planet. But did you know that you can take out insurance against being abducted by aliens? How many people have taken out insurance to make sure they don't get abducted by aliens? 30,000. 30,000 complete dimwits have taken out insurance to make sure they don't get abducted. And some of the insurance policies are so they don't have relations with you as well. Seriously, aliens are like that. They'll go with anybody. They don't care. They're not frightened by it. Yeah, very randy. You know, if you've flown all that way, you know, the first thing you want is a bit of how's your father, you know? What have we got? We got Joey Essex pictured out with his apparently lover and a photographer. Otherwise, it's another boring picture of dreary old Joey Essex, the bloke who's still at the ripe old age of 32, cannot tell the time. But he's got loads of watches, and he's going out with this girl. Their conversation must be so limited to, have you heard of me? To, look at my watch. And that would be about it. You don't think he'll be discussing the New York primaries, do you? I shouldn't think so either. I shouldn't think so.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. So we lose Bill Treacher. We were just reminiscing, really, when he had his breakdown. And apparently it affected him quite deeply in real life because, you know, it isn't just going on stage and reading lines. You know, somebody goes, cut at the end. It's something that's deeply emotional. I think he sort of felt it. I remember him, you know, sitting in the sitting room. And he had that wild look about him. And then he just threw things. He knocked the Christmas tree over and the table went and everything because he just had a complete mental breakdown. And it was really quite dramatic. That was from 12 years ago. 12 years ago. Was it more than that? 12 years? Oh, no, 30. What year was it? 1986. Good God in heaven. In the days when EastEnders got a really good audience. A really good audience. Yeah, Den and Angie. And look at him. He looked really young. He's gone now. Angie's doing different things. Dot's gone now. I mean, really. Do you remember I told you I was going back home to Twickenham and Leslie Grantham was sitting on the seat next to me and I didn't know. And I happened to look sideways and I thought, Dirty Den. It's Leslie Grantham. So I quickly took a picture sideways. Nasty Nick lives near me. He does a lot at the theatres in Kingston. It's a good place to live. House prices through the bloody roof. But what can you do about it? You can't do anything about it at all. It's a shame. Mark, he says, not on the 0501 0412 train this morning. Is still in Toronto. He says, thanks for the Niagara Falls tips. It really is stunning. The Canadians are very nice and are obsessed with the British accent. How lovely. And the Victoria Falls are just spectacular. You can imagine when they were first found by Livingstone, and he came across these things, and you look at it and you go, blimey. You know, the mist rises 24 hours a day. It really is quite stunning. And you can go, you know, on this Maid of the Mist boat, which will take you underneath, not right underneath the falls, but that water flows all the time. And you think, I'm sorry, how can there ever be a shortage of water? This is flowing 24 hours a day. I don't know where it comes from. It just, God gives it to us. God gives it to us. I've got no idea why, actually, but it is quite beautiful. Quite beautiful. And stuff like that is, you know, you'll never see it ever again, will you? You'll go out there. That'll be your one holiday. It's like you go and do a cruise, or you go to Marbella if you're really desperate. Or you might go to Clacton or Brighton or Southend or the New Forest, which is very popular as well, which is so beautiful. So, you know, in parts of Wales, not all of it, but parts of it, and Scotland and places like that, they're just gorgeous. Ireland. You know, I've often fancied doing one of these horse-drawn gypsy caravans that they have going through the lanes. You book a gypsy caravan and horse, and off you tootle. This thing just plods along, and you just sort of pull into a field, feed it, give it water and everything else. I often fancied doing something like that. Never fancied doing Dublin. People kept saying to me, why don't you do Dublin, Steve? And I kept going, I think the only people who go to Dublin are people who like boozing. I wouldn't mind going to a pub where they've got people playing live music. That I could go for in a big way, because I love things like that. I'm very envious of anybody who's got a talent like you know, I've never been to Ireland at all. Born on St. Patrick's Day, but never been to Ireland. I feel I'm a son of the soil, ladies and gentlemen. I really do. Steve bought some grapes yesterday. They were the size of strawberries, says Roger. Do you know, some really nice grapes out at the moment. Really good grapes. I can't have them. Again, it's another thing. They're just sugar. Just sugar. Very clever, but nice. Talking of theatres, booked my panto for December. Cinderella at the Bristol Hippodrome with Craig Revel Horwood, says Jack. Also had to explain how to use an old age bus pass to my dad yesterday. Didn't go well. Didn't go well. I've just ordered a new holder, because I've got a holder at the moment, but it's not particularly brilliant. So I'm going to order another one. They're about £7. I'd love that. I know I'm going to love the Bristol Hippodrome, because I know it's very old, and I know it's Frank Matcham, isn't it? Is it Frank Matcham Theatre? Yeah. I mean, look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Excuse my French. Bloody hellfire. That's really beautiful. All red and gilt and gold. And imagine this, when they first put it up, didn't have all the floodlights at the front and all the rest of it. It's quite something, isn't it? There's a place to do a show. There is a place to do a show. Even the front of it, which has Hippodrome, you know, which is good. And it looks like Joe Pasquale was playing on one of them. They do West Side Story. They do all sorts of things. It's a fully working theatre. And it is Frank Matcham. You can tell Frank Matchams. You look at them, and they've got that Frank Matcham look. Have you seen the Blackpool Tower Ballroom? The Blackpool Tower Ballroom, they have used it on Strictly, but you have a look at Blackpool Tower Ballroom and you'll go, wow. I mean, you know, you look inside, it looks from the outside, doesn't look anything. And then you look inside and you go, blimey. It is amazing. It is, I think, the UK's most spectacular ballroom. We went on it because we went on the tour inside. You can just buy a ticket and go and have a look round. And we walked into that room and I went, oh my goodness. You know, it's like you've been transformed to the Palace of Versailles. And there's another place that looks spectacular. You know, I mean, even a lot of the place we've got here, but when you look at the Blackpool Tower Ballroom, you just think to yourself, what sort of imagination conjures up something like this with that beautiful ceiling and the boxes and the gold, just everything. Just everything. I think I'm in show business. I've got a feeling, actually. I'm, you know, so we love the Bristol Hippodrome. I love the Hippodrome here now. Even though it's a casino, they've kept all of the posters and everything else going up the staircase, and the tiered seating is now their restaurant, and the stage has been split so you can put shows on the stage, but it's separated from the casino side of it. It really is. It's wonderful. We went there when it was being done up, and we had to put hard hats on and went in, and it was all scaffolding inside, and they were gilding it. It was just beautiful. And I always say to people, if you're coming up to London, in fact, if you're coming up to see my show in February, You're literally around the corner from the Leicester Square Theatre, sold out. And you can go into the Hippodrome. As long as you've not got loads of, boxes and bags with you, just go and have a look inside. You won't be disappointed. And it's free. They won't stop you. They'll just let you go in and you can have a look round. Go and have a wander around. Sometimes you can just go in there and have drinks at the bar. It's really good. It's really, really, really good. And I don't say that very often. Flights to Shannon from Stansted, Steve, are really great value. Thank you, Sandra. And Martin says, my barber gave me some caramel Toblerone the other day. Very nice. A bit like Caramac. Isn't one of the coffee shops doing a Toblerone drink for the winter or something with cream and everything else? Is it Cafe Nero or is it one of them? Costa. There you go. Toblerone latte. Toblerone latte. This sounds to me like millions of calories, doesn't it? It does look nice. Mind you know what I like in all these places? It's not for me at all. But you know what I like? Hot chocolate. And then they will go whipped cream. I said, you're speaking my language. I like things like that. And also I discovered the other day a whole load of Le Creuset Identilux. They sell it in Robert Dias. Le Creuset is the most expensive cookware you can buy. It is, a bowl is about 150 quid. But anyway, they've got lookalikes in Robert Dias. It looks exactly the same, but it's not Le Creuset. It's about a third of the price. You can get a bowl in there for about 29 quid or something. Yeah, it's like Aldi versions and stuff like that. But now we're sort of settling down and we're getting some good news. Not really, actually. Happy birthday to Gareth Malone. We love Gareth Malone. And Sean Walsh, I know who, reveals his biggest jungle fear is rats. I'd have thought it would have been people telling you you're not funny, which will be the sort of thing. The off-licence boss who's selling the £2 energy drink for 50 quid. We talked about this the other day, where some child was saying to her mother, at 9, I believe, I want this energy drink. Her mother used to have to get up about 6:45 in the morning to go and drive around the shops and see if she could find it. A more stupid person you'd be hard pushed to find. You just tell them they can't have it. It's an energy drink. It's not designed for children at all. They're not supposed to have stuff like that. Ah, lovely. Do you know that 2 cups of tea a day can help your heart? Isn't that lovely? I'm hoping I'll have about 6 cups. Anyway, how many do I have? 2 this morning. I had a dream, actually. I woke up and I had a dream. And I remember looking at myself in the bathroom mirror thinking, my God, you're wearing well. And I remember thinking to myself, what was that dream I've just had? And it was something to do with a horse. I ended up with a horse. And I'm walking around with this horse behind me. And we went into this building, but we couldn't get any further. And the horse just seemed to sort of resign itself to the fact we weren't going any further. And then the horse spoke to me. I know. I've got to stop drinking. And it said, have you got your 40 quid? And I remember saying to the horse, seriously, this was in my dream, because I remember thinking, this is really bizarre. Really, really. And I had to think to myself, what's it talking about? I couldn't remember what it was talking about. And then somebody said to me, what are you doing with that horse? And I said, well, we're just sort of, do you want to take it? Do you want a horse? And I'm wandering around this field and these buildings with a horse in tow, and I haven't ridden for years and years. I mean, it's really quite frightening. Some of the dreams I'm having recently, I don't have anything connected with anything remotely interesting. It's slightly disturbed. I'm sure if I had a dream analyst on, they would tell me I'm living in a doolally world, like those people who are going, I don't think you'll find that is Mr. Biden. I think you'll find the eyes are different. These people are mad as fruitcakes. They really are.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC.
So I've discovered, apparently, what dreaming about a horse is. A horse is seen as a positive symbol in a dream. They symbolise power, endurance and freedom. Whee! Our personal drive and ambitions, passion, sex drive and libido. Yeah, dream on. So that's what a horse represents in a dream. It's the first time, actually, I've had a horse feature in one of my dreams. It depends on the setting and circumstances. You find them in your dream, and also the colour of the horse. Oh, no, I can't remember what colour it was. I don't think it was brown. I think it was a light colour. But I'm guessing, because you can't remember half of your dreams. I can remember standing in this bit of wood, and like a U-shaped bit of wood that we'd walk through into. Don't ask me where that was. And it moved a bit, but it wasn't enough to get me and the horse through. And the horse was trying to barge through, and I'm going, stop it now. And he said, why are we standing here? I said, because I don't want to go any further. And then people had a row with a horse. People walking past me must have thought I was mad as a fruit bat. Terrible, isn't it, really? Steve, you're such a bad influence during your show. Last night, says Sandra, I ordered 4 different packs of Mr. Kipling pies and 2 packs of Florentines in bed with a cup of tea and halfway through the first pack already. Only 6... Oh, Florentines are delicious. They do lovely ones in M&S. The Florentines, they're like sort of a chocolate biscuit base with nuts and cherries and things on the top of it. Delish. There they go. The Florentine biscuit. Oh! I tell you, they used to do a box in Marks and Spencer's, white chocolate, dark chocolate, milk chocolate. Little round one, a mouthful. Just delicious. So I'm sorry I'm a bad influence. John says the real names of the Victoria Falls is Mosi Oatunya, which means the smoke that thunders, because of the noise. Imagine when they first found it. Sandra says, do the Wild Atlantic Way, west coast of Ireland. So beautiful and great food. See, that sells me straight away. And Ian says, OK, no problem. 6:15. He said, I've got the Beck Theatre on the way home. Marlene from Only Fools and Horses is the Panto star this year. I've played the Beck Theatre. I've done it about 3 times. It's not Panto. It's a 600-seat theatre. And Nick says, I want to know if you gave the horses 40 quid. The fact it was a talking horse is bad enough. Don't forget to mention the Granada Tooting. Yes, I've been there. Dennis, the Grantham Insomniac. They have open days, and you can go. It's a church now, I believe, the Granada Tooting. The State Cinema at Kilburn's a fab one as well. That's big. That's at the end of Kilburn High Road before you turn left, just by Biddy Mulligan's. And it's a huge place. I think it was the last place. That's the Gaumont State in Kilburn. I mean, when you look at them, these were picture palaces, the like of which you've never seen before. I have a feeling that the last people to play that were... who were those comedians? Dun, 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 dun. In the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, on the trail of the lonesome pine. I think they played the State Cinema in Kilburn. And for the life of me, and don't ask me why, I just can't remember their name at the moment. What were their names? Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, film stars, Laurel and Hardy. I think they came over and they played that one there. But have you seen... I don't know. One of them, Stan Laurel, he used to pick up the telephone. He was in the phone book because the very famous comedian, he said, I picked up the phone and talked to him on the telephone. He was in one of these old people's homes, so they obviously didn't make as much money as we thought they had. But if you look inside the Granada Tooting, that's another fab-looking place. There's some of these beautiful places. I mean, you've been to bingo there? Of course you have. There you go. The fabulous Frank Matcham built the Gaiety Theatre here in Douglas. The Isle of Man Spectacular. Brilliant show as usual. You're on top form, says Linda. Yeah, Stan Laurel's number was Oxford 0614. In the days, because we used to answer the telephone with your name. You go Newbury 4091, and you used to think, why are you telling people this? Yeah, everybody answered the phone with a telephone number. Hello, Mayfair 21739. Yeah, you think, of course I know it is. Why is it though that wrong numbers are always answered? You know, you'd think that they wouldn't be answered, would you? It's a wrong number. No, they've answered it. Hello. Or my favourite thing was you just pick a number at random and you phone them and you go, hello, is Stan there? And the person goes, no, you've got the wrong number. And they put the phone down. And you do this about 10 times in the hour. And at the very end of the hour, you phone up and go, hi, Stan here. Any messages? It's always a goodie. You can do it to us if you like. I don't really care. Steve, I'm off this morning to have ankle reconstruction surgery. What have you constructed as? What would you like down there? Barely slept all night. Looking forward to a good sleep later, says Jenny, which is very nice. We like people who are up at this time of the morning. In fact, actually, it's absolutely beneficial for my audience figures. It is. And seeing as they have risen, which is a bit like... Always reminds me of, every time I say the word risen, it reminds me of that that hymn which goes, Jesus Christ is risen today. Because when you're in the choir, you learn all the hymns without realising that you're absorbing the hymns and the words. So when they do songs of praise on the telly, I sing along to them, which is great. And my friend Chris Evans says, he says, because you don't know it's a wrong number unless it's answered. He's up ridiculously early. I mean, you don't need to be up at this time. It's, it's too early. Too early. He does start early. But I tell you what wakes me up I don't know how people can go out to work without a shower or something like that. I couldn't have a bath. It's too time consuming. Run the bath and then, sit in the blooming thing. But if the producer says if he hasn't shaved, he feels horrible. See, I know loads of people that come in without shaving. And I couldn't. I have to have a shave and I have to have the shower. And if I don't get it at home, I get it here, the shower. And you just feel so much better after it. It kind of revitalizes you. You just feel a bit more sort of energized and a bit more yippee kind of stuff. Do you not think so? Well, that's the way it works for us people who do early morning radio, which is always very funny, actually, because they were talking, on the television the other day about people who get up and work peculiar hours. And I've said to people before, it's a lifestyle change. It's completely a lifestyle change. You just cannot continue with a normal lifestyle if you're working these hours. You just have to adjust things. And so it doesn't matter if I go to bed at 3 in the afternoon or 4 in the afternoon. I think yesterday it was about 4:30 and I was ready for bed. I'd had some shredded pork. Very exciting. And I'd had that with some of those Hasselback potatoes. And not all of them. I did 4 and then sort of waited till they sort of mushed down a bit. And that was particularly delicious. I didn't eat all of it at all. And I was worn out after the nightmare, as you can imagine. And, nightmares with horses in. But it's very rare that I remember a nightmare. I don't look at them as nightmares. I just look at them as sort of, that was the dream you had last night. Occasionally, I dream of people I work with. I haven't told them. There's no point. They might then think it's like a come on or something like that. And at my age, you don't do things like that. Especially after the horse thing. Apparently, your libido is increasing if you dream about a horse. In your dreams. In your dreams. Apparently, Waitrose, Steve, do a box of Florentines. Yum. It's also my sister Sophia's 54th birthday today. We both tuned in, says Fuzia. I've probably got that complete wrong pronunciation. Fuzia. But it's a lovely name anyway. Have you seen The Lost King, about finding King Richard III? Is that the one dug up in the car park, Monica? Boring. Do you know what they found? Well, they think they found. They think they have found the tomb. What? Well, it is boring. He's buried under a car park. Leave him there, for goodness sake. You don't want to start moving these people around. They think they have found, wait for this one, the burial and the tomb of Cleopatra. She won't be looking very good, I suspect, after all this time. They found, under the sands, I don't want to go into too much, I don't want you all heading out there, a long tunnel, a very, very, very long tunnel, because all these tombs were built in, this way was a dead end and that way, and then it was all done to try and keep the tomb robbers away from the actual casket. And so this tunnel, found in an Egyptian temple, is thought to hold Cleopatra's lost tomb. So there's a breakthrough. When you look at it, you think, this has survived all these years? This tunnel? They think it spans the length of more than 12 football pitches. And it's carved into rock 13 metres beneath the ground. It was found during excavations at the temple of Tapesaurus Magna, which is west of Alexandria. And they've got photographs of this long tunnel, and it is just amazing. You think it's still there. 13 metres underground. And she died actually at the age of 39. She ruled from 51 to 30 BC. No photographs exist, so I'm not totally convinced. But that was before her death. The famous queen, isn't it funny, in those days, they just said the famous queen and we knew who it was. Nowadays, could be anybody. But she shared one son with Julius Caesar, tramp, as well as twins with Mark Antony, double tramp. Apparently, the tomb of Antony and Cleopatra is long lost, but believed to be sighted at this temple dedicated to the ancient Egyptian god Osiris. And they were searching for the tomb. Then they found this tunnel. It was newly excavated, and it's almost perfect. It's almost perfect condition. It's just absolutely beautiful. So they've lit it. They've sort of put, lighting and everything else, because they must have been working by candlelight. They were showing you the other day on this Egyptian programme somebody who was doing the hieroglyphics up here and then down there, the lower hieroglyphics. And they've all the best ones on this show. Nothing like nicking. But anyway, and they were saying they did it by candlelight. Little bits of candles stuck into the rock, made up of all sorts of ghastly things. And that's how they did it. And they had a whole city devoted to people whose trade was decorating tombs. That's all they did. They decorated tombs. There were people who did the embalming. And then in Egypt, they had a huge tourist scam. And the scam was that you thought you were buying the mummified body of a cat or a bird or something like that in the bazaars. And they had it, and they said these were taken from tombs a long time ago, but we're allowed to sell these. It turns out they're all empty. They're just fakes. But, of course, who's ever going to open the blooming thing? Nobody. You buy it. Well, people like to buy Egyptian memorabilia. I don't know why. I mean, a dead cat in a thing, which is interesting.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Have you seen, Steve, that Stan Laurel used to go to my school in Teignmouth, King's School? Not at the same time, says Neil in Windsor. How interesting. Is that interesting? I quite liked them, but it was never my sort of humour. I don't think any famous people went to my school, apart from me. Which gives you a rough idea. Brian May went to the producer's school. Did he really? Same time? Yeah. A little bit earlier than you. Yeah, I bet. Kat says, I've woken up and realised I was listening to you when I was 14 years old. I'm now 51. Thanks. Makes me feel a whole lot better. I think it was Dick Van Dyke, says Phil, who phoned Stan Laurel. It was Dick Van Dyke. Because we went over to America, my producer at the time, and I interviewed Julie Andrews, and she went off to do Dick Van Dyke, who was doing something somewhere else in the city. And I remember thinking, he's lovely. I mean, he's in his 90s, isn't he? He's sort of quite late, because we had a dreadful time over the past couple of days. Taffy Nige from Pontyclun, South Wales, tidy. He says, rain been hammering down most of the night, coming down like stair rods, as my mam used to say. Not tidy. I think it means not good at all, doesn't it? Tidy means good, I think. But, yeah, we've had... Oh, it's dreadful, isn't it? Paul in Sheerness says, currently on my way to Bath, as the crews didn't take enough material for the job. Wasted journey, but at least I get to listen to all of the show. God, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. Imagine having to listen to all of the show. Not even I listen to all of the show. I listen to some of it. I dip in and out, as I feel. Rez says, I've woken up today for my weekly trip into West London for work. Haven't been sleeping well since my chest infection and have ended up with some sort of postnatal drip, which wakes me up at around 4 o'clock. I'd love a good night's sleep. Isn't it funny? I really have no trouble sleeping at all. I know it's an art, and people go, don't keep talking about that, because I have dreadful trouble sleeping, and I've always been able to sleep. When I first started doing nights 40-something years ago, I did used to go to the doctor and get sleeping tablets, and then I suddenly thought, be strong. You don't need sleep, because then you get addicted to sleeping tablets. And I thought that, you take a sleeping tablet, you get 8 hours sleep. I could feel myself going. You take the little tiny blue pill it was. They told me it was a sleeping tablet. And so I just thought something very rude, but it doesn't matter. And I would go to bed, and I'd sort of be lying there and think, I'm gone. That was it. So I thought if you take half a tablet, you get 4 hours sleep. But of course, it doesn't work like that. You still get 8 hours sleep, which was great. And I tended to find I was waking up more tired than when I went to bed, because, you have too much sleep. I work better. Yeah, and also pills are not very good for you to take. I mean, I take enough pills as it is. But I think the best thing to do is go to bed, have a natural sleep. If you have a sleep that's, been induced by sort of tablets or some sort of medication or something like that, I think all of a sudden you become a bit drowsy and woozy. And so I thought, no, I don't want to be like that. It's bad enough doing the programme, sounding a bit sort of, ooh, have you had a drink this morning? Just a little tiny one. Thank you. Graham says, read Victoria Falls, my great-great-great-father, you mean grandfather, worked on building the bridge, and his wife was the first lady to cross the bridge. Apart from the New Zealand guys making their bungee operations, I was the first paying person to bungee jump in the 80s when I was stupid. Yes, I don't think you can actually bungee jump it now. Not at the moment. It's just the falls crashing onto rocks below, and I wouldn't wish that on anybody. That could be a disaster, couldn't it? Christine Hamilton, who? Yes, remember her? You can what? You can still do it, can you? Look at that bridge. Bungee jump, Victoria Falls. It's where do you go back? Go back. It says hours closed. Opens at 8 o'clock this morning. Can you imagine? It's 111 metres of free fall, 4 seconds of pure adrenaline and the sheer excitement as that rope snaps, and all of a sudden it comes past you and you're looking at it thinking, hello, I wonder what that is. It's like skydiving, isn't it? You get out of the plane, you pull the ripcord, nothing at all. 364 feet in 4 seconds. I couldn't do it. I really couldn't do it. I would be the one standing there sobbing. Please don't make me do it. Please don't. I couldn't do it. I wouldn't love it at all. I really wouldn't. I don't mind doing a zip wire. I could do a zip wire, but I wouldn't do a bungee jump. I'd be worried in case, they go, so just as you jump, didn't they do it on one of them where they've got people on YouTube and they go, okay, 3, 2, 1, and the person leans forward. They go, no, not now. And they, we haven't connected you up to the bungee rope. And then all of a sudden they fall out and they go, wait, the rope. They do that just to wind people up. People sob. So, I'm very jealous that anybody could do that, Graham, but it ain't for me. That Aussie Milky Bar kid went to my school. Not quite as famous as Stan Laurel, says Shane. Nowhere near as famous, but it's still quite nice, isn't it? We didn't have anybody like that. In our class, we had a very odd assortment. We really did have an odd assortment of people. And at my youth club, we had an even odder assortment. We had one of the boys there. I can't even remember his name because it was such a long time ago. He actually had a heart attack and died very young. And in my class at school, one of the boys went on to become a vicar. But to be honest with you, that didn't actually come as a bit of a shock to us at all because he used to walk around and we'd go, he's going to be a vicar. He just looked like he was going to be a vicar. And he ended up being, the dog collar on. Sharon says, Emma Thompson went to my school, Camden School for Girls. We share the same birthday, 15th of April, but she's 10 years younger. No, she isn't, Sharon. No, she isn't. Just keep the lie going. Back from Mumbai now. Mumbai. Kevin the Milkman says the only famous people that went to my school were the cast of Educating Essex. It says, but it was filmed in my old school. Only you. Only you. So, Mr. Williamson, forced out over this bullying row, he vows to clear his name. It's a total disaster, isn't it, politics in this country? An absolute dog's dinner. It really is dreadful. Christine Hamilton, as I say, tips Mike Tyndall to become king of the jungle. He's only been there a day. And already they're tipping him for the jungle. Really? He snores like a barrel organ. It's dreadful. How on earth little Zara gets any sleep, God alone knows. But the reason that they met is they both like getting completely off their faces on booze, he said. That's what they did. They met when he was suspended, I believe, from playing rugby. Various issues. The Red Arrow's pilot sacked amid claims of sexual assault. God, honestly, it's like reading stories about police officers, doing this and that. We had one the other day who stole from the safe in the police station 1,500 quid to pay his debts, and so quite rightly, he's a police officer. They sent him to prison. I think he's gone to prison for 12 months or something, and he's lost his job, and he's now going to get himself into more financial difficulty. And you think, is it worth it for £1,500? If you're going to do a robbery, then you're going to do a robbery for lots and lots of money. But again, there is no such thing as the perfect crime. It does not exist, because otherwise you'd never hear about it. But of course we always hear about it because somebody, that's why the great train robbers were such dipsticks, because somebody didn't clean up the farmhouse, I'm afraid, and left fingerprints all over the place. So once you've got one, you get two. Once you've got two, you get three. Then you got five. It was very easy to actually get them all. Brendan in St Anne says, I visited Victoria Falls years ago, and you could hear the thundering of the waterfall from miles away. We decided to visit and bungee jump from the bridge. Arrived at the bridge and immediately decided against it. Very scary, and there was no chance I was doing it. I've never planned a daring adventure like that since. I couldn't do it either. I just really, nothing would persuade me. I'd be so frightened that the rope would break, that, the weight of me. I've never done anything daring. Well, I do this programme every day, and that's fairly daring. Yeah, the producer gets nervous every day, his finger hovering over the button. What's he going to say now? Ronnie Wood, Steve, went to my school. Oh, well, that's a good one. I like that. Yeah, it's quite a nice one. He's the one who looks like he's about 1,900 years old, doesn't he? Looks like he's been embalmed. Matt Hancock, who... Yes, the deluded one, thinks winning would be icing on the jungle cake. Yeah, you won't, love. You won't. What we'll do is we'll give you a week of voting you for every Bush Tucker trial, okay? Then we'll just get rid of you because you'll be boring. And they all go, oh, no, I don't think he's there yet. They always sort of go, oh, you'll see the real me. Darling, we didn't like the other one, so we're not going to like the real you. They always try and pretend it's two different people, don't they? Gemma Collins, who just opted out of more reality shows on the television, basically because she's a bit drippy. And she was the one going the other day, oh, I'm going to have to find a bigger house. But I'm going to have to downsize because I can't afford to put the heating on. I thought, it's obviously not earning as much money as we thought you were, dear. And she says, people keep giving me animals. So far she's got a cat and a hamster, and that's too many animals. Must be a bit taxing for her poor little brain to try and work out something like that. And we're not sure if Jordan's marriage is on again or off. She's not booked anywhere. It's just it keeps the story going. And then she said she's going to do this reality show on OnlyFans. And somebody said, what? She said, I'm going to show you the real me. No, thank you, dear. We don't want to see it. We've seen the other one. We didn't like that one either.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to November the 9th. Can't believe it. We've had bonfire night already. That was a bit fast, wasn't it? Although I'm still hearing fireworks. I didn't hear any on bonfire night because I was fast asleep, but I'm hearing them at the moment. Ronnie Wood went to my school, which we've done. And Steve, do you remember Buster from the Great Train Robbery, owned the flower stall? Yes. He committed suicide. I don't know why. He always seemed very jolly and cheerful whenever I saw Buster Edwards down there. But obviously, things took a hold and things didn't go quite the way he wanted. I was going back, actually, and thinking about the tunnel which leads, they think, to Cleopatra's resting place. And well, how would you know it's her? I mean, she's going to be looking quite different, I would have thought, after all these years. She should have an old passport with her or something like that. Could be an interesting one. I'd love to imagine finding something like that and then finding out it really is her tomb. And discovering all these riches in there and things like that. Because what they used to do is when they mummified people's animals, which they did quite a lot, there was quite a big, the embalmers, you had those who embalmed animals, and it could be anything from cats to rabbits to, something as long as it was easy to embalm. And they would also put food inside the wrappings as well, so that the animal would have food on its journey to the other world. They were all off their faces. Seriously, the other world. Dickie Davis went to my school, and Michael Palin's son was in my year at school. William Ellis, says John in New York. Yes, I know William Ellis very well. Daniel Day-Lewis went to my primary school. They were 2 years below my sister's class, and Chris Jagger went to my son's school, said Sue. Wow. Rob says, struggling to sleep as I've just arrived back from Uzbekistan. They're 5 hours ahead of the UK. I was on holiday there to see the mosques and the madrasas on the Silk Road. Absolutely stunning buildings, worth the trip and the fatigue, but definitely feel jet-lagged. See, I can't remember if I used to get jet lag. I can't remember. There were tablets that you could take, and I was told about them by Sister Sledge. We are family. And they used to take these I know, dreadful name drop, isn't it? I'm so sorry. I never do things like that. I'm not that sort of person. And I remember taking these tablets, and I never got jet lag. I seem to sort of survive it quite easily. Would you do a bungee jump if there was a house in Regent's Park for you for free, says Mark? No, so you're asking if I can change my mind, being tempted by the prize of a lovely house in Regent's Park. 22.5 million, thank you very much indeed. The answer is probably not. I don't think anything's worth that. I really don't. I was talking to somebody the other day, actually. In fact, he's the new executive producer of The Breakfast Show on Capital, Chris. And I sort of catch him every so often. It's about twice since he's been in the building. He's been in the building for quite a few weeks, and I've only caught him twice because of the different sort of time slots and everything else like that. And because I said I'd seen that he was doing a gig for the Jockey Club, I think at one of the race courses. He'll do the DJing, and they get well paid for these things. If you're a disc jockey, you get paid for it. If you're a radio presenter, it's not quite the same, doing speech program. But he said he sort of values the weekend now. because he's got a family and children, and you just do things like that. You go and do it, but you make sure you've got me time. I said, well, I've got to that stage where if I don't want to do something, and I think I checked my diary, and next week, if I do everything I'm supposed to, for 4 days, I've got something every single day. There is a lunch every single day for 4 days with different groups of people. And I'm sort of looking at it thinking, it's the first day. I mean, I almost get the respite because on the Saturday, I go to see my godchildren. But we've got a RAJAR meeting. I've got a lunch with somebody. Then I've got another lunch with somebody. And then I've got another lunch with somebody. Makes me sound as I'm so, but it doesn't happen like that at all. It's very rare that you get sort of booked. It just seems to be all of this before Christmas, because I suppose the next time you see people after the end of next week would be Christmas time. And I'm working, as you know, Christmas Day. It's been traditional for ages and ages that I do Christmas Day. I don't know why. I can't remember how it started. But it was just one of those things for all those people who go, oh, I hate Christmas morning. It's everything else. I think, well, listen, why don't you wake up with me? I'm here from 7 until 10 Christmas morning. Then I drive down to my godchildren. Then I have one Christmas lunch. Then I drive back and they go to bed. Then I get up in the morning and come in and do Boxing Day, 7 till 10. And then the following day, and then after that, I then drive down to my brother and the family for another Christmas lunch. I end up being as big as a barrel organ. I promise you, I should be absolutely enormous by the time we've finished it all. And then you sort of get back into the swing of it. And then I'm doing New Year's Day. And it just seems to sort of work out. My friend Rich, who, as you know, does Radio X, although I can't see him any morning now. You know why? Because what they've done is in what I laughingly call the Chris Moyles Memorial Studio, all the windows are covered up with trees to signal. And if you were allowed inside the studio, I don't know if they've taken pictures of it, you'll see that the signs in there, this way to, I'm a celebrity, this way to the wall, this way, all the other bits and pieces. And so normally as I come in the morning, I go past and I wave to Rich, who's doing the programme there, and I wave to him. Now I'm just waving at trees. And then I go and I get Dynamic, who's in on our sister station, Capital Extra. They've just changed their logo. And I wave at him. But him I can see, because he doesn't have all these different bits and pieces in the window. But Rich says Dame Kelly Holmes went to my school. So there you go. There's his claim to fame. I mustn't mention accidents or anything like that. He's been more accident prone than anybody else. He seriously has. I mean, it's just been a nightmare for him. I always worry about things like that. I've got a blind spot on my car. I can look. There's a bit where you come off the Hogarth roundabout. If I take the lower bit of the road, I have to really crane my neck to see if any cars are coming round. Because I came off the roundabout at Sandown Racecourse the other day, and I didn't see a car on the right-hand side. And he did that usual beep 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 beep. You know what they're like? Beep 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 beep. Like, yeah, we heard you the first time, sweet pea. And then he flashed his lights at me. And then we got it again. Beep beep. And you think, yeah, I mean, sorry, I made a mistake. Should have let you crash into me. And but that's it. So Rich is on his way home. I don't know what the weather's like out there, Rich, but I should imagine it's probably wet, and it seems to be wet and miserable all over the blooming place, actually, which is a great shame. So Joey Essex pictured out with his lover. We have to. I mean, I'm guessing. He's a bit simple. It's not his fault. He is a bit simple. And he's out with her and their photographer friend, so they can take a picture of them, so they can have a picture in the paper. We can go, oh, are they going out together? And you think, who cares? He's 32, for God's sake. He's not a child, although actually probably mentally. Olivia Attwood, they say COVID rules forced her to drop out. To be honest with you, she's not the brightest penny in the box. And one of the columnists today says, Olivia Attwood, who is she? Who is she? No idea. The other day, they put somebody on the television. She's one of the Tapper family. And she's been in the papers loads of times because she's trying to lose weight. And she obviously wants to be famous. So they put her on, was it Celebrity Mastermind? She didn't know anything. I mean, it was an embarrassment. And as one of the columnists said, her agent, what on earth were they thinking, putting her up on that? Is that so we point and laugh at her and go, my God, she's thick as well? You shouldn't put people like that on the television. I suppose they think, oh, yeah, they'll be able to manage it and they'll give them simple questions. But they don't. And she didn't know. And even on her chosen subject, she was as dim as anything. And you think to yourself, what's clever about that? Nothing clever. There's nothing clever about these sort of people who just appear on television and are famous for being famous. They don't have a particular skill. Jamie Oliver has put beavers on his shopping list to stop flooding at his manor house. He introduced 2 of them to the estate when he moved in 3 years ago, his wife and 5 kids. They are Eurasian beavers called Woody and Willow. Then they had 2 babies known as Kits. And so this project, he's building a new 50-acre beaver enclosure on his land, which is being funded by an environmental partnership. And they hope 2 new families of beavers will sort of go in there and make... Because I quite like beavers. Quite clever, but, you know, apart from that, it's just beavers, isn't it, really? You take in the hiss, Matt Hancock. And here he is. I hate snakes. Yeah, we don't like you either. But the sooner you're out, the better, and disappear back to that place called obscurity, the happier we will all be. Then you've got, because we had, didn't we, Sean Walsh, who was snogging with Katya. I mean, really, honestly, up until that point, I'd never even heard of him. Never heard of him. But almost half of Matt Hancock's social media followers are fake, they've said. Digital people have said this. A digital tool scanned the disgraced MP's online accounts and found 43% were bots or false identity. They reckon that 184,000 of these 426,000 plus followers are not real, because you can buy them online. It's very easy. I can, if I wanted to increase my number of followers on Twitter, I could buy loads of them. I know I don't need to. But if you're as insecure as he is, and obviously thinks he's some personality, I'm really not interested. I'm really, really not interested. So apparently Olivia was forced to drop out because she broke the show's strict COVID bubble. Perhaps she doesn't understand. I don't know. But anyway, loads of other people have sort of... I mean, I couldn't think what else it was. It's a medical issue, they say. And so the papers are almost hazarding a guess that that's what it is. But then loads of other people have been there, putting their arms around each other, especially Mike Tyndall. What a disgrace to the royal family. What an embarrassment. How to cheapen the royal family very easily. Bring on Mike Tyndall, who's doing an advert for pizzas at the moment. Andrew, just check this out. He's doing a pizza ad. I mean, do you think that they've done it because they don't like him? Do you think that's what it is? Do you think Princess Anna said, let's do this? I can see her having a mean streak. Can't you? I did see Thomas Bosch. No, when was Thomas Bosch on television? So there you go. He said, oh, wait a minute. I've got it all going on at the moment. Phones ringing and everything else. So loving the show as always. Lots of beds being delivered today, goes Thomas Bosch. First off to the cafe in Walthamstow. Did you see me on telly? I didn't do a video in the van ranting about the oil protester causing me and my delivery drivers lots of traffic, and it ended up being used on BBC and ITV. Ooh. How cool. How cool is that? Well done. Well done. You made it back onto the television again. Chris Evans has said that is a heavy lunch week. A heavy lunch week. He says, I don't want to over-lunch me, because he's like super fit. Remember I said to you, the first time I'd seen Chris, we were going to a screening, but I didn't know he was there. And he runs everywhere. And in fact, every morning on my programme, he would be driving the car in, and then he'd run a bit of the way and and I used to think, I feel quite fat and bloated, actually. But actually, I'm not looking too bad. He said, feel free to lighten your burden by jettisoning. There's a word. We could reschedule closer to Christmas. That would be ideal, actually. That would be better for me. I don't think I could eat that much in a week. Next week, I remember thinking I need to check, and I've got to get the Christmas lights put up and all these other bits and pieces, and it's stressing me out. I don't want to be stressed out. Did I read the rest? I need a rest. I've just decided I just need to sort of take care. I don't want to sort of stretch myself because of all these people dying, which has been about the worst it could be. Admittedly, they were in their 90s, and I don't think there is any chance under God's earth that I'm going to make it to my 90s. But I'll do my best. I'll soldier on. Me and Chris, and James, we just soldier on and do what we do, and that's what we like doing. I was going to decorate the studio this year, but I thought, no, I shan't. Not if they thought my poor Satsumas the other day were lemons. I mean, I couldn't believe it when Adam told me that one. I thought that was just about the funniest thing I'd ever heard. 5:15. This is might be the funniest thing or not.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. So yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, what a disaster at Waterloo Station. So I get the bus, which was fine, 176 Penge. Fairly busy, and it was on time, so that was great. I got there, big queue at McDonald's, so I thought, right, give that up. And the producer had said, listen, you can get this train at 28 minutes past, I think, which is going to where you want to go. Richmond. We were going to get as far as Richmond because apparently there were problems with going on from that. I thought, that's okay, I can go to McDonald's there, and I can get some of my potato waffles, which I'm particularly partial. Stand at the bus stop just munching away as if they were crisps. But anyway, so I get there, and there's loads of people at the far end of the platform, which is platforms 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. And that goes to Addlestone, Reading, I think there's a Hounslow train, and the Windsor and Eton Riverside. And there seemed to be an extraordinary amount of people waiting, an extraordinary amount of people. And I thought, well, wait a minute, the strike is finished. They're not doing the strike. We've been told that. Couldn't understand why it was taking so long. Then they started putting up the trains that were arriving. The only one that was appearing at this platforms that I was on was the one train that I was looking for. All the rest of them were platforms 5, 10, 14, or between 12 and 19. So you take Potluck, which I'm bloody miles away. So anyway, not being the greatest walker under the sun, I'm sort of standing there watching them. I thought, I'm not in any particular hurry. And then all of a sudden, my train vanished. It just completely disappeared from the board. And there was all these other ones on there, and they weren't stopping at these platforms. So I didn't understand whether or not the people standing there didn't read English, or they didn't have the faintest idea what was going on, like I didn't. And then all of a sudden, my train came back. But this time, it was the 7:45 to Hounslow. There was another 7:41 to Hounslow, but it didn't go anywhere near me. So I thought, OK, I'll go and get that. Where was that? That was platform 5, I think. Anyway, so off we all toddle. And so I didn't look at my step count. Because, to be honest, and I'm like a sheep. I'm following everybody else. And so we all toddle off to 5. 5 then went out just as we got there, so I didn't know where that was going because they immediately stopped it on the board. And then there was another one which came up at platform 14. Or was it 10? It was either 10 or 14. Anyway, and it was for us. So we get on the train and we sit there. And it gets to 7:45, the time that the train, and the guard comes on and he says, we're being held at a signal. I thought, well, OK, that's fine. So we sit there. 20 bloody minutes we're sitting there. 20 minutes. And he goes, oh, it's broken. There is another train you can get. The signal was broken. There's another train you can get on platform 10, which leaves in 3 minutes. But I don't know how fast he thought we were doing, whether he thought we were Roger Bannister or not. And so some people got off the train and started walking up the platform, because you had to go up the platform, turn to the left and go and find this platform. But you only had 3 minutes to do it in. There was no chance I was going to do it, but I thought I might as well make the effort. So I headed off in the direction, and all of a sudden, one of the guards started blowing his whistle. Get back on the train, get back on the train, it's going. I felt sorry for all these people who tootled off and tried to get the other train, by which time had left. So they were screwed. So we get on the train and he goes, oh, so all he says, he just keeps saying, I'm very sorry, there was a fault with the signal. You know, but anyway, it was a cock-up. And so we then set off on this journey where we stopped in everywhere from Timbuktu to Azerbaijan. And I'm sort of looking at all the people on the platforms coming into London, which were heaving. Absolutely, I've never seen so many people, whether it's because by this time we're sort of heading into the 9 o'clock realms, because the train never left till about 26 minutes past, whatever it was an awful lot later than it should have been. And so I'm sort of sitting there thinking, will I never get home? Oh, no, I'm going to be in Richmond. I can get off at Richmond. I can go and get some waffles. So I got off at Richmond, ordered my waffles. You have to wait for them to be cooked because they didn't have any. You know, you think, are you fast food or are you just dimwits? Do it. And also there was a woman assembling all these burgers and everything else with no gloves on. I don't like to see people touching raw food and food that, had been cooked, and cheese and things like that with her bare hands. I've seen it in there before in the Richmond branch of McDonald's. I don't like it. I thought they were supposed to put plastic gloves on. Not in this one, they don't. The Burger King in Twickenham has gone completely. They've stripped the whole building out. All the cookers have gone, the microwaves have gone, and so they couldn't do any cooking, so that's gone. But we might be having another mini McDonald's, which should be quite interesting. But yesterday, so I got home, after I left here, I finished at 7, I got home at 9. 9 o'clock. You can imagine what kind of mood I was in, can't you? But there you go. It's one of those sort of things. Steve, Peter Sissons, John Lennon and Jimmy Tarbuck all attended Dovedale Road School in Liverpool, where I went, says Mike. Ooh. Boy George went to my husband's school, and I think he was in trouble a lot because he wouldn't adhere to the uniform code, says Sid. And somebody says, thank God you're on over Christmas. Yes. And Tristan says, wow, is that 3 Christmas lunches in the diary? Yeah. I mean, this year, if they all took place, and one of them I think we might shelve nearer Christmas, but it would still be Christmas. And I'll probably end up eating probably about 5 or 6 Christmas lunches this year. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? But I quite like them, actually. Leslie Phillips' daughters, Graham Hill's daughter and Amy Winehouse went to my school, which was called The Mount in Mill Hill. Also saw the Pool Guy van in Mill Hill yesterday. Is there more than one? Says Mandy. I don't know. Does he have a thing? It was only one Pete, as far as we know, unless, of course, there are others. Halinka says, I went to the same school as Imelda Staunton, La St. Union Convent in Highgate. Woo! How posh is that? And Steve, Chris in Brentwood says, Cecil Massey, born 1880, died 1960, was the architect of the Granada Tooting, a pupil of Bertie Crewe, who himself was a pupil of Frank Matcham. Massey built the Granada for the Bernstein Theatre Group, also had the Phoenix Theatre, Charing Cross Road, in their portfolio, also by Massey. The Granada opened on Monday, the 7th of September 1931. The last show at the Granada took place 28th of August 1966 and featured the Bee Gees. Wow. The Bee Gees. Oh, fabulous. John says, Chris Tarrant was a teacher at my school in Brockley. A teacher? What's he? Wow, a teacher. That's very interesting. Conrad said, a few decades before I was born, Tom Jones was born in the next street to me in Treforest. We went to the same schools, Treforest Infant School and Treforest Junior School. We've looked at pictures of Treforest, haven't we? I seem to remember somewhere along the line because it's such an unusual name. Chris Tarrant born, he worked as a school teacher and also briefly as a film director. Do you know, I discovered an old box set of Christmas things, and I picked up Tom Brown's School Days, the coloured version and the black and white version. And who was in looking after the horses on the stagecoach? Max Bygraves. Max Bygraves was, I mean, you could see it's Max Bygraves straight away. And fabulous. So I watched both of them. Both really good. Really good. Max Bygraves went to my school, says Bill. I'm 55 now. When I was 5, he came to visit the school, St. Joseph's in Paradise Street in Bermondsey. Paradise Street. And Pamela says, I bet Babs will welcome co-stars Leslie Phillips and Bill Treacher to heaven. Oh, she's thrown the party already. She's thrown the party. Yeah. I mean, they were both in their 90s. I think Bill Treacher had been ill for a while, and I think Leslie Phillips had been ill. And he played Arthur Fowler from 1985 until 1996. He was 92 when he died. I'm glad to see that he's got the recognition. And Leslie Phillips, he was 98, known for Ding Dong. It was all a little bit, oh, hello. There was lots of that kind of stuff going on. And the last of the Summerwine actor, Tom Owen, who played, he's the son of Bill Owen, who played his on-screen father, Compo. His other TV credits were The Bill and Upstairs, Downstairs. Only 73, a mere child. But I first saw him, if you remember, in Goodbye, Mr. Chips with Petula Clark and Peter O'Toole. And he was one of the boys singled out in the hall there. Far too young. These people go. But we seem to have a raft of people. 3 people down. No, 5, in fact, because I told you there was another local radio presenter for a BBC station who did football commentary and did their breakfast show. And he died as well. Again, these people are too. He died in a hospice. And he had, I think it was terminal cancer. Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. But you're quite right, Pamela. Barbara will welcome Leslie and Bill to heaven. As I say, she's probably running the bar up there. Her and Angel Gabriel, who's in the kitchen doing the cooking. I should imagine she's reorganised everything. Paul says, I was in Kingston yesterday. Bentall's central alarm going off. Everybody kicked outside in the pouring rain. I did notice a Wendy's being built, though. Did you? What, in the Bentall Centre? Is it? I like Wendy, but I haven't had a Wendy burger for a long time. They're the square ones. They're the nicest. Because you can just have... you order what you want at the beginning, and then by the time you get to the end of the line, there it is ready for you. And I just used to have a quarter pounder just with cheese. Don't want anything else on it. Don't want any squirty gunk or tomatoes or, all sorts. Ugh, no, thank you. Just the burger. No, I don't want gherkins. No. Who eats gherkins? Nobody eats gherkins now, do they? No, they don't. No. Comme ci, comme ça. Who cares? Nobody. They're not even. I mean, I don't know. They're good for you, gherkins. They just sit in jars, don't they? Looking like little willies or something. I wouldn't want any of those. Thank you very much indeed. But no, I mean, just the burger and the cheese would do me fine. I don't even want the. Some people load their burgers. They go, I'll have the salad and I'll have this and easy on the mayo and all the. They're garbage. Absolute garbage. Just have the burger. In fact, sometimes I have, when I've ordered the double sausage, because there might be a shortage of eggs soon, I generally throw away the top bit of the bun, because they're not very exciting, the buns, are they? And just eat the burgers.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your Universal Credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 26 minutes to 6. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast on LBC. And you've got to catch breakfast this morning with Nick Ferrari. They've got a story running. I can't tell you anything about it, but you're going to love this story. You're really going to love it. I can't even drop a hint at the moment. I'm forbidden. I've had to sign this pledge thing. And but it's very. I can't wait to hear it. Can't wait to hear it. What else we got? Santa and elves are being offered special training to make Christmas more inclusive for visually impaired kids. Because they miss out on these sort of things, don't they? The Ministry of Fun Santa School has teamed up with the sight loss charity Guide Dogs for the plan. It will encourage more description of surroundings, clutter being cleared and ensuring a suitable gift is available so that they can get the same benefit out of it as everybody else can. Why should they not go with it? When I liked the Miracle on 34th Street or 42nd, whichever street it was, they had one bit where they had Father Christmas, and he was talking in Polish to this little girl, and the mother brings her along, and she says, "Listen, she just wanted to see. You won't be able to talk to her. She's Polish. She was part of the refugees and all the rest of it." And so Santa Claus sits down and he starts speaking to her in Polish. And of course, the little girl is absolutely delighted, and the mother goes, "This is just amazing, just amazing." But the good news is, talking of amazing, how lucky do you want to be? A lucky ticket holder is scooped $2.4 billion. In America, the largest lottery prize in history. It's £1.76 billion. They've scooped it. One ticket. They bought the ticket in California after a rollover for 3 months without anybody winning the top prize. The odds were said to be 292.2 million to 1. And the organisers have not identified them. They bought their ticket at a service centre in Altadena. They can take the full prize. Here we go. This is where it changes a little bit. Paid over 29 years, or a cash lump sum paid immediately. The winners usually opt for the lump sum, which for yesterday's jackpot was $864 million. That's what you can take as the lump sum. 800. I mean, poo that for soldiers. $864 million, as opposed to I've just won £1.76 billion. That's quite a lot. Previously, the highest lottery win was $1.6 billion, which was divided between 3 US people in 2016. But one person got that nearly £2 billion. I wonder what they're going to do. Are they going to, take the full prize, paid over 29 years? I mean, if you're, say, 18, 19, there's a good chance you might live 29 years. And so you'll end up with, in total, $2.4 billion. What's 2 point? I don't know. What do you mean? How much is that? What are you asking me for? Do I look like I'm sort of that girl off Countdown who can do these sums in her head? $2.4 billion. What is that per year? 82 million a year for 29 years. I could live with that. The trouble is, if you really want to buy a luxury estate in America, you can't do it, can you? You'd have to take out a mortgage. which, I mean, I'd be struggling to get by on 82 million. I wouldn't be able to cope with that. Mind you, you could open up your own McDonald's, couldn't you? You could buy McDonald's for that. You could buy your own franchise and just throw everybody out now. Okay, this is what I want to eat today. Can you imagine the fun you could have? God, blimey. That'd be fantastic. But well done to that one person. I'm so happy for you. I couldn't be any happier. The ex-Met officer on the motorway chaos. Second day running. Third day running, and it's another day, it's another chaotic eco-protest. They blocked the M25. Those involved are usually Tarquins or Amelias. We're like, okay, yeah, we don't really know what we're talking about. We've got no idea, and we don't care if we go to prison because Mummy and Daddy pay for me. I don't work. I don't have a job. And Mick Neville has said police have got to get tough on the eco-protesters. Cops would never use this softly approach with Millwall fans. No, they wouldn't. Mick is an ex-Met Police Detective Chief Inspector. And they seem powerless to do anything. I mean, it's just almost laughable at how inept and incompetent and how much their hands are tied. But the police, I'm assuming, are only acting on what Parliament have told them to do. If they said to them, right, you can drag them down, we can haul them off to prison, they go to prison for 5 years. Simple as that. If you disrupt people's lives, and people could be sitting in ambulances, there could be all sorts of things. They've got rules to follow. And if you remember before, they've offered them cups of tea and coffee. Are you all right? You're a bit cold. Shall I get you a blanket? I'll get you a blanket. I mean, seriously, it makes you want to spit blood, doesn't it, really? It really does. But, let's wait and see what happens. But they've got to do something. Because these, as I say, they are all Tarquins and Amelias. They don't, and Lucinda, and we don't work. We're not working class, but we're doing this for your benefit. And I live in Chelsea, and Mummy and Daddy pay for the house and all the rest of it. Basically, get them down, get them into court, get them in prison. Okay, end of story. There's a limit to how many of them there are. I mean, so far, I think there's about 6,000 arrested, 600. I can't remember. It seems like an awful lot. A lot of big roles. And this is for Bill Treacher. Albert Square's Arthur Fowler, who was 11 years he did as an EastEnder. 11 years, married to Pauline, the long-suffering Pauline. It was great. He started an affair in 1991 with a lonely alcoholic divorcee. But when he ends the romance over fears that he and Pauline would find him out, his lover stalks him. He was elected secretary of the allotment committee. And 1996, when the family find Willie's counterfeit credit cards, Arthur is cleared, but before he's released, he's involved in a prison riot and suffers a head injury. A few days later, after his release, he suffers a brain hemorrhage on his allotment and dies the next day in hospital. And now he's died in real life. I thought he was a cracking actor. Absolutely wonderful. In fact, strangely enough, we were talking about him the other day because they've had some... That's when it used to have audiences. Nobody watches EastEnders now. It's pants. Absolute pants. But in the early days, for their Christmas episode with his breakdown, 30 million people watched it. What are they struggling for now? 10? 20 million? No, nowhere near. 2 million. Close it down. Why don't they just have a major fire and we can burn down Walford? Can't think of anything better. Result for Christmas. Result. You don't want to see somebody dying in a hospital bed, which is what's going to be happening. You want to see the Queen Vic burnt down to the ground, get rid of everybody, because it's not getting the audience. And they've just wasted 90 million doing the setup. 90 million pounds of your money. You've rebuilt that pile of rubbish. Seriously. Terrible. Mark in Spalding says Leslie Phillips played the voice of the Sorting Hat in the Harry Potter films. He did. You're quite right. Karen in Watford says, love your show. Wham! George Michael and Andrew Ridgely went to my school in Bushey Mead Scoop. Thank you very much indeed. And doing the shake and vac, says Pete. He's quite mad. He's putting the freshness back into this pool. It's another empty house. But of course, you've got to keep the pool clean, and so he's walking along the outside. I suppose he starts early so he can finish early. It's, there's no point in being there all. Thank you for the wave. And he's got his little Vax cleaner and everything else. Just so when they come to sell the house, if it's an empty house, it'll be up for sale. And then people will say, let's have a look. What does it look like? And they go, well, it's spotless inside. Because he's been in there and done the pool work. Got me jab, Steve, says Kim. Right arm, flu jab, feels like I've been kissed by a butterfly. Left arm, COVID, feels like I've been kissed by a huge, big Siberian tiger. But I'd still rather have it than not. Exactly. You don't want a cold. You don't want the cough and all the rest of it. Not a lot go Owen between the ears. Go Owen. Little play on words there. And this is Hollyoaks actor Owen Warner, who was quick to leap into the I'm a Celeb shower and show off his ripped physique. Well, you would when you spent that long being a narcissist. Staring in the mirror going, aren't I beautiful? But he's as thick as a brick. I couldn't believe how dumb he was. Sadly, he doesn't appear to have spent much time building up his brain, says Jane Moore. Despite headlines a week ago that Boy George was likely joining the jungle, Owen didn't appear to know who he was when he was first introduced. Owen is 23, playing age 15, I think. And when he was introduced to that fellow campmate, Scarlett Douglas, she's from A Place in the Sun, and Owen said, whereabouts? Seriously, she's from A Place in the Sun. Whereabouts? Was it Torremolino? Where's she from? I mean, he's that thick. But he later poked himself in the eye to get a feel of what it's like to touch a fisheye and asked Mike Tindall if his wife Zara was Australian. I mean, did he go for an education, or is he just basically as thick as they come? It really is. Almost as bad as that Tapper girl who turned up, doing a quiz programme which was really designed for people with brain cells. You can't put somebody on. It was called Mastermind, and she's quite clearly not. But, I mean, surely they must have realised that when they saw her on the Google thing. What do they call it? Gogglebox. I mean, they must have realised she's as thick as anything on there. Why put somebody on the television, that we laugh at? In fact, it wasn't even laughable. It was just embarrassing. I like a guy called Dave Watson, very quickly. He has a copy of every UK #1 single since the charts started in 1952. He's that sad. He's that sad. He's been out and bought all these things. He's got 1,700, and this amazing collection is worth £35,000. Hardly seems worth it, actually. No, they're records. They're not CD, records. Remember records? 7 inches worth of heaven, in a piece of vinyl. Yeah, that's what they're called. Yeah, definitely. But no, he's obviously one of these people who's addicted to vinyl. People are very addicted to vinyl. I'm not. I mean, the 7 inches worth of heaven, you could kind of get used to. But imagine collecting them all. He must be putting it up for sale. Otherwise, why would you tell somebody? Because the next thing is they're going to break in and take it, aren't they? Mind you, what on earth you'd do with it, I can't imagine. 1,700. He must have no, 1,700 doesn't take up that much room. Seriously, you're stacking them up. They don't take a lot of room. 1,700 singles. Unfortunately for the producer, he's never actually bought vinyl. He has no idea how it works. Yeah, not really, are you? Yeah, I'm doing the travel. I should do it when I'm ready. And start pushing me, pal.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, 10 to 6 nearly, give or take. Goodness sake. So don't forget, there's such a good story coming up on Breakfast with Nick Ferrari at 7 this morning. You don't want to miss it. I know it sounds like a dreadful tease on the radio when people say, oh, this, but I'm forbidden from telling you what this story is. I've literally been silenced. But it's a very good story. You're going to love it. Steve, I hope you're well. 1.7 billion, says Ash. I'd love to stretch that out over the 29 years as promised. But it's about 82 million a year for 29 years. He said, I'd probably go for the meagre lump sum. Yeah, the meagre lump sum is 830 something. I mean, to be honest with you, as a lump sum, it doesn't make any difference to us. We didn't win it. But can you imagine having that one ticket and looking at it going, oh, my goodness, 800 and something million. To be honest with you, after 500 million, who cares? Who cares? Doesn't make any difference. But it says, I bet there'd be a target on your back if you plump for the yearly payout. Imagine those lottery folk would do anything to stop the full payout. They don't mind because all the money's in. They don't have to wait for the money to arrive because people have bought the tickets, which has pushed the actual jackpot even higher. He says, but I would be always looking over my shoulder as I was quaffing champagne on my luxury super yacht. But you wouldn't have a luxury super yacht because you don't know anybody who can crew it. So you'd have to buy, a crew. You'd have to buy the yacht, which could cost you the best part of 300 million if you want a super yacht. And then you'd have running costs of 100 million a year. Wouldn't take long to get. Yes. Good God. You don't lock these things up. You have a permanent crew on board. I mean, some of the ones that are owned by the Russian oligarchs, which we've confiscated, no, won't be going off in that one anymore, Jen dear, with your lovely, gorgeous wives, and you're the fat, bloated one sitting in the corner. But no, that's how it works. They cost a fortune. It's running the ship. Have you seen the size of them? Some of them are $400-500 million. So your 800 million doesn't go very far. I know it would in the real world, but if you're trying to mix with the super rich, and they don't want to mix with you. Because they've got limitless money. There could be in oil or, corruption or all sorts of bits and pieces. They don't want to hang around with somebody like you. But the problem that you've got is that people will take advantage of you. There was that bloke. We interviewed him on Fives Company all those years ago. He won on the lottery in this country, and he then met up with a mother and daughter. And they spent all his money. He ended up with nothing. Nothing at all. I think the daughter wanted to be a page 3 girl or something. Great aspirations. And it was just the most expensive yacht in the world is, well, put it this way, that cheap old thing that they were building for the royal family is 250 million. So cheap. The most expensive one in the world, proving, just to put it in context, $4.8 billion. $4.8 billion. And that would have a swimming pool on it. It's made of gold. Well, the whole ship. That'll sink quick. Whee! Can't believe it. And it's got everything. Although, when you actually look at it, I mean, it's got 100,000 kilos of gold and platinum. And even the hull is said to be wrapped in a layer of gold. And, I mean, it's very nice. It's a bit pokey. Seriously, it is a bit pokey. I've seen better ones which look bigger and have got more things on there. I mean, look at that one there. 1.5 billion. Looks much bigger, doesn't it? Much bigger. The other one looks a bit covering in gold. That's for real. Those sort of people. This one's got the Russian billionaire. Wonder where they get their money from. Missile detection sensors. Yeah. Intruder alarms and armor plating and bulletproof windows. The Eclipse has got 2 helipads, 2 swimming pools, 24 guest bedrooms, a disco hall and a mini submarine. And you think that doesn't cost a lot to look after every year? Absolutely. They only use it a few times. The Sultan of Brunei has got a place in Osterley he's never even been to. Seriously, it's just, people who've got so much money, they don't know what to do with it. So if you win this money, you're going to go, oh, I can now live like a billionaire. You can't. It's no good, saying, oh, I'll just go to posh restaurants or something like that, because people suss you out immediately. You've got to know your level. It's like Cheryl Tweedy. There's no point in sending her to a posh restaurant. She's happier with the doner kebab in a plastic box and a plastic knife and fork. There's no point in educating her and taking her to a different level. They don't know what they're eating anyway. Did you see a Gordon Ramsay thing? It looks like 2 Spam fritters that apparently is 120 quid, and it's actually lamb. I mean, it barely fills the plate. Well, in fact, it doesn't fill the plate. And they say, oh, it's very special, this. You think, more fool you for spending that sort of money on 2 bits of lamb. Ozzy Osbourne is in the papers again today. Sharon! He's very unhappy about returning to the UK, saying of the move, F that. The rocker and his wife are moving to their Buckinghamshire mansion full-time, and the whole thing's, it's being filmed as a reality show. How boring. I mean, he's past his sell-by, isn't he? He's gone completely work-shy. Sharon is adamant that after 40 years of LA, it'll be permanent. And Ozzy said, to be honest, if I had my way, I'd stay in America. I'm American now. To be honest with you, I don't want to go back. F that. Well, we don't want you here either, dear. You're very dreary and boring. So why don't you stay in America? Do us all a favour. Nobody's interested. Nobody. I mean, seriously, if you hate coming back here, don't come back. That would be the easy. Well, he's only coming back because Sharon wants to come back, because apparently she's got a job on a television station where nobody watches it, which seems to be a pointless. After she was dumped from that station in America, that sort of round, sort of loose women kind of programme. Steve, you just cheered me up by saying 73 is far too young to go. Naomi says in Billericay, I'm 74 and feeling very old. Don't be so ridiculous, you're not old. You're 74. My school's claim to fame is Sandy Shore. No one could have been more surprised she became famous. Went back for a reunion and no one, including the teachers, knew who I was. Oh, don't worry, I've been to so many schools they wouldn't know who I was either. You'd have to tell them. And Kim said, oh, that's sad. I totally agree, Steve. Bill Treacher, great actor, very watchable. Yeah. And Winnie says, I've just found out the Wimpy at Teddington is closing down. Oh, November the 11th is their last day. I must say it did look close. Oh, ghastly food in there. Ghastly food. I'm glad it's closing down. I'm not at all surprised. I told you I went in there I'd find where I'd been something. And I just fancied a Wimpy cheeseburger. So the bloke's cooking it. dirty clothes, and all over the place. Seriously. I remember talking about it on air and going, I shan't be eating in there ever again, so I'm not at all surprised, Winnie. However, she is off to see Wicked for the third time this afternoon and a look at the Covent Garden Christmas lights. Oh, Wicked, my favourite music. I've got my name up outside. My name up outside. Great show. Great show, which is fantastic. To put it, says Dolan, into perspective, 1 million in seconds is 12 days. 1 billion in seconds is 31 years. Okay. What does that mean? Oh, to show how much bigger. Oh, 1 billion is than 1 million. Mind you, even so, do you know, I was thinking the other day, if I'd won 14 million last night, I'm thinking, and I said to my brother, I've won 14 million on the lottery. You know, it's not a great deal in this day and age. I couldn't buy that house in Regent's Park. You thought with 14 million you could buy something like that, but you can't. So by the time I'd made a donation to make some noise, which I would be doing because I'm a good boy, and you know, we've still got that item which we're going to sell. I don't know when we're going to do it. They've sort of dropped a hint it's going to be soon. I don't know when soon is. Soon could be early part of next year, which is when I thought it was. And I've also got something else which the Magic Circle are selling for the Christmas shows, and I can't tell you what that is either, but they sent me a picture of it the other day. And so many secrets, honestly. Have you noticed? I've become like Secret Squirrel. I'm not telling people anything. I can't tell you the big story that they've got on breakfast this morning. I really can't. And I so want to tell you because I don't want. But if I tell you, you don't want to miss this. It's a very, very good story. Pete says, off to London to ABBA Arena for the third time on Friday, dragging the wife. Oh, you mustn't drag her. I've told you before. Those hair extensions will come out in your hand. It's not a good idea. Not a good idea. So Tom Owen gets coverage in the paper, as does Leslie Phillips. In Carry On Teacher, he was lovely. He was having a fling with Joan Sims. It took ages for them to get together. And it's a very, very, very good film. Carry On Teachers. I always cry at the end of it. Always cry at the end of it. The headmaster comes out because all the kids do all sorts of horrible things to the teachers because they'd heard a rumour that the headmaster was going to leave them and they didn't want him to leave. So they like to make life as difficult as possible by putting itching powder in things and doing all sorts of spiders and everything else so that the headmaster wouldn't get the new placement in the job. And he found out. He found out because somebody said, oh, they've been doing this. And there's all sorts of people in it, including the bloke out of, the one who's in Brinsworth. And he's in there. He was in Man About the House, Richard O'Sullivan. He's in it as a schoolboy and loads of other people. It's really, really good. Headmaster finds out. And long story short, one of the other teachers, Hattie Jakes, says, she said, I would be honoured if they would do as much to keep me in the job as they've done for you. And he suddenly realises he can't go anywhere else. He just loves what he does. And he says, see you next term. And they all clap and cheer, and I burst into tears. Gets worse, doesn't it? Gets worse. News at 6 coming up. This is LBC. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast. It's Wednesday, November the 9th. Big story on breakfast. Big story on breakfast. It's such a good story. I wish I was doing it myself, but I can't. So we'll have the news with Simon Conway.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1 with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC, this is London Town, this is Leicester Square, and this is my studio. Nice to have your company this morning. I trust you're well. I'm with you till 7 when Nick Ferrari's here. Say no more. The American government has been urged to tell the world what it knows about UFO sightings. Nothing. Nothing at all. Apparently, Marek von Rennenkampf, There's a name and a half. A top former security analyst says a new report on 366 encounters must use proper analysis, not the decades-long practice of force-fitting simplistic, unscientific explanations onto a highly credible UFO report. There are no highly credible UFO report, dear. They're all mad and they drink. Okay, and that's what it is. I don't care who you are. Ultimately, they say history cannot be allowed to repeat itself. I don't know what he's on about. He's mad as a broomstick. And so he obviously thinks that there are things that the American government are keeping quiet, which of course is rubbish. How could they keep it quiet? How could somebody somewhere is going to go, let me tell you, we've got an alien spacecraft and there was somebody in it as well. I mean, this is rubbish. It's absolute drivel. These people sort of live on this fantasy. You know, they want to believe E.T., they want to believe Star Wars, they want to believe Close Encounters of the Third Kind, but you can't keep that secret. Somebody somewhere is going to say, let me tell you the story of what we've got in this hangar. Come to this hangar with me, I'll show you what we've got. And the American government goes, ooh, can't give that. And you go, yeah, because there's nothing in it. That's why Scooby-Doo. Yeah, I mean, it's rubbish, isn't it? It's like believing Trump is mortal. You know, he's not. And you have to look at him. I mean, he looks like some embalmed Thunderbirds puppet. And this man, he's going to get back in again. There's no doubt in my mind. Well, he's certainly trying for it, isn't he? He certainly is, because they're on at the moment. At the moment, the Democrats are on 168 and the Republicans are on 190. This is on different areas. But the trouble is, I love watching all the Americans doing it. You have to look at Trump and you realise what a bizarre creature he is. Joe Biden says, he says, make your voice heard, because it's the same as over here. You know, the polls are open. Why did you not go out and vote? Oh, I thought it'd be a wasted vote. Go out and vote. I never understand why the turnout is so low. And then there were those people going, well, of course, Biden is a different person. It's not Biden at all. This one has had surgery, different thing. Look at the eyes. And you think, are you really that stupid? And the answer is, yep. They really are that stupid. If it all changes, we will tell you about it on LBC. But I have a sneaking feeling it'll probably all happen during Nick Ferrari's breakfast show this morning on LBC, apart from that other thing. Dawn Neesom's column today talking about, as a big fan of spiders, snakes and rats, I feel more sorry for I'm a Celeb critters than of the contestants. She says, I've got no idea who Babotende, Alicia or Owen Warner are. I only know the name Olivia Atwood because she appears to have left after 48 hours due to a medical emergency. Possibly a severe allergic reaction to the thought of having Matt Hancock Roach hanging around your hammock. After all, the only female on earth who surely wants the disgraced former health secretary anywhere near her bush is his current mistress. She's getting a bit near to the mark, I think, actually. But again, it's a case that a lot fuss about the criminal boy George who served his time being in there, but Hancock was responsible for sending thousands of vulnerable old folk back into care homes during COVID. He lied. People died. Simple as that. You know, so far, Team Jill Scott, fearless, feisty, fit and funny female footballer, witnessing her struggling to get her mouth around some of the food in there. The food is really bizarre. I can't understand. Somebody cooked the other day and I think they were going, because Boy George, I think, is vegan. So there's only certain things that he can eat. But I mean, you know, apart from that, it's okay. It's okay. And when it comes to squirming on television, which we've seen in I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, Gary Neville beats the jungle's witchetty grub hands down. He was utterly humiliated on Have I Got News For You over his World Cup hypocrisy. And trying to defend his indefensible decision to work for a Qatari-owned channel, he was torn a new one by Ian Hislop. So is it coming back? Neville whimpered, trying to get the conversation back to football. What, your reputation? Said Hislop. Such a good line, isn't it? And also, it's all hot air and pointless protest, says Dawn Neesom. Quite right. These are the people who are campaigning, and to be honest with you, they're just so far removed from the real world. You know, to see that pathetic example on a bridge, sobbing into the camera to then put it out to the media. I bet Mummy and Daddy are watching. Oh, send us some more money, dear. Send us some more money. She needs more money. Denise Van Outen, apparently. Wait for this. You won't believe that. I couldn't believe this one at all. She stayed in her kitchen for her first dates with her boyfriend because she didn't want to get recognised outside. What, the attention-seeking Denise Van Outen? Am I missing the point here somewhere? She's in the business of being seen outside. Most of the things she does to be seen outside. She spoke during a segment about memorable first dates. As she admitted, she and Jimmy went wild on their first proper date. She said, our very first date was like we'd been let loose. Denise Van Outen is 190. And, I mean, it just really... What is the matter with these people? You know, she sat on television flaunting her boyfriend who was texting other people, you know, and didn't realise what was going on. Everybody could see through him straight away. But now we get her every day, and she's apparently a bit secretive about her relationship. Well, perhaps you could stop going on Steph's packed lunch every day. It is packed. It's just with, you know, just too many people. It's a little bit of a mess, I'm afraid. Bez, you know who Bez is. He was in Happy Mondays. And he's obviously got a new agent because they keep putting out these stupid stories. Yesterday was Bez doesn't do drugs. He's never done drugs, apparently. Today's story, never been addicted. Today's story is even better. He's never watched himself on Gogglebox because he thinks he sounds so thick it's unbelievable. Anybody on that one? No, I don't think so. Yes, at least he's honest. He's shocked at being a regular on the... Yeah, we're all shocked you're on there. We're all shocked. I mean, there's not really a lot going on. Bez, whose real name is Mark Berry, doesn't quite sound the same, does it? All credibility disappears. Says it's incredible. Who'd have ever have thought that me and Sean, that's Sean Ryder, would be on the television, on the telly, sitting on our sofas? Yes, I was quite surprised too, as well, actually. Mind you, they had some women award the other day, actually, and who turned up to it? Somebody turned up to it. I think it was, anyway, Rochelle Humes, in a wholly inappropriate dress. I don't know what you were thinking, dear. I mean, honestly, could you dress a little bit more decently? We're not sort of working the Reaper barn anymore. It's ghastly. Did I ever have a nickname? No, don't think so. Like Bez? No. Did you have a nickname at school? Producer's asking me this. I'm sorry you're not privy to that part of the conversation. You didn't have a nickname at school? Really? No. Funny, actually, because I'd heard you had loads. But, you know, far be it from me. No, I don't think I had any nicknames at all. I don't remember any nicknames. Dawn Neeson is going off for a gym session. I don't know where this woman gets energy from. I really don't. I'm always absolutely amazed that she sort of has this, you know, boundless energy. She takes a holiday occasionally, and she seems to be busy on the holiday. Whereas me on holiday, I just don't do holidays. I can't do a holiday. I'm absolutely terrible at holiday. I get bored. There's nothing I can think of that I want to go and see on holiday. And I'm not a person who lies in the sun. Believe you me, I'm not a person who lies in the sun. And it's a case of, you know, to try and cram any more things into the day. Because by the time you get... I mean, yesterday, 2 hours to get home. Ridiculous. I'm normally home by about 7:45, something like that. And by the time I got home, then everything was sort of put backwards. And I had to go and get the bits and pieces. Oh, dear, it was just a nightmare. It really was. Telly drag queen Kitty Scott-Claus. Apparently, is set to make a shock move into acting. As what? I've got no idea. I mean, are you going in, dear, as a man, or are you going in as a drag queen? Because apparently, Kitty says, I've trained as an actor and I've done pantos. Acting is my first love. Right. So, yeah, but I asked the question. You know, she said, there have been talks about me doing things. Yes, I'm sure. People want to see me do serious acting, so maybe you get a bit of me out of drag. I feel so lucky. Be a bloody surprise, I should imagine. I mean, I don't quite understand why sort of people have got this insatiable urge. It's just a drag queen. You do pantomime. That's quite enough. I mean, but people want to see her. I didn't even know who she was. Doesn't really help, does it? But there you go. But apparently she has appeared on a string of reality shows. That apparently is the qualification nowadays. She's done Celebrity MasterChef and Queens for the Night. So that's 2, dear. So you've done 2 reality shows. Hardly a CV, is it? Hardly a CV. Bake Off. I've given up watching these cooking programs. They're all the same. It's just a lot of people, half of which I have no idea who they are. And they go, this is the celebrity version of it. And you go, OK, great. Jonathan Pryce, who was so good as the engineer in Miss Saigon and is such a super actor, has said the new series of The Crown will give comfort to viewers grieving for the late Queen. He plays Prince Philip. Do you think people are still grieving for the Queen? I mean, it's not nothing to do with us. I mean, I think she's still there because I thought she had such an impact on everything in this country. The rest of the family, most of them anyway, could just disappear. You know, when you get Mike Tyndall going on a reality show, how to embarrass the royal family. Andrew, who can't remember whether he's eaten in a pizza place or hasn't eaten in a pizza place. The 2 daughters, who don't really seem to work for a living now. And then you've got... who Who else have we got? Oh, Harry, but we try and forget about Harry. It's not easy. Loads of coverage of Leslie Phillips, who's died at the age of 98. Famed for his posh voice. He's in so many films. You type him in on Amazon, you'll find loads and loads of films. He says, I get piles of letters still. I can't reply to them all, but it's marvellous. You see, he embraced the programme. He had 4 children. And he was with all sorts. There was a very good film in 1962 called The Fast Lady. He was with Peter O'Toole. The Navy Lark with John Pertwee, which was a great radio series. To 98, I mean, that is very good. And then pictured with his co-stars from Carry On, Joan Sims and Hattie Jakes, and of course Barbara Windsor. Marvellous person, and what a legacy to leave. I always hope that whenever these people pass on, people go and buy their films, because you suddenly realise just how good he was, and all the other people as well. You know, it's very sad, very sad.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 6:20. I hope it's all back to normal at Waterloo Station today. Yesterday was an utter dog's dinner. It really was. Absolute disaster. Absolute disaster. They didn't know what was going on. They're moving people around all over the place, but the station was sort of empty until people suddenly realised that they were standing on platform 24 and the actual train they were getting on was at platform 10. We're told back to normal today. And back to normal. Oh, lovely. Is it vanilla? Oh, it's vanilla. Oh, it's cold, isn't it? Thank you, Ian. Ice cream Ian has delivered. It's a new pot as well, have you noticed? That's a different pot to the one we've normally had, isn't it? Well, because it's different flavour. Oh, right. Very nice indeed. We always, just in case you're wondering about this, we always get delivered at least twice a week an ice cream from Ice Cream Ian. We call him Ice Cream Ian because he delivers ice cream to the West End theatres, the little tubs that you buy in the interval. And very kindly, he decides to drop off some for us as well. And so we get the choice sometimes. Well, it depends what he's got excess of. So today it's vanilla, which is lovely because it's a really lovely vanilla. And it's not too hard either. No, you noticed that, did you? It was harder the other day, wasn't it? Oh, well. And it's nice, isn't it? I like vanilla. But we also get strawberries and cream. We get, what's the other one? We get the chocolate and the salted caramel. But he did ask us, he always says, how about vanilla? It's a nice vanilla, isn't it? It's a very nice. I said, because the producer said, what's vanilla like? And I said, it's very nice. Because not many people think of having that for breakfast. Most people go although I watched somebody the other day making something on the television, one of these food where they demonstrate a food cooker. And it's this thing that makes it looks like a sausage and egg McMuffin in 5 minutes. If there was 4 of you eating breakfast, you'd be sitting there half the blooming day. But anyway, neither here nor there. And then they take it out after they've sort of cooked this thing, and then they pour maple syrup over the top. Maple syrup, I ask you, for breakfast. It's very American, isn't it? The Americans like maple syrup drizzled over everything. Small wonder they've got obesity problems. Dreadful. The wives and girlfriends of the England stars have been given a cyber security briefing ahead of the World Cup. That'll go in one ear and out the other, won't it? Nothing in the middle to hold it in. Apparently, an expert met with them to outline the dangers of online hacking in Qatar. Among all the other problems they've got, apparently, access to certain websites is blocked in the Gulf state, and anybody who facilitates the spread of fake news can be imprisoned. Oh, it's all looking so promising, isn't it? I mean, with a bit of luck, we could see all the wags locked up. How exciting. How exciting. Apparently, a source said of the security list, it was a long, detailed session, but it was not all about hotels and restaurants. The trouble is they're not adult enough, these people. They don't know about hotels and restaurants. They just know about, have I got my picture in the paper? You know, that's all they're interested in. Actually, I was watching the other day. What was I watching? I don't know why. It popped up on my computer on YouTube. It was Bros in concert when, I think back in 2017. And you suddenly realise that Matt Goss couldn't dance for toffee. Oh, I'm sorry, did you choke? Do beg your pardon. Very cold. But yeah, Matt Goss couldn't dance. You only have to watch him on Strictly when he's doing this John Travolta thing. He's wooden. Absolutely wooden. He could, and I said, even before he went on Strictly, I said, I don't know why, because I've seen them at the shows. He doesn't dance. All he does is jump up and down like a jack in the box. He doesn't dance. And when we saw him attempting to be sort of like a John Travolta kind of thing, just embarrassing. Just embarrassing. And then he spent ages at the beginning of the Bros show playing the guitar but not singing, which was a bit dull and dreary. And then he sort of gave the guitar to somebody and then started jumping up and down on the show. Whether that resurrects itself, I've got no idea. Bravo, says Kim, regarding Mr. Hancock. We should never be allowed to forget any of their appalling actions during COVID. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I totally agree. I'm not bothered whether he goes out there or not. I mean, I really, really couldn't care less. We have to mention him because he features in the papers, and that's the way it goes. Do you know, in our lifetime, we own about 19 mobile phones? I suppose that's about right, isn't it? I mean, how many? Can you count how many you've got? I mean, I do. I've probably got about. Oh, I remember my first one. Yeah, it was a Nokia. My first one was a Nokia. No, my first one was a Rabbit, which surprisingly is actually a mobile phone. And I had a Rabbit, and then they brought out a Silvertone type of phone thing, and then they launched Hutchinson Whampoa. I think they launched Hutchinson Telecom, the orange telephone, and they said, would you like one? And we were in Hammersmith at the time, and they said, we will bike it over to you, get it free for a year, and it'll become fully charged. And so that arrived. In the days when you could take your SIM out of your phone and put it into another phone. And I had various telephones. I had a car telephone, which was like a field telephone. It was very nice. But all of these sort of things we have, and then you see different phones. And there was I don't want to go back onto the Mars bar telephone, which was one way. What was Rabbit again? Well, that was a phone you could only use by standing under a rabbit sign. There'd be a sign of rabbit's ears. And they used to have one outside Waitrose, which wasn't Waitrose in those days. And then you could make your phone calls, and you could use it at home. And I've still got it. Yes. Well, obviously it doesn't work, no. But because I think the Rabbit network dissolved itself. But, yeah, it was a British location-specific telephone service backed by Hutchison, which later created Orange. Small world. But, yeah, I've got two of them. And they're sitting in a drawer at home. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know what I'm going to do with them. I'm not even sure if they're worth money. Probably not. But it's a bit of nostalgia. And they're imperfect. They've got the charging base and all the rest of it. I'm surprised they're not blown up again. But that's the way it goes. Ian says, I went to the same school as actress Nicola Walker, Nasser Hussain, the former England cricket captain, Adam Woodyard, who was Ian Beale, and Nicholas Grace, the actor from Brideshead Revisited. He was so good in Brideshead Revisited. Very, very good. And he also appeared in Birds of a Feather. Did you know he appeared in Birds of a Feather? He certainly did. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Oh, Cliff is coming back to the country, promoting his Christmas album released at the end of this month. He's also doing the TV programme An Audience With, and he's doing lots of bits and pieces, and he's got a concert next November when he will be 83. Seriously, I've pre-ordered the Cliff Christmas album. Absolutely, that was definitely going into the car. It's he's re-recorded lots of songs. They're sort of traditional and favourites and things like that. I mean, still, his voice is as good as ever. I was watching again the other day, Cliff's was it 70th birthday or something at the Royal Albert Hall, 75th, which was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. He sounded as fresh and as energetic as we all expect him to be. Because he's Cliff. He's Cliff. Have a look at the pictures in the paper today of what they think could be the corridor that leads to Cleopatra's tomb. Well, if it does lead to her tomb, how they got her down there, I'll never know. They must have shoved her on casters or something. Well, they've sort of taken a picture of it, and they've unearthed various statues and things like that, but they don't know whether or not there is anything at the end of this tunnel. I thought they'd have walked down there first before they started releasing this. Yeah, come back tomorrow and see. Because, really, you should watch the film Cleopatra with Burton and Elizabeth Taylor, especially as her entry into Rome is on this huge thing pulled by all these Nubian slaves who are pulling this thing. And it was backwards and forwards like this. And they pulled her in. And she was on a dais at the top of it. I mean, apparently she hated heights. She really, really hated heights. They were going to film, if you remember, in Britain. And they started filming, and the weather got the better of them. Little slurp of ice cream, thank you. The weather got the better of them. And then Elizabeth fell ill, and so they decided that they would go back to America to film. And what did they leave here? This is an old story. You'll know this one. They left the set. And who bought it? The Carry On team. So, in fact, when you watch Carry On Cleopatra or Carry On Cleo, that's why the set looks absolutely fantastic, because it was the one that they built for Elizabeth Taylor. It was the most professional set you've ever seen. They had the baths and they had everything. It was just amazing. I mean, the Carry-Ons were done on the cheap, really. You know, they used the same place in Windsor, which either became a hospital, it was the council offices, but mainly it was used as a hospital in it. And that's where Barbara sort of popped up, and Carry On Nurse and all the other one popped out as well, which is lovely.
Having a strong email password can help protect you from cybercrime. But there's an extra step you could take this festive season to make your email even harder to hack. Just set up two-step verification on your main email account to get double the protection. Go on, take your email security to another level the next time you log on. That should do it. Search Cyber Aware from the National Cyber Security Centre.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Here we go. Christmas toys again. How many times have I read this story out? I'm convinced it's about 3 times of all the different toys. They reckon there is a giraffe in sunglasses who shakes its bottom. It's called Gigi, G-I-G-I, the giraffe, which costs around 23 quid, and it dances at the touch of a button. Well, the very idea. I mean, years ago we used to have dancing flowers, but here is Gigi, who's doesn't look at all like a giraffe. I don't know why they think it's a giraffe, but this one's got 3 inbuilt tunes, soft, stretchy yellow hair, and basically its bottom moves from side to side. But it doesn't look like a giraffe at all. It looks like an emu. Giraffes have got very long necks, but he wears party sunglasses. I mean, I'm old enough to remember the dancing flowers, which were everywhere. And people went, oh, and then we had Billy Bass, didn't we? We had Billy Bass, and then there were loads of other things that came out. And now you've got this this dancing giraffe, which doesn't look like a giraffe. It just looks like it's something fairly freaky. But so 12 electronic giraffes with full body movement and music. Watch her dance and shake her booty. I don't think so. I like some of the other things. Incidentally, they've done an advert at Celebration Chocolates. Remember we talked about them the other day, and because of the Bounty Bar. Although actually you can still get it. Iceland do them in the. I got a discount in there the other day. I always say the same thing. I feel a bit guilty actually. It's pensioners' discount. If you're over 65, you get pension. And they don't ask for sort of proof of age. They just look at me and go, "You get it." Because I said yesterday, I said, "Do I get a discount?" And she said, "Yes." I thought she must look at me and think, "You poor old man." But anyway, I thought it was very good, very good. I quite like the idea. 10% off. Can't complain. Viv in Suffolk says, I'm in the garden, early light, leaf blowing. My yearly battle with nature. Plenty in the pond. Job for Pete. You're with me, both ears, with me headset. Thank you. And one that says, this is from Ella. Love you, Steve. Woke up, down, but you push me up. Have a great day and you make me laugh. Well, that's what the programme is designed for. Which is lovely. Anyway, so they're doing an advert at Celebrations after getting fans knickers and a Twix by threatening to take the bounty from some tubs at Christmas. Celebrations has released an ad showing a bar going it alone. It's only in Tesco, isn't it? It's not in any other place at all, because I brought some in today. 58% said they would miss Bounty, and the firm wants fans to show their feelings. It's a publicity stunt, okay? That's all it is. It's a cheap bit of publicity. But it's worked because they've got coverage in the newspapers, and the papers go, "Oh, quick, let's get the Bounty bars put in the tins again." Denise Van Outen has been dating back to front again. There's a surprise. She wooed Jimmy Barber with dates in her kitchen wearing comfy clothes before the pair started getting dressed up and going out, which is pretty much the opposite of most new relationships. So, of course, she's had to... These people talk about it. It won't last. They all, you start flogging your dreary relationships. Ghastly. Susan says, how sad that Leslie Phillips has died. Another legend gone. Yeah. Oh, the other toys. Oh, sorry, I forgot about the other toys. Too busy looking at Cleopatra's entrance, deciding whether or not I want to go there. Variations include a Barbie Cutie reveal doll, and Lego Star Wars. Chief Paul Reeder said it was mindful of people's budgets. Most picks under £35. So Lego Star Wars is sort of at the bottom of the list. They've also got things like Little Live Pets Mama Surprise, Magic Mixes, Paw Patrol, Magic Castle, Pokemon, Paw Patrol again, and Pokemon Elite Trainer Box. Barbie Cutie Doll is at number 12, which is nice. So Little Pets Live. Did you see one? I saw one the other day on the television, and it makes ice cream. And what you have to do is you have to get ice cubes, and you put them into this little bit of plastic, and you put this powder in, and you turn the handle, and the ice turns this stuff into... Now, we've seen this on the Indian ice cream people in the markets. It's an ice cream maker, but this is for kiddies. And then you scrape off the ice cream off this roller, which is sort of freezing because you put ice cubes in it. I mean, I suppose it looks quite good, but how often are you going to use it? There you go, Chili Factor ice cream maker. And that's it's 15 quid. It'd be cheaper to go and buy the ice cream, wouldn't it? But I mean, I love the way they make it look overflowing. How long does that take to make? It does look like potato mash. It really does. But the chill factor, it'll be working on ice cubes, because you're not going to be allowing kids to plug something into the mains, are you? Let's face it. But £15 that is, so there's not much to it. And presumably you can buy extra. But look at that huge bowl of ice cream she's holding, as if you could make something that big. She is very tiny. She's almost minuscule, ladies and gentlemen. Almost. Look, she's vanished. There you go, she's vanished. It's almost like that Bird's trifle they used to sell. And they showed but when you made it, it just barely fitted a soup bowl. It was as bad as that. Cheaper to buy, all of these things. If you're making them, it's like you can go into Robert Dyas and buy all sorts of things. The popcorn maker. And there's something that used to do candy floss. All of these. But it just takes forever and a day. Just takes forever and a day. The Walford original, he's in all the papers and he gets loads of coverage. That's Arthur Fowler, Bill Treacher, dying at 92. He'd been ill for a while. He said they threw us straight into it. Our feet didn't touch the ground. They didn't have the time. So what? I don't think he did much else actually. He then retired and then probably just carried. He was quite not necessarily a private person. He just carried on doing what he was doing before. Like Peter Dean, Pete Dean. I wish they put him back in the thing, but they couldn't because he was killed off, apparently. I don't see why they couldn't have something like... I had apricots yesterday. I haven't had apricots for ages. They were from South Africa. And I ate all of them, and I finished the other 3 this morning. They were really nice, actually. They've got on their own. What do you mean on their own? Well, it was just me and the apricots together. I don't know, what do you think? And invited people round for the apricot unveiling. No, I just had them by themselves. What do you think? Chips, gravy, cream on apricots? No, you just eat them raw. You eat them they're little like an apple. They've got a stone in the middle, so you've got to be a little bit careful. And I don't know if they're good for me or not, but they looked all right. And so I bought them and ate them over sort of, a couple of sessions, but they were very nice. They said ripened, ready to eat. I thought, that's me straight away. So I bought the things and ate them. I haven't had them before. I've had apricots in juice and stuff like that, but that's always a bit of a pain, isn't it, really? Save Our Squad with David Beckham. He's coming home. Beckham is back. Oh, boring man. Really, I'm not interested in David Beckham, I'm afraid. Give that 10 million back. Really. He won't. Somebody's got to prop up the wife's business, I suppose. So, as Elizabeth Debicki dazzles at the premiere, a very personal verdict on The Crown by Richard Kay. He says, closing my eyes, it was as if my friend Diana was speaking. You can say anything you like about Diana now. She's not here anymore. And they had the Crown premiere, and they all turned up. Different people, who were playing different parts. I noticed that Imelda Staunton was there, and... also Teddy Hawley and Timothy Sambor. Timothy, spelt, wait for this one, Timothee. Is that the French spelling? Just made that bit up, haven't you? But they were all there, all looking very sort of glam. Dominic West with his children, Dora Frances, Senan and Christabel. They're a glam-looking family. And his wife, Catherine Fitzgerald, a very glamorous family, actually. Dominic West. Lovely. Very nice. Very nice. Taking the glamorous family. It's an opportunity for the kids to dress up, which they like. Hancock's warning. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'll give you a warning. Get out. Get out. Go back to your boring existence. You're not a personality. You're not interesting. He said the viewers will see me in the jungle, warts and all. No, we've seen you that already, love. We've seen you with warts and all. I love the way they sort of go, oh, you'll see me warts and all. You'll see the real me. We've seen the real you. We still don't like you. It's as simple as that. So 2 cups of tea a day can help your heart. So if you get trendy superfoods, you say, well, I don't believe the superfood stories anyway. They go, oh, have you tried Guja berries and all this kind of... No, I haven't. No. I've had a tin of baked beans once, but that was about it. But apparently the guidelines show the simplest way to achieve the recommended dosage per day is to have 2 cups of... it's black tea. Oh, that old boring one again. It's boring. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. It's like green tea. I had heart surgery years ago, and my surgeon said you should drink green tea. I tried it. It was horrible. What's the point of drinking something you don't like the taste of? And I didn't like the taste of it. The most dangerous year on our roads, 2021. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. And apparently Cleopatra died. Do you remember how she died? Yeah, she clasped a venomous snake to her breast and letting it bite her is one of the best-known legends of antiquity. But where she's buried has become a bit... It's funny that she sort of craved attention and all the rest of it. And so she sort of... And then they sort of laid her out on this catafalque thing. And she lay there and they sort of broke in. But it was too late. By that time she had died. I think they were going to kill her anyway. I think she was sort of up for it, as they say. But it'll be quite interesting to find out whether or not this tunnel, 43 feet beneath the ancient temple of Magna, or the great tomb of Osiris, it would be lovely if they actually found something. I mean, the tunnel, as I say, is 4,300 feet long, 6 foot high, and it's a geometric miracle. But everything they built in those days, why didn't they just investigate further? Don't show us a picture of the tunnel. Show us the very end of the tunnel. Show us a tomb. Show us, a bundle of bones in a box or something, and a tiara, or, things like that, or the asp that bit her. Can't be much of her left, can there, by now? If anything at all, I should imagine. Lecturers are striking over pay. I'll tell you about that one in a moment.
Steve Allen on LBC.
It's over 60 for Iceland. They do it every Tuesday. And I've been getting it for ages now. I love it. I think it's fantastic. Helen's going to try it as well, which is very good. John in Horsham says, on a freezing cold Sunday afternoon in midwinter, I love nothing better than to get cosy and watch classic British black and white movies starring the likes of Leslie Phillips, Terry Thomas, Kenneth Williams and James Robinson Justice. The list is endless. Such a wealth of talent that could never be matched by the mediocre talent of today. Phillips and Thomas remain unmatched at playing the perfect cads, and I start to smile as soon as I watch them. So John says, R.I.P. Mr. Phillips. Yeah, you won't find his like again. You really won't. I searched for your rabbit phone, Steve. It's the same as the phone I found they sell for 42 quid, says Liam. I thought it'd be worth more, but unfortunately not. That's all right. The trouble is I wouldn't sell it. I wouldn't sell it, or them. But I've kept all of my phones. I've got all of my Apple phones. Because what I do is I buy them outright. I don't want anything on a contract, thank you very much indeed. And so I buy them, which is good. We had, says Nicole, Papa, a Mr. Frosty ice crusher for my kids when they were little. The ice was so hard, to crush it, we were hitting it with a hammer in the end. Yeah, you put it in there and turned the thing, and then you put colouring over the top of it, didn't you, on the ice? It was just basically ice shavings, which is okay. Talking of Cleopatra, the lovely Amanda Barry, still with us? Yes, Amanda Barry is still with us. 87 now. He said, I asked because the Mail reported yesterday that from my beloved Carry-Ons, Jim Dale is the only remaining actor, but Amanda started and was stunning in both Cabby and Cleo. Oh, she was great. Great. Safe journey home, and as ever, you're on sparkling form, says Mary. Oh, sparkling makes me sound. She was very good in Corrie, of course, because she married Mike Baldwin, who's also not with us anymore. But no, she's very much here. And in Cabby, one of my favourite Carry-On films, it was very good. And Cleo as well. I didn't like Cleo as much. I don't know why. Just personal taste, isn't it? If you like sort of films like that. But in Carry-On Cabby, that was Sid James and Hattie Jakes. He was very successful as a cab company owner, but she decided, unbeknownst to him, because she was bored sitting at home, so she set up Glam Cabs, which was a women's service, and the women would sort of, be wearing short skirts and all the rest of it. And of course, they got all the business in the cabs, and he was fuming until eventually he found out it was her, and he went even more mad. But had Jim Dale in that. He was very, very good. So students face misery this month. Oh, dear. Surely not. I'm not sure I can cope with that. After lecturers announced their biggest ever strike over pay conditions and pensions. I'm sure students will be crying into their beers over that one. Oh, what? No more lectures? Apparently not. The 3-day walkout, beginning on November 24th, will impact up to 2.5 million students across 153 universities. Lectures are likely to be cancelled. Facilities, including libraries, may close as academic and support staff walk out. Follows walkouts in 2018, 2019, 2021 and February this year. Raj Jethwa of the Universities and College Employees Association said any threats of industrial action will do nothing to support students, staff or the many HE institutions working hard to avoid redundancies. A Universities UK spokesman said universities are prepared and will put in place measures to protect students' education. Seems a bit mean, doesn't it, really? Poor old students. As I say, I'm sure that it's like whenever they used to say to us, it's a case of the school is closed today because of weather or something like that. We go, hooray! Couldn't think of anything nicer. As a lover of box sets, do they do the whole lot of carry-ons? Yep, all the carry-ons. Very cheap. Very, very cheap, the carry-ons. I think you'll find they're less than 30 quid, the box set of carry-ons. That includes everything, including those dreadful compilations, Carry On Christmas, which were so dreadful, but all the Carry On films in one box set. It's about, I'm sure, can you find out? I'm sure it's about 30 quid on Amazon, something like that. In fact, it is £27.99, and that's the complete collection over 43 hours. That'll sort you out, wouldn't it? Goodness me, 43 hours. Yeah, whole weekend. And it's got everything in there. Well worth getting. I bought it for people as presents before now. Young Karen from Merthyr Tydfil says, I can go to Iceland on December the 5th. I turn 60. Off to Vienna Monday for Andre Rio. Oh, how fabulous. How fabulous. Well, to go back to Vienna anyway at this time of year, the Christmas markets are open. And you can go there. And our one's open here. It's only a little Christmas market. I'm hoping they do toffee apples, but I don't think there's enough profit in a toffee apple. This is you've got to sell a lot of toffee apples. But they do mac and cheese. Do they? What, over there in the market? Mac and cheese? How bizarre. Very odd thing. It's like whenever you go to the stalls and they do crepes and things like that, and then they squirt on some Nutella or something. Oh, you like those, do you? Honestly, no taste at all. Not a crepe. I like it when we go to the market. I've already had breakfast though, and they've got one of those big cooking pots. It's huge, with big flames underneath it, and they're cooking sausages with onions and bits, and that looks quite nice too. But yes, so off to Vienna on Monday. It's a very short flight, isn't it? Very short flight before you take off to Schwekat. And you'll get there, and then if I was you, I'd take the bus into town. It either goes to Südbahnhof or Westbahnhof. Look at me being the expert on Vienna. And it's cheaper than taking taxis. But all their taxis over there are Mercedes. It's one of those sort of places. Over here, we don't get things like that. But over there, they're all like that. You'll love it. I love Vienna. One of my favourite places. Definitely. It's very good. Another one here. Jim Dale wasn't in Carry On Cabby. Yes, he was. Of course he was, Peter. Fancy not knowing that. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. And he says, oh, yes, sorry, yes, he was. Of course he was. He was the one who was the expectant father. Write out 500 times. I should not try and correct Steve Allen when I am wrong myself. He was well known for it because he popped up twice as the father, and they had to sort of divert the cab, and it was a bit of a pain. So, yes, he was in it. I know, because I also interviewed him about it some years ago. Right, what else we got? So, Sarah Vine, in her column today, she says, why are GPs still using COVID as an excuse not to see patients? See, I never have any trouble seeing GPs. I really don't. I just go in there and cry. That always works. And I've absolutely no idea who Olivia Attwood is. No, not many people do, apart from her agent. But she seems to have played a blinder with her shock exit from I'm a Celeb. Barely a trial to her name, and she still walks away with 125 grand. Yeah, but I mean, listen, it's not a career. She's 31. 31, it's not really a career, is it? And she says, my son's phone broke. I pay £7.50 a month to insure it. I call O2. After 20 minutes on hold, a man answers. He tells me I have to log my claim on the app. I log into it, but making the claim there proves impossible. After more failed attempts and mounting fury, I take the damn thing round to lovely Raj around the corner, pay him 120 quid to fix the screen. And that's the modern sodding world, she says in a nutshell. You can't get through to people. It is impossible now. It is absolutely impossible. You phone somebody up and they go, you are held in a queue. You are caller 36. And then you sort of think, oh, can I really be bothered? And then you think, how long are these phone calls these people are making? It drives you mad. It really does. It's really very, they're always busier. It's, I sort of have to phone up every day to change the time of my cab because I decide to come in at different times. And every day it becomes, more of a trial. Yesterday I had a girl who said, I've only been here a week, I don't know how the system operates. And I thought, they should have trained you. If you're going to be answering... Morning, everybody. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to November the 10th. Welcome to the day before Friday, which is the day before... it's the weekend. And welcome to today, your tube strike. Only in the London area they've decided to penalise us. Because to be honest with you, we obviously have the most tube lines and most tube trains than anybody else. Hardly worth doing it in Skegness, is it? Let's face it. So we've got that to look forward to today. So the buses will be heaving. The buses will be heaving. And the strike has started already, hasn't it? I believe there's And then the problem is that tomorrow the trains will all be in the wrong place because they can't work it out. I don't know why they don't want to sort of, put themselves out a bit and make sure the trains are going to be in the right places, because it's taken them 3 days at Waterloo to try and get it into some sort of order. Bit of a pain either way, but, people complain and people do all sorts of bits and pieces and people protest and reporters get themselves arrested for 5 hours. How incompetent are the police? I mean, that was just ridiculous. Our reporter, because you heard this all day yesterday, and I was apoplectic. Charlotte Lynch, our reporter. Reporters go out and cover everything. That's the whole idea. You have to go down there and you have to cover something. And you have to go down in the wind and the rain and the lightning and the thunderstorms and the flooding to cover it. They do it for the television. You see them when they're out there. Don't forget, it's not just the reporter you're seeing. It's the cameraman. There'll be a sound person and light. So our reporter, Charlotte Lynch, goes down and she's got a press card. She is an accredited NUJ journalist. She's got a card. It's got Global on the card. It's got her picture on the card. And the police arrest her. Why? I have no idea, unless it was a particularly overexcitable police officer, because they have to have reason to arrest somebody. She showed her press card. She showed and told this particular person exactly what she was doing, which is what press do all the time. She was handcuffed, if you please. Now, as far as I'm concerned, unless you're charging somebody, you are not allowed to handcuff them unless they become unruly. And believe you me, she's not unruly. And so she gets taken to the police station. I mean, how thick are they, for God's sake? I mean, really? All they had to do, if it's not beyond their diktat, is to pick up the phone and call Global. Do you have a reporter called Charlotte? Yes. Oh, right. OK. I mean, they asked her the dumbest questions. How did you get here? I wanted her to say flew on a broomstick. What do you bloody reckon? And then how did you hear about this? Hello? Have you heard of the internet? I mean, they'd even dropped hints on the internet. The police, of course, a bit thick on this one, I'm afraid, out there. And they don't know what to do. They can't do anything at all because they just don't know what to do. So they arrest an innocent journalist who is doing their job and reporting on it. And they take her back to a cell, not even just to be interviewed in a room, into a cell and leave her there for 5 hours. You can imagine, can't you? If she'd been diabetic, she could have gone into a diabetic coma during that period of time. And then what would you be looking at? Something very serious. I think head's going to have to roll. There's going to have to be a public apology for the incompetence of the police. Total incompetence. There's people strapped to gantries. She's doing her reports. And they arrest her and keep her 5 hours. 5 hours. I'd be spitting blood. How incompetent is that police force? And they go, oh, well, we had to verify who she said she was. And that took you 5 hours? You're looking around for somebody who had a shilling for the telephone or something? God in heaven. What is the point? What is the point? I'd love to know the name of the police officer who arrested her. It'll be on the charge form, I should imagine. Even though they released her, his name will be on there. Hopefully somebody... But I can't believe that the police go, how did you hear about this? Hello, have you read the news recently, sweet cheeks? Really, it's so infuriating that the police have been so incompetent. And then, to make it even worse, Suella Braverman, she's the intelligent one, the one who's going to stop the migrant boats coming over. She then goes to a police conference and never even mentions the fact that a journalist has been arrested, handcuffed for 5 hours. What a useless person she is. About as useless as Matt Hancock in The Jungle. What a vile person. Horrible, horrible, horrible person. Everybody's saying, what are you doing here? Mike Tyndall became vocal, a bit surprising there. He didn't like him either. Boy George threatened to quit. You know, what's he doing there? Oh, he's flogging a book on dyslexia. What a load of cobblers. What a load of cobblers. He might have a book on dyslexia out, but you don't need to take £400,000. I hope he gives it all to the Dyslexia Society and Foundation. That'd be lovely to think. Wouldn't that be lovely? But of course it won't happen because he's tight. The Boomtown Rats guitarist, who's died at the age of 72... I don't know who any of them are. I just know one of them used to wear pyjamas. Bob Geldof, yeah, he was the lead singer. They brought out so many albums, their greatest hits. They didn't have that many greatest hits. Yeah, I Don't Like Mondays and Rat Trap, and that was about it. But it was always very interesting. But he was 72. You can't believe these people are these ages, can you? What else we got? The Royal Palace trespasser spared jail. He's broken in quite a number of times. And he's obviously a bit of a simpleton. And they've gone, oh, no, it doesn't matter. He just likes going in the grounds. And you think, I'm sorry, is this the same incompetent police force that when the Queen had an intruder called Michael Fagan in her bedroom, she's pushing the alarm button and the police did nothing, not a peep. They just looked at it and went, oh, it's probably a fault. Really? Why didn't you investigate? I lost track of it. In fact, it was only the fact that a maid turned up in the room and said, good God, ma'am, what's he doing here? That it was all sort of sorted out. The police were totally useless. Totally useless. I mean, you know, she was at Windsor on these occasions. She was in the bedroom. No, this guy. Oh, this guy, yes. She was at Windsor. Oh, who was at Windsor? The Queen? Oh, right, yeah. But when Michael Fagan was in the bedroom, she was in bed. I wonder if she had curlers in. I always like to think that maybe she had curlers in. But at the same time, more incompetence from the police. It's either that or they're bent and corrupt. And it seems to be running like an epidemic. We had one the other day. In fact, we seem to get them on a daily basis. One who has been fired from the... Imagine being fired from the police because he came on to a young police officer and started inappropriate touching. And you think, whoa. Then there was the other one, broke into the safe in the police station, took 1,500 quid to pay his debts. He got fired from the police force. Then we've had one who's committed murder. In fact, we've had a few who've committed murder, haven't we, in the past? And you think to yourself, what's going on in the police force? And then they arrest an innocent journalist who's doing her job. Really. It's scandalous. I mean, the chief constable down there should find out exactly who this is, why she was kept for 5 hours, why nobody had half a brain cell to phone either us or the NUJ and find out whether or not she was who she said she was. Which she was. But they didn't bother. They decided to leave her there to rot for 5 hours. I see a court case. I see compensation. I see big compensation on this one. How dare they? How dare they do something like that? And then they expect the public's help. And all they do is just go, woo, 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 and then drive the cars up and down the road and then just stand there looking a bit desperate. Very embarrassing. Peter Kay calling the reaction to his first live tour for 12 years unbelievable. Yeah, I'm fairly nonplussed about the whole thing as well. John Lewis have a heartwarming Christmas ad, which must have cost the best part of a few million, which is interesting because Top Gear's Freddie and Paddy have had to defend racing £3 million supercars during the cost of living crisis. And here's John Lewis spending, I wouldn't even like to imagine how much they're spending without thinking about it. And then we had that really peculiar person I was listening to, talking to Darren earlier on, who apparently was in Scotland somewhere talking about food banks. What planet was he on, for God's sake? I hope to God they don't let him vote. I've never heard of anybody so ignorant and so just basically coming up with garbage. It was just rubbish. Oh, bad news. Louise Redknapp signed a new record deal. Doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean she's going to have hit after hit and play stadiums, because that's finished. It's like, really, it's finished for Matt Goss. And it finishes for loads of people. Although Rachel Stevens is going to play at Mighty Hoopla. Who? Rachel Stevens is going to be playing at Mighty Hoopla. I am none the wiser, I'm afraid, on that one. Oh, she's S Club, is she? Oh, right. Oh, yes. And then somebody goes to the Royal Opera House and boos a 12-year-old singer. Somebody actually goes to the Royal Opera House. Anyway, they were evicted and they won't be going back there again. What sort of person does that? You pay for a seat at the Royal Opera House, some oaf, a yobbo, and boos a 12-year-old singer. Luckily, the audience got behind the boy immediately. He goes off stage. He's like, what's going on? What's going on? And all he hears is this clapping and cheering and whooping and everything else. And he does very well. But the heckler has been banned from life. What a stupid person. For life. From... Well, yeah, he can go wherever he wants. The audience members shushed the heckler who left soon after. What a thick person. How embarrassing. To be that stupid that you bought a ticket. You know, the 12-year-old boy was singing sweetly when the man in the audience yelled rubbish and booed him. What a peasant. What a peasant. My godfathers, honestly. But they don't do anything now, do they? They just go, oh, we won't let him back in the Royal Opera House again. Yeah, well, that's what you say now. Georgie Toffolo says she's embarrassed to see Matt Hancock in the jungle. Everybody is. But apparently his girlfriend, the one he ditched the wife for, is being kept up to date with his movements. Nice to know how many times somebody goes to the toilet, isn't it, really? But I'm sure she'll be thrilled with that. And he's had the first Bush Tucker trial with that really unfunny comedian, Sean, whatever his face is. And then I watched a very nice little programme. It was a little bit too twee for me, but I did like it anyway. Matt Baker and his family on the farm. And they do the farm at Christmas. And so they lit a tree and they gave pictures to each other. And they said, and this is my mum's, what did he call it? My mum's award-winning something, buffet or something, or like a midnight buffet. And I remember thinking, it just looked like anybody else's old tat on the table. They were making a big deal about his mother and this her infamous buffet, and it just looked like everything else. It didn't look anything special to me. And they showed you clips of the babies being born on the farm. It's all very nice to get free publicity. And Matt's doing his thing because he's very busy at the moment. He's done dancing. He doesn't do the one show, does he, anymore? They've left that to other people who still can't do it properly. He's still on Country File, and he's doing pantomime in Richmond this year. So that'll be nice, won't it? I'm sure he seems to sort of fit in. He's just a little bit too. Oh, it's great. We're all family together, and because we're farmers. It's a little bit twee. We've got candles, and here's a present, and this is the wool that we took from the sheep, and we've had it made into a pair of bloody gloves. We've got this, and then and this is what it's all about. He goes, it's about family, and coming together at this time of year. I thought, well, I don't know when this was bloody well filmed, but we haven't had Christmas yet. And they were handing out presents and all the rest of it. And he said, oh, let's go and sit out in the yard, freezing bloody cold. And they go and sit in the yard. And he says, oh, does any chestnuts? That's what Christmas means to me. I thought, yeah. Yeah, I've moved the family to Yorkshire. I love it. I love it. Look at the time, 4:15 already and still no arrests. Oh, well, we live in hope. I'm sure there'll be somebody climbing up a balustrade at the moment or doing something. Perhaps I'll walk out in the square and shout out, please, and just see what happens, And they'll all be clutching their bags from McDonald's because that's what they do round here. They just go to McDonald's and you look at the size of some of them and you think, are you sure? Yeah, do they? Really? Round here? When was the last time you saw them? One of our poor boys had 2 fireworks let off next door to him, right next to him, in the square. And we go, oh, we've got a good police force. Have we really? I'd like to see some of them.
Steve Allen on LBC.
It certainly is. It's Thursday, November the 10th. You are very welcome. It's nice to have your company this morning. Miserable, wet, horrible. That was just if you're climbing gantries. Enough about me, of course, as always. Shane says, currently in Mexico listening, Shane and Vincent. From Nottingham, Richard Spur's friends. Do you know we had no idea he had any friends? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We thought it was in the singular. Jack in Weston-super-Mare, usually Hull, says off to visit the Sea Monster. This is the decommissioned oil rig, which they've got in Weston-super-Mare on the seafront. He said also still shocked at the action of Hertfordshire Police. Apparently they've ordered an inquiry. And without wishing to be very rude to them, I should bloody well think so. 5 hours. There'll be more with Nick later. We're not letting it go. Locking a girl up who's holding I can understand if she goes, I'm a journalist, and they go, have you got any proof? No, I haven't got anything at all. She showed them the card. She told them who she worked for. One phone call. She didn't resist arrest, and yet they handcuffed her. and 5 hours she was kept in a police cell. That's the police force that we're stuck with down that neck of the woods. I'm so glad I'm not down there. But anyway, shocked to see it, says Jack. Send support to Charlotte. Everybody is. It's in all the papers today. The papers are up in arms over it. I want to know who the bloke is who came to that stupid decision in his little tiny pea-brain mind to actually take her to a police station when they could have made a phone call. Perhaps they're not allowed their own phones until they've grown up. Ridiculous, isn't it? Anne says, hope you don't mind, I've taken you to Devon for my birthday, which is today. Having a lovely week so far. Spent a very enjoyable day in Dartmouth. After the terrible wind and downpours of the last couple of days, the sun was shining. Off to Salcombe today. Oh, Salcombe I like. I've never been, but I know all about Salcombe. Seaside, isn't it? I was talking to my neighbour Lindy the other day, and she said, oh, it's lovely and sunny today. I said, yeah, but it's blooming freezing. Absolutely freezing. Salcombe's gorgeous. It really is. Yeah, in this country. The Visitor's Guide to Salcombe. I mean, it's what they call a good seaside resort. It's a good place to go to. You know, if you had a property that was right on... I'd want the biggest bloody property on the front of the sea. And I'd like to... I mean, it's pretty, isn't it? It is very, very pretty. Very pretty. It's picture postcard or box of chocolates. Pretty. I could happily live there. Imagine looking at that every morning. You wake up, you throw open your doors, fall straight into the drink, you know, and then you sort of go, oh, I could live there. And they've got... I'd like to have the Ferry Inn, which looks quite nice, and it's a pub, and you overlook the water. For some reason, we're strangely attracted to evil-smelling waters, and we go and sit there and look at... We do it in this country, only down in Isleworth, old Isleworth, they've got the London Apprentice down there, which is great when the river's up. Because it's tidal, most of the time you're looking at mud. Sorry, what's the matter? London Apprentice. It's a pub. What do you think it is? Oh, Struth, honestly, you're as bad as that poor bloke out of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Oh, yeah, she's from A Place in the Sun. Oh, which one? It's a programme, thicko. My God, honestly, they get worse and worse. But they're all saying about Charlene White, who's doing the cooking, but Boy George was complaining about it the other day, saying she's very bossy. She doesn't like anybody sort of taking over. She sees herself, I think, as Mama Cook, and she seems to be quite good at it, but it's a shared programme. OK, I'd mention that. Just mentioned it. Paula of Stoke Poges says, I have just watched the complete 5th season of The Crown. It's brilliant, gripping, but a complete load of shoemakers as far as the truth is concerned. Yeah, there was one of them the other day. They had Diana sitting there by herself, but she wasn't. Richard Kay said, no, all the family were there, the boys were there, because they kept saying, who's Camilla? And Diana said, ask Papa. You know, he knows. I don't know, not the Taj Mahal one, no. No, the Taj Mahal one, she was sitting by herself. This is where they're watching television at home. And up comes the name Camilla. Oh, the Taj Mahal one was very good. But of course, they always said, all those haters of Diana were saying, oh, she does that. She was, you know, she used to manipulate the press and all the rest of it. And you think, listen, there were 3 in her wedding. She was very media savvy. Of course she was. She had to be. The press, how you imagine, you know, you open your curtains in the morning and there's a barrage of photographers. You walk to your car, you've got your head down, the papers are going, put your head up, Diana, put your head up. And this goes on all the time. She goes to a restaurant, she walks outside the restaurant, there they all are again. You can imagine, it must be absolutely terrible. But I understand where you're coming from, Paula. Steve, listening back to Nick's programme from yesterday, it's clear how protective he is of his reporters. So good to see a giant seeking to defend those lower down in an organisation. But the trouble is we are all exactly the same on LBC. No, there's no hierarchy. If somebody's on your programme, then they're on your programme. I'm not saying they're your best buddy and you have to take them out and, you know, sort of wine and dine them all the time, but you're working as a team, and that's the way it works better. Selfridge's Christmas windows, worst I've ever seen, says Peter. This is the man who, remember from the other day, didn't know a cast member from Carry On Cabby. I will say no more about it, because he then had to send the correction in. Steve, isn't I'm a Celebrity such a trashy programme? Add to that all the other reality TV programmes they churn out, says Stella. Yes, it is, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, to be honest with you, it's cheap television, in so much as it's a set, they're on there, they're not by themselves all the time. It does well in the ratings. because what they're doing is they're trying to get an audience. It doesn't matter whether it's a Strictly Come Dancing, the Dancing on Ice programme with nobody who's a celebrity. You've never seen such a bunch of deadbeats in your life. I mean, it's a bit much, isn't it? When for the poor Strictly Come Dancing, they have to find a pop star from about 30 years ago who's never hit those dizzy heights since. It's almost like, going to the cemetery and digging people up to fight Frank Bruno. That was the problem. They'd say, oh, Frank's done this and that. And you go, well, the only time he was ever put up against somebody in Vegas and they made a big deal about it and the tickets were this much, he got knocked out in a matter of seconds. It was a total waste of time. But it doesn't matter. Steve, says Jane, absolutely on fire this morning. You were so right to be outraged about Charlotte being detained. The press need to have freedom to report, otherwise we're like Russia. Yes. Have you noticed that Putin started recalling some of the troops? Not looking promising. I suppose get them back before he dies. That's what they've got to do, haven't they, really? Because they keep telling us how ill he is. Brian says, just wanted to thank you for keeping me from going mad when I'm awake. I've just had a total knee replacement. What have they replaced it with? Not that same old cooker or fridge freezer again. It's ridiculous. And most of the night the pain keeps me awake, so I can't wait till 4 to listen to you cheering me up. I wish it was so cheery, but it's definitely not. Not all the time. We do try and compensate for people who wake up. They might have had a bereavement. They might be ill. They might be hungry. They might, not be feeling 100%. They might be feeling a bit down, a little bit depressed about something. And it could be anything. People who suffer from depression, it can be anything. It's not necessarily, I don't have enough money, or I don't have this, or I don't have that. It's a case of, I just don't feel myself. I just don't feel as I want to do anything. I haven't got the energy to get up. I was like it. I told you years ago when I came to London and I didn't have any work. And the girls I was sharing a flat with said, you need to go out and look for a job. And I go, yeah, they'd all go off to Arts Educational. And I just went back to bed again. Very hard to motivate yourself when you haven't got anything, to go on. And I didn't have friends in London. I had nobody in London at all. I don't know. It was just one of those sort of, it was just one of those sort of things. Bright lights of London. They would say, if you can survive in London, you can actually do very well for yourself. But London can be the loneliest place. Like anywhere. You can be on a funfair ride and be lonely. You can go into a pub surrounded by hundreds of people. You'd still be lonely. I don't know why I picked London, actually. I just thought London was the place to go to. I used to come up on the train from Berkshire and I'd have enough money with £1 to get 10 cigarettes and a return train ticket. And I'd just come to London, wander about Paddington. I hadn't really ventured further than Paddington. But Paddington I sort of ended up in and sort of knew all the roads and all the little bits and pieces. And I quite liked it. It was sort of interesting. And then I get the train later. I met the dancers when I was working in Richmond at the Castle, which is still there. It's now owned by another I think it might be Google or something like that. But it was a big place, the Castle. Have you put up pictures of the Castle in Richmond? Huge, absolutely huge. It had two discotheques, one called Brolly's and the Castle Richmond. There you go. The Castle Ballroom. It's what? Vodka Revs, yes. I think also it's something else, but it was huge. It's right on the river. And it used to be, years ago, a coaching inn into London. And they used to do it for filming and everything else. And it's still there, owned by, as I say, one company's got, I think Scott's might be there. I think Scott's might be there as well, because they've just moved in. But I thought it was huge. A huge discotheque. And when you look at the Castle assembly rooms, what it used to be, and then before that the coaching inn, then they put a walkway in and everything else. Quite interesting. I haven't seen these pictures before, so they're very nice. Very pleased. The Castle Hotel it was. And people would stay there on their journeys into London. And then on a Friday and Saturday night, you would have both discotheques opened up and you could walk between the two. So you paid the one admission and you could either be in Cheeky Pete's with me or Brolly's with somebody else. So if they were playing a better record, I'd lose my lot. They'd all wander off and you'd be talking to yourself. Very frustrating. It was very competitive. But with all the DJs, there was a coterie of DJs, people like Freddie Jansen and people like that. They were sort of part of the Good Shoes team, and they worked there and they worked other places as well. But there was sort of Freddie Jansen and his crew, and then there was Dale and me.
Right now, businesses are facing tough choices. Do you cut costs or drive growth? Solve for today or build for tomorrow? Do you satisfy your shareholders or satisfy your customers? Yes. You don't have to choose with the intelligent platform for digital business from ServiceNow. You can say yes to unifying your existing systems and yes to accelerating growth. Visit servicenow.co.uk to see how we can help you put yes to work. The world works with ServiceNow.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. We're just sort of examining the detailed planning of the building and how it all worked. Because when we first came into this building, I remember, it's all those years ago, they gave us a booklet to tell you how to find your way around. Because, did you never get the book? I didn't know where I was going. You sort of walk onto a floor and you go, I think I'm on the wrong floor. And because there's 2 lifts, have you ever been to the 5th floor? Once. You open the door and there's 250 salesmen and women. I've never seen anything like it. And they've got all these different areas, north, south, west, something else, I don't know, Guatemala. And all these people up there. So I quite like wandering around. And there's 2 kitchens on every floor. And I still couldn't find a mug this morning. I had to hunt around. And I've ended up with one of these mugs that is black. Then you pour hot water into it and the picture appears. And this is quite a valuable one because it's a Choice FM mug. That ain't going back in the kitchen, let me tell you. I started collecting mugs in this building. I had quite a little collection. Yeah, from every station. I know I shouldn't really have done that, but I thought no, because when I moved in here, I had some mugs left over from when I did a tour, and it was Steve Allen the Bitch's back mugs. And I brought in thinking naively, if I put them in the kitchen, they would remain there. Well, they went within the day. They vanished completely, and that was from 2017. So obviously somebody decided we'll have some of those. And then when we were having a clear out in another building, I had 6 boxes of LBC mugs, red, black, green, blue. And the boss was throwing them out. I took them home. I started all 6 boxes. Yeah. In fact, I found one of the boxes the other day. I've got a box left of old LBC mugs. It's amazing what you discover. It's amazing. I mean, I've discovered all these things and posters of all the LBC advertising campaigns over the years, and I've got them framed. So I now can't move because I've got all these blooming frames of LBC pictures. Amazing. One that was taken, they took a shot every hour of a 24-hour period, and it's a kaleidoscope showing London in 24 hours. And that was, 24 hours would give you the world, which was how it works. Because I used to do a programme called LBC Reports Midnight. Difficult to believe, I realise, but there you go. I'm light-ent, as anybody will tell you. And I had to do this news programme, and I had 2 producers, and we had a reporter. And you would, for people going to bed, before they discovered the delights of overnight broadcasting and the fact the audience was huge, we would do this Reports Midnight, so you could listen to it and you would hear everything that had gone on that day. And then I would sort of, pause, read the news, and then go into Night Extra. Or Weekend Night Extra, which actually was just a rehash of the day. Because on the stack in the newsroom, all these tapes with copies in there of the script. Earlier on today, a panda was born at London Zoo. This report from Rodney Matterjack. And Rodney Matterjack would then prattle on for a few minutes. It's like doing pre-recs now, only ours were on tape. So we go in with a huge stack of tapes. Same. It's amazing how it works, actually. And it was a very good idea because the trick to it is making people believe it's live. That was the thing. I used to do a thing on LBC years ago. I could give time checks. When I used to pre-record things, we would do it in real time. And you can get, so people go, of course it's not recorded. I go, and so I used to cheat and go, let's do that bit again. Coming to you in 3, 2, 1. Earlier on today in London Zoo, a panda, and you do that. I just used to enjoy it, but we never did phone in. Until one morning we thought we'd open up the phone lines and we were absolutely horrified. It wasn't Christmas, no. No. Oh, well, I am doing Christmas this year, but I'm not, no, probably not. No, I'm light-end. And I don't want anything to hold it up. Because anybody will tell you, if you don't do phone in, and I traditionally don't do phone in now, I can do it. But I choose not to. It holds up my programme, because I know where I'm heading with it. I don't, actually. That's a lie. I'm light-end. I have no idea what's going on at all. I just pick up the newspapers. I always maintain you could take one newspaper, and I'd probably take the Times, and you could fill a 4-hour programme easy just by reading the newspaper, because that's all people want. And I did that on my sports show. I know. Nobody ever believed me. Although, actually, seriously, at school, I was very sporty. All the boys said. And I remember thinking to myself at the time, I was quite an athlete. I wasn't very good at rugby or cricket or football. Hurdles I was very good at. I could get my legs wider than any other boy in my class. Seriously, I represented Berkshire in the hurdles. Yes, I've got medals and cups. I know you look at me now, a slim, svelte, almost Amazonian type person. But no, I was very I didn't mind. I did high jump, long jump, anything like that. But swimming kind of defeated me because I can't swim on my stomach. I could only swim on my back. So they used to put me in the relay race, so I'd be waiting there, like lying on your back in the water, for somebody to touch the back of your shoulder, and then off you'd pootle, thrashing away in the pool, which I didn't like very much at all. But it was school, wasn't it? I don't know. I was trying to think the other day, actually, people were talking about school and what was it like, and I said, well, mine was very good. I know that because my mother said it was approved, and I remember thinking, that'll be quite nice. And so I went there, but I hated it. It was so boring. It was so tedious and dull. I used to spend all of my time looking out the window. And my brother found all my school reports. My mother saved all of my school reports. A rather sadistic woman, I thought. But anyway, and every single one of them said exactly the same. Stephen has a propensity to daydream, looking out the window. I mean, if there was something going on out on the lawn or something like that. What's the matter now? Your parents? Really? Isn't it interesting when you look back on them? Mine are from what... I got talk too much and daydream. I daydream, yes. But also I was very good at reading, which actually kind of set me in good stead, because if ever there was sort of a reading thing, most of the kids hated it in my school. And they go, Stephen, can you stand up? And of course, I loved reading out loud. I thought reading out loud was great. And it kind of set me in stead for being a newsreader, a light-end newsreader, nevertheless. But I could read out aloud. And if I used to read in the bathroom. If I was sitting in the bath, I would start reading a book and I would read out aloud until I made a mistake. Then I go back to the beginning. And so I now read 3 to 5 lines ahead, just in case there's a stupid word, which there used to be on the sports news. Navratilova was one that defeated me on numerous occasions, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Have a nice night. You're going off to eat now? You're not going to open the chocolates, are you? No. I bet you will. You can't resist just to see what it looks like when you open. You don't have to eat them to actually see the effect at the back of the box. Have a nice breakfast show. I'm sure you will. Take care. Sorry, we're just waving goodbye. It's like the studio tours we have. They do them in America. We have the same in this country as well. Do you know that Simon Pegg is so popular in Greece, he hasn't had to pay for a drink for 16 years? I don't know why, but I can't remember what the story was. But I quite like the idea. Chaz and Dave were going to be called Effing and Blinding, which I hadn't heard before. And what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, The Tiny Village, which is home to the tallest Christmas tree in this country. It's 110 feet tall, but it's only got 1,800 light bulbs on it. I've got more than that on a 7-foot tree. I don't know why it's so big. It's very, very pitiful, I'm afraid. Steve, can you wish my bestest mate, Emma Jane, a very happy birthday for today, says my friend Dan. With love from us all. She's a super fan and always awake from 4, just for you. Thank you very much indeed. That's what I like, actually. I like loyalty on this programme. We do have loyalty. I've got something for you. We're doing, as you know, we're doing these 2 shows at the Magic Circle on the 30th. Sold out. Sold out. There is, I believe, a waiting list, like there's a waiting list for my show at the Leicester Square Theatre. But we've actually got something that we're going to sell. It's a piece of Steve Allen memorabilia, but only from the Magic Circle. Only for the Magic. And I can't tell you what it is, because I sort of get into trouble if I start telling people what everything is. I mean, yesterday I was so dying to tell you about the fact that Charlotte, our reporter, had been arrested and kept for 5 hours in a cell. But they said, nope, you just say it's a big story. And it was a big story. Was a big story. Stella says you're spot on. Listening to you does make a difference if you're lonely, bereaved, or not in a good place. So thank you for being there. I know what it's like. I found London very lonely. Very, very lonely when I first came up to it. If you don't have any money and you didn't have a job, and I had neither, I'm afraid, and there was nothing to do. I can understand now how kids get themselves into this thing, or people go, oh, I can't get a job because of this, because of that. I knew a woman who had 3 kids, and people were saying, oh, listen, why don't you just take the benefits? Take the benefits, and you don't have to work. Because sometimes you get more money on the benefits without having to do the job. I know, in fact, I was speaking to somebody the other day who said to me he knows a woman, and she was advised, don't get a job, take the benefits. Why would you want to work when you don't have to? But this woman I know used to do 3 little jobs at home. One of them was painting toy soldiers. She painted toy soldiers. She also had to sort tights out into 2s and 4s and things like that. And the other thing was she packed Christmas and birthday cards in cellophane wrappers. They sent her the cellophane and the cards, and she had to put them in the envelope into each one. Now it's all machined. All machined. When they say handmade cards, the handmade bit is putting it into the envelope. That's what it is, actually. Locked into the spike, says Wash. Thank you very much indeed. And Ricky says, I moved to London from Wolverhampton 15 years ago with less than £100 in my bank. God, I'd never seen £100. Sofa surfing for a year, trying to make ends meet, working odd jobs and feeling incredibly alone. Then one afternoon I got scouted walking out of Top Man, Oxford Street, by Nev's model agency, and the rest is history. I've since modelled for brands and magazines like Paul Smith, H&M, Diesel, GQ, Esquire. London will have a special place in my heart. And he's put down his Instagram account as Ricky. So I don't know why, actually. Because I don't think we can get Instagram, can we? Oh, we can. Oh, apparently we can. So we're having a look at you. Oh, right. Isn't that interesting? You look a bit tough, I think. You've got a lot of tattoos and stuff like that. Isn't that good, though? But because people used to say models years ago were just pretty boys. Very tall. I remember going to hospital in Endell Street, and they had the London Fashion Week, and all the people in there were all models, 6'6" boys who were thin but had the bodies of Adonises, and I used to stand in the lift and feel quite ill, thinking, why don't I look like that? Tim says, why don't you auction the mug? Oh, what, this one here? Oh, the mugs that I've got. Oh, no, I'm not giving them up. Oh, absolutely not. No. Taking me ages to get them out of the building. Kim says, very quickly, it's sometimes hard to motivate oneself these dark, cold days, Steve. I bring myself back to earth when I think of the alternative, and I'd rather be here than not, son. Yes, you're absolutely right. I was saying to somebody the other day, my hairdresser, hilarious, my hairdresser, and we were saying, her children are very young, about 9 and 6, I think, but they're not selfish. And one of them, they're from Poland. She's over here with her children, and they've been here for some time. And it was his birthday, the oldest. And he said, do you think my best friend in Poland would like to come over for my birthday? And his mother, she knew that he was coming over, but she didn't tell him. And she said, well, I don't think so. It's a long way to come, and he might not be able to afford the flights and everything else. So anyway, he goes to bed on his birthday, and she wakes him up. And there's his best friend, same age as him, 9 years old, who's flown over. She said he just burst into tears because he wasn't sure if he was still dreaming. He had no idea, and he only just went back the other day. So, see, dreams do come true.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 10 to 5 is the time. Peter the Pool Man, I don't want to start abbreviating names. He says, I have a new bit of Christmas tat. 20 quid and worth every penny. I love it. I absolutely love it. I can't tell you. I ordered some the other day to send to my brother and myself. And I've ordered the Santa climbing up the ladder and things like that. But this is Santa who's climbing up a chimney, and he goes into the chimney, then pops out a door the other side. Where'd you get it from? Where'd you get it from, Pete? I want. I mean, is it available on Amazon? Does it have a name? So Helinka's son's a model as well. I'm surrounded by beautiful people. Good Lord, that's your son? Wow. Good Lord above. Honestly, my model son. You see, I think long hair is very fashionable. I used to look forward to having long hair when I left school because you had to have it cut short. Now it's very fashionable. And if you've got those chiseled looks, my goodness, good-looking boy. What's the longest I've had? What, hair? Down to my shoulder. Yeah, not for very long. No, it didn't have a ponytail. Of course I didn't have a ponytail. Goodness sake. But well done on that one. That's good, isn't it? That's very good. But I want to know where that Father Christmas came from, Peter. And if I can order it from... because if I tell people where you can order it from, I might miss out on it. Everybody else will start ordering it. It's very cute. Very cute. Does it have a name, though? What did it say on the box? Where's the manufacturer? Yeah, let's just pause the show. Bookies reckon the newsreader, Charlene White, will be the first celebrity to leave the jungle, hotly followed by Scarlett Douglas. Which is a bit... I don't know how they can work these things out. We don't know who the favourite is, actually. They say it's her because of the confrontation with Boy George. And let's have a quick look. Jungle Newbie, Matt Harris, Shavon, Slime... No, they're not really telling you who it's going for. Some of the papers were saying Matt Hancock, but I think he's fake. I think he's fake. He's having to smile and laugh and be funny, whereas in fact really not very nice. Jill Scott, Mike Tyndall and Moyles are favourites to win. There'll be something, I bet you on Twitter, they'll start saying, wait a minute, Charlene White and Scarlett both going, they say. I mean, this is only speculation that they're going, but of course the clue is both black. And that's how it tends to work in Strictly as well. And people write in about that and go, because I don't know how the voting works on Strictly. I've lost track of it. Is it the public voting or the judges are voting them out? It's a mix. Oh, right, it's a mixture. But on the Jungle, are we voting? It's the pub. Oh, right, it's the public. Well, the public might take to Charlene. At the moment, it's looking, because the trouble is they don't sometimes know. It's like being in at the very first Big Brother, when they weren't aware that they were being filmed, and so they behaved as naturally as possible. And it was as normal as possible. Now they know how to play the game. And that's why it's going to be a bit difficult. You know, you'll have a celebrity version of Big Brother, apparently, next year. But you won't know who anybody is. You really won't. But, you know, that's just the way it goes, isn't it? The mayor of the Welsh town I'm a Celebrity used during the pandemic has slammed this year's Aussie setting for being soft. Well, I've seen a couple of the Bush Tucker trials. I didn't think it looked particularly soft. Talking of soft, here he is, a pathetic little child. He's a rebellion, an Extinction Rebellion. Patrick Thelwell. Okay, yeah, very posh. Sorry? He's what? Oh, here it is. It comes without battery. So, is that where it comes from? Is that, oh, right. But he must have found it. I've never heard of this store. Do they do... Oh, they do... Oh, well, I'm not going to tell you where it is. Oh, really? Oh, lovely. Leave that up there. I should be ordering that in about 5 seconds. Might even order two. It's $23.39, so it's gone up a bit already. And Santa can sing and dance to increase the fun for Christmas. I can't believe it. Oh, that's lovely. And it's yes, for this country. Can you click on... Oh, I'll have to do it on my telephone, won't I? We can't do it on here. Leave that up there. Yeah, send me a link. That's what I like. Thank you, Peter. That's my favourite so far. I'm liking that a lot. Anyway, so Charles and Camilla are out, and this pathetic little excuse for a person, and he threw 3 eggs at them. He's been arrested, and I do beg your pardon. I mean, luckily, it just went past him. It went past Charles. It missed him quite well. And somebody was shouting, "Unhand me," which was all a bit Dickensian. That's what he was shouting, "Unhand me." The crowd were thrilled to see the king, and he was sort of saying, "Oh, I'm here because it's something to do with this country was built on the blood of slaves or something." He's a poorly educated boy, but as I say, he has a history of being arrested. He's a bit sad, isn't he, really? A bit sad and lonely, but never mind. Prison, I think, for you, young man. Or at least, how about a £10,000 fine? Either £10,000 fine or prison for 6 months. So much easier. What else we got? So Ash and Rita's Glimmer. It says Ashley Roberts. What is it? Is it a competition between these sort of so-so people? You know, where they sort of go, you know, the least you wear out on the streets, the more you get your picture in the paper. It's a bit tragic, isn't it, really? Pussycat doll Ashley, 41 now, so she's pushing the boat out a fraction, wore a metallic number cut down to below her belly button, no bra. And then Rita Ora, who just goes out to have a picture taken. It was like the other day, wasn't it? Was it, I can't remember her name. Oh, no, I can't remember her name. Anyway, she was wearing an outfit which basically was just sort of material cut. They don't need to do this. They can look really glam wearing... And also, it's winter. You know, you don't even got a coat on. My mother would say, you catch the death you will when you go out there. A little bit embarrassing. So here it is, the new John Lewis festive ad, a real tearjerker, and it runs over 2 pages in the Sun today. Whole page in the Mirror and everything else. And you can buy the items like the skateboard and a bear, and it goes to care charities. How much did this thing cost? I've got no idea. I watched a bit of Cirque du Soleil on the television yesterday. That was nice. That was very good. I like Cirque du Soleil. I've seen them on a few occasions. And there's now, I think, about 8 or 9 groups that they go around. They train them all up to do these things. And I think they're fabulous. I really do. If you've never seen any of the Cirque du Soleil shows, you must go and see them. Cirque du Soleil. You must go and see them. Apparently, half of shoppers resell unwanted buys rather than return it. Oh, who can be bothered? Who can be bothered to return things? You know, I think that's absolutely ridiculous. So here we go. So that's the... Joe has sent me the thing. I wonder if that'll... Wait a minute. I wonder if it works. Oh, honestly, it's so annoying. Well, we've got the news in a minute, so I shall have to try and order this. Polly says Sean is annoying, way more than Matt. She said, take me to hell, my friend Polly James. And I love it. Although, actually, my friend Chris Stark was saying the other day about all these things that these people eat over in the jungle. They were eating kangaroos something the other day, and then they had something's bottom as well. Anus. They liked it, apparently. I wouldn't eat it. They say it tastes like chicken. I wouldn't eat it. No, I would rather give up the money. You know, people would have to starve in the jungle before I'd eat anything like that. You have to get these sort of stars and all the rest of it. But not for me. There you go. How about, if he's going to be in there, this is my friend Chris Stark talking about a thing. He says, give him the blended anus smoothies, boiled kangaroo ball sacks and fermented goat nipples. Why do they do this? Why do they do it? He says, every night. It really is dreadful, isn't it? Absolutely dreadful. Also, Radio X are obsessed with how much Owen loves Chris Moyles and I'm a Celebrity. Well, he's got nobody else to talk to. Everybody avoids him like the plague. Everybody avoids him. But, you know, just the way it goes, isn't it, really? I don't think people sort of worry about it as much as they used to. But on who's going to win, I got no idea. Matty, big boy down at Loose Women, as we know. I mean, I think that's a bit sad that they voted. Well, they haven't voted yet, but the bookies are saying, you know, that's what they do. That Charlotte will be, I know, but they're invariably right, actually. But I don't know why. I think it depends. They obviously have people who watch these things and then go, is that's going to happen and that's not going to happen? And then people go, I don't know. Because they've had a few Loose Women on different programmes and they've been voted out early for most of them. That's the trouble, isn't it, really? It is a little bit brutal, but you do get the money. You do get the money, and I'm assuming that's what it's worth. Gavin Williamson gets 17,000 quid in severance pay. That's 6 months' pay for a new nurse. He says he won't take it. Yeah, he's fighting these allegations. And Hertfordshire police face criticism after Charlotte Lynch was arrested whilst covering a Just Stop Oil protest, and she was handcuffed as well and kept in a cell for 5 hours. A cell, excuse me, because they didn't have the intelligence to actually make a phone call, or they could have made 2 phone calls and found out exactly who she was. It's not complicated. Obviously, for them, it was.
Racing to finish your HR admin and the pay run, spending an arm and leg on disjointed software, and now you're missing a football. Oh, you're paying for it. Find out why over 300,000 businesses have automated the difficult parts of employment with Employment Hero. Recruitment, HR, payroll and benefits in one easy-to-use platform, saving you time and money. If you're not using us, you're paying for it. Employment solved. Employment Hero. Search Employment Hero today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Oh, thank goodness I got in at the last minute. I managed to order the Santa Claus in the chimney thing. We managed to find it. It's very nice. Very nice. 23.99 though, Pete. Yeah, it's called... You find it on Amazon. The moment you see it, you're going to want the blooming thing. It's just one of those things, isn't it? Wait a minute. It's a Toy Vian Christmas electric Santa Claus doll with music, over the wall, climbing chimney without battery. Okay, so Toy Vian is Toyvian. Oh, look, they have a different one. There's another electric Santa also climbing into a chimney, and that's $16.99. What's the difference, I wonder? What's the difference? Doesn't make it, I couldn't care less actually now. But, oh, is it size? Nobody wants small, do they? We don't want small. Is that what it is? Size? Oh, right. How interesting. Yeah, that's 17 inches. And how much is my one? My one is vanished. Oh, we don't know, actually. That's a bit difficult, isn't it? How can they tell you that? How can you have... I do like the Father Christmas is climbing the ladder, though. I think he's very good, especially the one who trails the lights behind him. Mine's better. He looks quite nice, but the other one... So I probably could have got it for cheaper, but I don't care. But I'm going to get it tomorrow. Yeah! So I bought one for me, one for the producer, and one for my brother. Oh, I won't be talking to you now. I shall be leaving it, provided you deposit a cheque for £20 and the rest of it. You know, then we'll sort of do it. Lindsay Lohan is out. I forget what she was famous for. Lindsay Lohan. Child star, was she? Oh, right. Actor. How lovely. Also, Britney Spears isn't fond of the idea of Millie Bobby Brown playing her in a film. I wouldn't worry about it, dear. It's not going to make any difference, is it? And Kelly Rowland is heading to these shores for her first performance in 12 years. She was in a group called Destiny's Child. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. A small beat combo. Did fairly well in the popular charts. Oh, she's another one heading for the Hoopla Festival. Years and Years will head the next day. And also my LA ex-singer, Rachel Stevens. Has she got anything to sing? Also, Scissor Sisters, Jake Shears, and Samantha Mumba. Oh, right, lovely. Very exciting, isn't it? I don't know what the mighty Hoopla Festival is, but if they book Rachel Stevens, it's obviously top-notch, isn't it? It's got to be A-list stuff. Also, Kerry Katona, still dragging out a torturously boring career, I'm afraid, has admitted, because she just had to have surgery again, because in the surgery she had for all her bits and pieces, her belly button disappeared. So she's having it put back in again. I mean, seriously, the woman needs to get help. She says she can't recall the birth dates of her 5 children. She just can't remember them, so she has to Google them. And that's sad and tragic. But there you go, that's her life, really. She's got 4 daughters and 1 son. And she says, I did 24 hours on one of them. I can't remember which one. I mean, they asked me what they weighed, and I can't remember. God, what an embarrassment. What an embarrassment. British Airways staff are being allowed to wear makeup, dresses and jewellery. Well, they do that now. What's everybody complaining about? Yeah, regardless of gender. But they've always done that. Have you ever known British Airways staff go out there without the full slap on? Goodness sake, honestly. I'm telling you, the updated uniform rules give all cabin crew the go-ahead to serve travellers in a frock. Why would you want to? Unless you're into wearing frocks. There'd be no point in just putting it on for the sake of putting it on. It's like I want to sit there naked. But, you know, they won't allow me to do that, will they? But, however, if I'm wearing makeup, dresses and jewellery, I can probably get away with it. But apparently a message to staff from the union BASA leaked to The Sun says if you're a male, female, non-binary or gender fluid, references to gender have been removed from the guide. So you could wear nail polish and makeup. I couldn't care less. It really doesn't really affect me in the slightest. I wonder why they're making such... Yeah, as long as you get served. Cider maker Thatcher's, apparently, are suing Aldi, accusing the supermarket giant of copying one of its drinks. They say the German company mimicked its cloudy lemon cider with its own Taurus brand. Well, they always do that. Loads of supermarkets do copycat items, don't they? Which I always think is... It looks almost the same, doesn't it? Thatcher's cloudy lemon cider... and then Taurus cloudy lemon cider. Or just cloudy lemon made with premium fruit. I mean, it's the same. It's the same colours and everything. Wait a minute. That's Taurus. Go down. Go down. Go down. No, it doesn't have the bull's head on it. But, I mean, but you would not know the difference. You wouldn't know the difference. It's one of those sort of things. I mean, I you know, these looky-likey things. But they're everywhere, didn't they? One of the papers did a whole raft of all these different things that you can get. And it's everything. From washing up liquid to soap powder, everything like that. What? Oh, yeah, Jaffa Cakes and Jaffa Cakes. And one is McVitie's Jaffa Cakes and the other is Belmont Jaffa Cakes. And then there was Cuthbert, wasn't there, who was the thing. Cheese Puffs and Wotsits, same packaging. Frosted Flakes or Frosties. It's really naughty. Cathedral City And then there's the other one, which is British lighter mature cheese. It looks the same. Jammy Dodgers, Jammy Wheels. Nutella, Nutoka. Still hazelnut. Neo, Oreo. 4 biological or Persil biocapsules. They all look the same. The packaging is almost identical. And I don't know why they've not been sued before now. You're nicking something off. Titan or Mars bar. Monster Munch or Monster Claws. I mean, white buttons versus make it seal bars or penguin. It's the same thing. They say the seals might be different animals to penguins, but the red packaging and chocolate biscuits are the same. Because what it should be you should be able to suck the chocolate off and it's a bourbon biscuit. But they can probably make them. Here we go. Mini Whirls, made with real fruit juice, or Mini Twister ice lollies. Same thing. A So Malty malt loaf, or Soreen. Jacob's Mini Cheddars, or Snack Right Mini Cheese Bakes. Same thing. Look at that. What's that? This is Grove Manor mixed berries or Echo Falls summer berries. Same thing. It's cheeky, isn't it? It's a bit naughty. But I don't go to those sort of supermarkets. I got my pension yesterday. I thought all of a sudden, I was very excited. It's not really a lot. You can't do much with it. I certainly wouldn't be living on it, put it that way. Not unless I was living in a paper bag. I wouldn't be managing that at all. What else we got? Francine Lewis. We used to use her on Five's Company all the time. She's opened up about breast implant nightmares that left her needing emergency surgery. She was very good. If you put her in on YouTube, her impressions are very good. You know, nobody messes with the Poissy, and she does Stacey Solomon. Stop it! You know, she does all that kind of stuff. She's very good. Very, very good. She says female comics can't get away with as much as men can. Oh, well, I don't know. But she was very good. If you put her on YouTube, you will find her. Even Simon Cowell, and she does Cheryl. She impersonates Cheryl, which isn't too typical. And Simon, you're my frenemy. She does all that kind of. It was really good, actually. I thought it was very nice. Joe in hospital says, "I'd like to see your house all decorated. You're definitely Mr. Christmas." Oh, I'm one of millions. One of millions. I'm light end. Steve, so the police arrest a working journalist, but offer tea and blankets to the damage causing protesters. Maybe they need to go back to school, says Maggie. I think it's absolutely disgraceful. I mean, I couldn't... I mean, to be locked up in a cell for 5 hours. And she said, I'd be banging on the door saying, if you don't open this, I'm suing you. You know, 5 hours. Why can't you make a phone call and you'll find out I'm a journalist. I'm covering the story for LBC. Have you heard of it? There'll be some policeman who'll be going, oh, I don't know. Perhaps I'll have to resign. Stupid person. In handcuffs. Just a little thing. In handcuffs. Steve, long old day today, says Scott in Littlehampton. Thankfully, I start the day with your dulcet tones. Up early to binge watch Series 5 of The Crown, then off to Eastbourne with my good lady to see Alan Carr live. Blimey. And Sean in St Albans says, have you had a hot mince pie with grilled Stilton on the top? No, I haven't. I'm an adult. The only thing that goes on the top is either squirty cream or custard or ice cream. And that's it. Don't put anything else on. Steve, I've just finished at the gym. It's just after 4 p.m, says Moffy, in Coffs Harbour. Blue sky and 22 degrees. How good is this time of the year? I can feel Christmas in the air. I think watching Christmas movies and Love Actually in the last week has helped, just without the eggnog. Yes, we're having a look at Coffs Harbour. A nice long pit. There's never any people around when they take these pictures. Perhaps they just sort of obliterate people out of it. But I like that. I watched A Christmas Carol the other day. A very early version, back in the 1930s, I think, with Scrooge. And it also had a very, very young... Who was the bloke in Minder, the old one, the wheeler dealer? No, George Cole. George Cole was in this. What, George? He was Arthur Daly, yeah. God, you're hopeless, honestly. I don't know why. The sooner we get somebody younger on whose brain is still functioning, the better. But, yeah, so they sort of had all these different sort of bits and pieces on there. And people, you go, oh, I know who you are. I told you I saw Max Bygraves on Tom Brown's School Days. And that was nice to see as well. I like things like that. I only ever met him the once. He used to drive a Rolls Royce. The number plate was MB1. I think it was certainly MB. I can't remember whether it was 1 or not or anything like that. But well done, Moffy, for finishing at the gym. I haven't got the energy for stuff like that. As people around here go to the gym, they always look knackered. Seriously, every time they walk in here, you think, really, is that a good idea? I don't think so. I think all you need to do is just sort of eat less and do walking a little bit quicker. And today we'll have to do a little bit more walking because the buses are going to be heaving, the bus stops will be heaving because there's a tube strike in London. The rest of the country, well done, you are exempt. But unfortunately we get the tube strike, so it's on now. And it won't finish till tomorrow, but all the trains will be in the wrong places. So tomorrow will be a screwed up day as well. Also, David Beckham's decision to support Qatar for 10 million quid. You think he's giving it back? No, of course he's not. It's far too mean. It's cost him a friendship with Fat Tony. He said, I can't be friends with somebody who takes that money. But of course, Dave Beckham couldn't care less. He couldn't care less. He thinks that they're right all the time. Very funny. Hard-up blokes can buy Viagra in instalments. It's quite nice. They don't sell it as Viagra, do they, necessarily? They call it the little blue tablet. You don't know? Oh, right. Oh, he doesn't know anything about it. Normandy hero dies at the age of 97, just before Remembrance Day. And what was the other one? Oh, Bronson to face the public. He's pleading to be let out of prison again. I couldn't care less. It doesn't make any difference to me. They keep putting him, back in prison. Well, in fact, they don't let him out. They just keep him in for his own safety, I suppose. And what was the other one? Drones have been used in a search for a 15-stone puppy. 15-stone puppy? Puppy? How's that going to work? And the Grand Hotel in Scarborough hit by negative reviews. People say it was ghastly. And it's a big old place, but that's the trouble with these big old places. But you know how difficult it is to get staff. Nowadays, they might have difficulty doing that. And there's a horrible picture of a vile woman on a mobility scooter, dragging her dog behind it on a piece of rope. Seriously, what a revolting person. Believe it or not, though, the RSPCA are investigating, as are the local police. That'll be useful, won't it?
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. 80... No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm completely wrong on that. It's nearly 19 minutes past 5. Top Gear's Freddie and Paddy have defended, they don't need to defend anything, they're racing £3 million supercars during the cost of living crisis. So? I don't quite understand that. It's a TV show, it's a car. What's that got to do with the cost of living crisis? They don't own the cars. They're just using £3 million cars. You might as well go, I think that's absolutely outrageous. Have you seen how much money they're spending on costumes on Strictly Come Dancing? What are they supposed to drive? Old bangers. Who are these stupid people who complain about these ridiculous things? Honestly. We're getting dafter and dafter in this country. Stormzy's going to play one show in the UK next year. I don't know enough about Stormzy. I really don't. But he's good. Didn't oh no. Oh, I wonder why he was off. I just remembered why RAP was off. It's because he went to a concert, didn't he, at the O2 last night. With who was it? I can't remember who it was with. Somebody very, very popular, I think, because he said to me, have you heard of so-and-so? And I went, actually, I have heard of them, but I wouldn't know any of their songs. He's a rapper, and he was playing Kendrick Lamar, that's right. And he said, he's really good. I went, oh, well, there you go. And he was going, I couldn't work out how he was able to do that and then come into work, and obviously he didn't. So that's why. 3 nights at the O2, good Lord above. Police have been ordered to get tough with Tarquins because they're all OKR people. Even the bloke who seems to lead these oil rebellion people, he lives in £1 million flat. OKR, not doing too badly at all. But police ordered to get tough with them. Yeah. No mention, I notice, of getting tough with journalists. Not going to go away, this one. World Cup fans face shelling out up to 80 quid for a pint in Qatar. Well, it's your own fault for going there. Who cares? Who cares? Peter Kay taking up residency in London. He's going to do 1 gig a month at the O2, isn't he? For a year. Not sure I can cope with something like that. Hope they sell out for him. What was the other one? M&S warning for the high street. They've said, things are going to get worse before they get better. So he'll perform a show a month at the O2. First artist in the world to perform a monthly residency. Well, it's only one show a month. It's all like, they make a big deal about it, don't they? Did you notice that he filmed his own advert because he's so tight? He doesn't spend money on anything. You only have to look at his clothes to realise that it's my brass and I'm going to keep it. That's what it's like. Because he filmed the thing for his bit in the middle of the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here with him and his mate with a hidden camera. And you think, couldn't even afford to do it. The arena gigs will make up his first live tour since 2010. When he broke the Guinness World Record for the biggest selling run of all time, performing to more than 1.2 million people. I think it's a case of sheep. I think people go, oh, Peter Kay's playing. Oh, everybody's saying we better go. Oh, book a ticket, for God's sake. Don't want to miss out on it. Producer thinks he's very funny. What's his funniest stuff then? What is his? Yeah, you can't do it. Because he doesn't actually have anything, does he? He just sort of stands on the stage and goes, hello. Turned out nice again, isn't it? Steve, George Cole was great in the St. Trinian's films. He was playing the dodgy bloke. He was, actually. He even had his own theme tune. Yeah, wait a minute, I've lost my mouse now. It's so annoying when all of a sudden you have a mouse and then it sort of disappears again. Oh, there it is. There it is. And he was great at the St. Trinian's, playing the dodgy bloke who even had his own theme tune, says Kathy. What was his theme tune? I don't remember that. I didn't know he had a theme tune. And Mary says, your school reports comments of you daydreaming and speaking too much and made me giggle. With those characteristics, you've made a very successful career and have a positive difference to so many others, including me and my much-loved Auntie Rose. Every day through you talking and daydreaming how you'll spend your Euro lottery win. I know. I live in hope. Jackie says, Matt has no personality whatsoever. I don't know how he got where he did. No. People don't like him. You talk about Matt Hancock, aren't you? As opposed to Matt Goss. Because he seems to have disappeared. But I don't know George Cole's theme tune, but they did play the Minder theme at his funeral. Well, at Ken Dodd's funeral, they played Happiness, didn't they? Dum, 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 happiness. Great singer, Ken Dodd. Just looked horrible. He just didn't look so good. But he had a fabulous voice. I heard him. He was singing a song. He did a lovely thing with a vent doll. And he goes, I forget how it went, actually. But at one point, he said to the doll, that's right, he said to his ventriloquist dummy, he said, should we do the alphabet? And the doll looked at him and said, well, can you? And it was all this kind of stuff. And he said, should we sing a song? He said, no. And it was a lot of pathos. Cannon and Ball had exactly the same thing with Bobby Ball, who was carried off stage by Tommy Cannon when he used to do this sort of really good thing where he was sort of actually saying, I want to do this, Tommy, and I can't do it, and all the rest of it. But he played it so well. In fact, he was a very good little actor, much missed. And they had a bit where he fell asleep, and they then carried him off stage, brought the house down. It was amazing. Steve says, Eileen in Scarborough, the Grand Hotel is stunning. It's like walking back in time. The staircase reminds me of the Titanic. Does it? That's a bit of a worry. Really grand and beautiful. I go there often for a coffee. Shame it's got a bad reputation. Why has it though, Eileen? It's a reason for it to have it, because they've absolutely destroyed it in the paper. I mean, I appreciate the fact it's a big building. I mean, it's what they call a big building, and it's got a big staircase. But I should imagine trying to keep a place like that clean must be a nightmare. Must be an absolute nightmare. But it is beautiful, but it harks back to the days of those big hotels. You know, and you look at it and it's got majestic views and all the rest of it. But they say it's some of the worst reviews on TripAdvisor. Some of the worst reviews. But it's got a ballroom and everything else, I should imagine. Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? Wow, look at that. And a concert hall by the look of it. I should imagine the outgoings to keep that thing going must be a nightmare. They were saying the other day there's a couple of hotel chains at the moment who have sort of slipped down the ratings because the hotels aren't as clean as they're supposed to be. Some say the rooms smell musty and it's dirty. And you see it on Four in a Bed, where we all sit there looking at these people's house. They all hate each other. Everybody hates each other. Seaside hotels must struggle in winter, because who wants to go to the seaside in the winter? And that's when they survive. But some people go back time and time again to the same hotels, like Blackpool. Like every year they go to the same place. Mind you, some people do the same, but they go abroad. And they go, we like it because we know all the waiters. You know, Manuel, he knows us. Hello, Manuel, he knows us. He comes and tells us when the food's on the table. And people go to the same places. A lot of pensioners go there in wintertime because it's cheaper to go over there as opposed to putting your electric on at home. And heat it. The amount of people I've spoken to recently who've said, I'm not putting the heating on at the moment. I've turned the heating off. Mine's off. I've got a tower heater, which is very cheap to run. I don't use the normal heating. It oscillates, and within an hour the room's toasty. I mean, if you're going to sit there in your pants and your vest, well, then obviously you're going to be a little bit chilly. But certainly a lot cheaper than putting on the boiler. So I've not put on the boiler. Simple as that. Dear, what else we got? Oh, I mentioned that D-Day veteran has died just days before Remembrance Day. This is George Batts. He'd led a campaign for a memorial near Gold Beach in Normandy, where he landed as an 18-year-old. What memories these people have. They had somebody the other day, he was on the repair shop. I'm not a big fan of the repair shop, but this was an old boy, and he had a cane, and he wanted them to repair it, and he turned up in his medals, because a lot of these boys wear their medals all the time. And this one was an 18-year-old in 1944. He was later awarded France's highest award, the Légion d'honneur. He recalled his time as a sapper clearing mines and booby traps as horrific and frightening. But 22,000 fell. 22,000 fell. And the British Normandy Memorial in the town of Vers-sur-Mer records the names of nearly 23,000 people who were killed just on D-Day. Just on D-Day. It was unveiled last year. The £30 million structure sits atop a hillside. That's why you have to buy a poppy. That's why you have to buy a poppy. You're buying a poppy for them. You're buying a poppy for them. That's why when you go to the Remembrance Day service at the Royal Albert Hall and you see all these proud soldiers, some of the old boys, you know, in wheelchairs and things like that. Not many left of them now. Not many left. We owe them a huge, huge sense of gratitude, and they bring the poppies down from the ceiling. Every poppy represents a life lost, and it is the most moving thing you will ever see, if you've got an ounce of decency in you, because they stand there with their helmets on and their hats and everything else, and the poppies land on them. And then what they do at the end of the show, for that is what it is, it's a show to showcase these people. They bring on the soldiers' wives, the widows and things like that. It's terribly moving. And they come round, they've scooped up all the poppies from the floor, and they give them to the audience in there, and you put them inside your programme and you save them, because that's called saving lives. So if you see people at the stations or somebody on the street and they're selling poppies, you don't have to give a fortune, but they'd love it if you did. You know, I've given some money. It's just I keep losing the blasted poppies, the metal ones. I keep losing the bloody things. It's such a pain. But no, give them that, and they'll be very grateful, very, very grateful. And we should never forget that.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 25 minutes to 6. Bit nippy outside, bit nippy. Roger says mid-November and it's around 15 degrees. During the day I shall take it. And Jane says I purchased 3 of the poppies from the Tower of London exhibition for myself and my sisters. Yes, I got given one for Christmas, actually. And as our father served in the Navy in the Second World War and grandfather served in the Army in the First World War. Yeah, you have to buy a poppy. I see lots of people, you know, selling them all over the place at the station. So I bought 2 now. I've only kept the second one. The first one fell off. Doesn't matter. Dave in Plymouth. I went to a hotel which was part of a well-known chain. The room smelt of 6. I went to complain and found more people at reception saying the same. The smell was coming from the carpets they'd fitted. Yes. You know why? It's the glue. It's the glue under the carpets that smells like that. It's also, they do it in furniture restoration and repair. They use this fish glue, which you boil, and then when it's solid, it melts down, and then you can use fish glue for putting the joints together. That smells a bit as well. And then you leave it, and the next morning you come in and it's rock solid, and you have to heat it all up again. I know that because I used to work in a place and they used to do furniture repairing, which is nice. Louise Redknapp was definitely in the mood to celebrate. She signed a new record deal with Sony BMG. But this doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything at all. It just means she signed a new record deal. What they do is they'll go, oh, we'll sign you up. But, you know, you have to have hits, because if you don't have hits, there's no point in the record company keeping. I mean, she's not had a record out for 3 years. mainly because she wasn't signed to anybody, because she was dropped. Because if you don't sell records, it's a bit hard and fast, I'm afraid. They drop you because they're not going to invest money in you at all. The business owner who sold the Powerball ticket, do you remember the one that was worth $2.4 billion? Well, he pockets a bonus of how much? $1 million. He gets $1 million. Joe Chahayed said he would spend the cash on his 5 children and donate some to his community. He said, I'm very excited and very happy. Well done, you. Joe's Service Centre, it's called. Nobody had hit the jackpot more than 3 months before the winning ticket was bought at Joe's Service Centre in a place northeast of Los Angeles. Wow. So he gets $1 million as well. That's quite nice. I quite like that idea. I approve of things like that. Drones have now been used to find this huge puppy who fled his home on bonfire night. He's a South African Mastiff. He's a 15-stone puppy. You ain't going to be arguing with this one, I tell you. Drones have been deployed, and his owner described him as a big softie. Yeah, unfortunately, when you see him, you're not going to think he's a big softie at all, I remember. Mr. Booth, who owns a civil engineering company, says at 15 stone, you'd have thought he'd be hard to miss, but no one's seen him yet. Oh, they will. They will. And Doom Service, the hotel where guests feel like they're in the Addams family. This is the Grand Hotel in Scarborough. Somebody said the old hotel is a beautiful building, and although large, it has a friendly, small hotel feel about it. The best thing about this hotel is the staff couldn't do enough to help you. And somebody said, I stayed here 4 years ago and said never again. It was a rundown hotel, but we stayed here for the weekend and we were impressed. So people might be changing. And so Jason Beattie totted off. He said, on my first visit to the Grand Hotel, William Hague brought the house down. It was the final stop of the Tory leader's ill-fated 2001 general election, and then bits of plaster were falling off and things like that. That's what happens. I've been to the Palladium. I've sat on the first shelf, and you look up and the paint's peeling off and everything else. It costs a fortune to keep these places going. You know, when it was built in the 1860s, it was a testament. I think you'll find to Victorian boldness and ambition. There are 4 towers to represent the 4 seasons, 12 floors reflecting the months of the year, 52 chimneys for the weeks, and 365 bedrooms, one for each day of the year. You can imagine how much it costs to keep that clean. He says, I returned a couple of years later, this is Jason Beattie writing in the Mirror, and found that the Victorian splendour had been replaced by tacky carpets and fruit machines. Well, he said the pride of the British seaside had been brought low by owners Britannia, which has been named the worst UK hotel chain for the 10th year in a row. The grand old lady, he says, deserves better. Scarborough deserves better. Imagine getting that award and you go, so who is the worst chain? Britannia. What, again? Yeah, 10 years. You get a plaque for that. That's a good one, isn't it? I like that idea. Charles Bronson's latest bid for freedom will take place in a public hearing. He's changed his name so many times. I mean, I've lost track of it and really couldn't care less about him. I don't know what his real name is, actually. I've got no idea. He keeps changing his name. He's married, then he wasn't married, and then he was married, and then he wasn't married. And they have to decide. So he was sentenced in 2000 to a discretionary life term for taking a prison teacher hostage for 44 hours. And then he sort of behaved badly. His real name's Michael Peterson. Oi, Mikey! You know, and so he spent much of the past 50 years in prison. Because just when they think they're going to release him, he starts behaving stupidly again. So they lock him up again. Yeah, he obviously likes being in there. He's changed his name to Salvador. And he was sentenced for this thing. It's believed he was being held at HMP Woodhill in Buckinghamshire. So they'll review the latest case. And you can almost predict it, can't you? They're going to look at his history and go, not happening. You know, it's almost like he doesn't really want to come out because he's so obsessed with being inside. Here's this woman. She's clearly identifiable. This is in Erdington, in Birmingham, caused anger. And this woman is dragging her dog down the road behind a mobility scooter. The animal's unable to stand as the person filming from a car shouts, "You're hurting your dog. The dog's going to die." West Midlands Police said they were aware of the clip. Oh, that'll be useful then, won't it? That'll be very helpful. Evil woman. Very evil. She's clearly identifiable. She's got a big mobility scooter. That's a few £1,000. But you see her dragging this dog down the road. What a stupid person she is. I mean, it's just absolutely appalling. Poor dog. It can't stand up. So its paws must be absolutely agony. And, of course, it can't tell her. What does she think it was? She was taking it out for a walk or something. She's really dumb. She really is vile. I hope they catch her and prosecute. I would like to think she'd be prosecuted for animal cruelty. Ghastly, isn't it? Mary Portas warns of disaster on the high street unless the Tories step in. Next is Made Up. The fashion firm Next has bought the website, brand and intellectual property of the defunct retailer Made.com. It was rumoured, I think 2 years ago, to be worth £775 million. What's it worth now? 3.4 million. I've never heard of it either. I've never heard of it. But she's a former advisor for David Cameron, is Mary Portas, and says, I've not seen it in the agenda. She called for next week's budget to extend the 6-month energy price guarantee, which caps all unit costs, until April. She said this is as big as COVID. It really is. It's gonna hit everybody. All those places which I drive past in the morning with their lights on, I bet come Christmas these lights will be turned off. There's a hairdresser just out of the station, turn right at the bottom. He's got his lights on inside the shop. And you think, you won't be doing that when your bills come in, pal. They also tell you how to knit your own poppy. How to knit your own poppy. You can make them because this seaside tribute is a cascade onto the beach of all the poppies and everything else. But they've all been knitted, which is very nice indeed. I don't mind something like that. And a blood test that diagnoses Alzheimer's years before symptoms develop could be on the horizon. Worrying, isn't it, really? Very worrying. All these things out there we know so little about. So little about. And Steve says, Pete the Pool Man, you mentioned the poppies of remembrance. They're overhead in Windsor. We always attend the Remembrance Sunday service just down from the castle. The whole town falls quiet. Very emotional. It is absolutely very, very emotional, Pete. You want to go, if you want to see emotion and patriotism, you get a ticket for the Royal Albert Hall, if you can get them. I mean, obviously too late now, but I mean, it is absolutely stunning. It's the most moving. You could spend the entire show in tears. They do 2 shows. It makes it sound like some theatrical gig, but it's put together beautifully. The people are fantastic. Everybody looks smart in their uniforms. And as I say, the final thing, when they bring in the soldiers' wives, you'll always see a film clip of them talking about when they got the message that their husband had been killed. And so, of course, that sets you off. And then it cuts back and they all walk in to the arena. All walk in, all the war widows. Some of them very, very young indeed. So 12th of November, and it's 2 p.m. and 7 p.m. And it's dedicated to all those who've served and sacrificed from Britain and the Commonwealth. But you could hear a pin drop when the poppies begin to fall. And it's 1 or 2 to start with. And then it's like a deluge, and they're standing there. Nobody's moving. We all stand in silence, and it's absolutely amazing. It really is. And I'm glad we still do it. It's our way of saying thank you to those people who gave the ultimate sacrifice. So to buy a poppy is nothing. Even if you give a tenner, even if you give a fiver, even if you put £1 in there, it's £1 that they can put to good use. But these old soldiers, they're dying out now. They've got their memories, and if ever you see them with their uniforms on, they look so smart. And so much of this country is based on pride, and that's what it should be. Steve, the reason the Grand at Scarborough has a bad reputation is the cleanliness of the rooms, says Eileen. There you are. That's what I was saying. It's massive. I meant to say the staircase reminds me of the staircase in the movie Titanic. They've got 365 rooms. I can imagine. I said a minute ago, didn't I? Keeping those clean. That must be a nightmare.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Nice to have your company. 11 minutes to 6. If there's one programme on the television I never quite get to grips with, it's Taskmaster. I really don't understand what it is. It's rubbish, the producers. Well, I'm keen to sort of share your opinion on that. They sort of do all these little bits and I'm thinking, am I missing the point? Is this really some terribly intellectual programme and it's really fascinating? Or is it just a pile of old rubbish that's done in the theatre and people go along to it because they go, oh, it's Taskmaster. And we go, yeah, but what is it? And they go, oh, I don't know. So people have to do it. I mean, I'd rather watch Bangers and Cash, which is, a lot of people buying cars that are falling to sometimes half the car's not there. It's got nothing, no windows, no seats, no nothing. And then they take them home and build them up. And there seems to be a hobby with the Northerners. which is fantastic. I look at them and I look at some of these cars that have come up for sale, and it's all sorts of things. Bentleys, Rollses, all old, all sort of vintage. And I think to myself, they've obviously got a really good business going there. Their auctions appear to be terribly well attended. And they've got all sorts of farm vehicles that come up for auction. This little village seems to sort of basically exist for this garage where, you know, all the people on the telephones, they all seem fairly jolly. The bloke who owns it goes round the country picking up cars because there's women whose husbands have died, but they looked after cars, and they'll open the go, you can have those two here. There was a woman the other day, and she had scooters, which her husband had maintained over the years, and she said, you can take them all. Because, I mean, she wasn't going to use them, and the thing she was amazed at was when they'd actually removed them, how empty the garage was, which I thought was fairly obvious, but there you go. Apparently, JD Wetherspoons have revealed slowing sales and substantially higher costs. Going to get worse. Also, ITV shares fell more than 4% yesterday, despite the boost from the new series of I'm a Celebrity, because there is a boost that goes along with it that, you know, people will be watching. It depends how interesting it becomes. Ratings are up so far, but then it can only take a couple of things and it will just lose it completely. And that's what they have to watch very, very carefully. Interesting to see that over in America, Trump now stands not a cat in Hades chance of getting back inside the White House. He's so far down now, it's almost... But, I mean, it was sad to watch him. An old man who passed his sell-by about 50 years ago. And because some people... You still get people in this country who support Donald Trump, but he's never going to go anywhere. He's making a big announcement next week. We're hoping he's going to announce that he's going to be embalmed, and that'll be it. Can't retire from it, because he doesn't stand any chance of getting back into the White House. But it's so funny when you get people who sort of think that he's really something to be reckoned with. I think not. Keanu Reeves will play John Wick in Ana de Armas's spin-off movie. I don't even know what that is, actually. He's set to reprise his role in Ballerina, which is currently filming in Prague. It's been confirmed his John Wick co-star Ian McShane, who lives in America. Ian McShane, yeah, Lovejoy. He lives. They keep showing that on the television as well as repeats. It's very nice. So co-star Ian McShane will also return in his role as fan favourite Winston. He's very nice. I talked to him, and I was talking to Ian McShane about living, because I thought he lived here, and he said no, I live in America now, and it was interesting because the first time the producer ever met me, I just received the Lovejoy box set. I do like a box set. I'm definitely there. Nurses were told they have the public's backing. Well, nobody's asked me. I love the way they say these things, don't they? They say they've got the public's backing. So they might have, but nobody's ever asked me. So how do they know? I'm a member of the public. Nobody's asked me to vote on whether or not I'm going to worry about the nurses going on strike or whether I'm backing them all the way. So do they just make this up? And they have got my backing. They have, but nobody ever asked me. There we are. Donald Trump's hopes of another term have been dealt a blow. Supporters of the orange one, and that's just his face and that funny hair, predicted a red wave of victories for the Republicans. But despite him appearing on the campaign trail and endorsing several candidates, the wave turned to a ripple. Oh, diddums. What a shame. Never mind. Mike Tyndall's I'm a Celeb antics will leave some of his royal relatives very upset, an expert claims. Well, he's basically cheapened the royal family. He's out there. He's sort of... I mean, he's not really a member of the royal family. He just happened to marry into it. Angela Levin reckons his regal relatives will not be enjoying it, especially describing how he and his wife, Zara Phillips, the King's niece, got drunk on their first date. He said, because we share one thing in common. They went, what was that? And he went, we just both like to get drunk. Kind of sums them up, doesn't it, really, actually? What else have we got? 320 made jobless. This is made.com. I'd never even heard of it. 12,000 customers. Outstanding orders. What it is, I've got no idea. But every newspaper is full of adverts, full-page adverts for all the supermarkets and all the Christmas food. You know, there's one, I mean, not necessarily Christmas, mini salted caramel tarts. I like the Indian selection. Samosas and onion bhajis and things like that. I'm very big into that. And also mince pies, Lindor boxes and things like that. And they go, any 3 for £6. I don't know how they make it for these prices. Oh, Made.com does furniture. Not anymore, it doesn't, I don't think. Not anymore. Most of us have the have a horror of listening to politicians speak. And they once toppled a poll of Britain's biggest fears ahead of clowns and spiders. So, you know, it's the way it's turned out. I mean, some of the top hang-ups of these people: hospitals, cats and dogs, buried alive, stairs, germs, public speaking, beards. I mean, poor old Nadine Dorries. She went in there without anybody knowing who she was. Not a clue. My biggest fear, I don't really have I don't do heights, but it wouldn't be a big fear because it would never affect me. I wouldn't do anything that was going to enable me to do heights. So we talked about bungee jumping the other day. I could probably do a zip wire. I could probably manage that, but apart from that, there's nothing else I'm desperate to do. I didn't want to do it in I don't like snakes. I told you the other day they had to, in the jungle, put their hand through a hole, and there were 2 carpet pythons in there, quite big, and their hand is running over them, and the snake's head starts to come up. I mean, they're totally safe. I wouldn't want to put my hand in there, just in case it turned not very safe. All of a sudden the snake goes, I'm sick to death of being a nice person. Yeah, the tongue comes out. You know why the tongue comes out? To test the air. They test the air with that. See, I think it's the moment before they strike. But it isn't. They're testing the air. That's how because their eyesight is so bad. So they test the air and they can sort of sense animals running backwards and forwards past them. They just wait. Dan Inns, look, I just don't like. I couldn't even get excited. I've got listeners, well, thankfully, and they keep snakes and stuff. I just could not get to. I mean, you're never going to cuddle a snake. It's never going to sort of do tricks. But you might want to cuddle me, but it's never going to do anything like that, is it? It's just sort of one of those sort of things that we're frightened of. Some people aren't. Unfortunately, I am. But great. Dan says, have you heard they're making a 3rd Sister Act film? Oh, joyful, 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 how we adore thee. Do you remember when she said, your teacher says, take all your robes off, take your robes off, just get out there. I thought it was a good film. Second one bored the pants off me, I'm afraid. Steve. Marcus and Leslie Rose. I follow an Only Fools and Horses account on Twitter. Who posed the question, which actors would have played a good Del Boy? I replied, defo George Cole, probably a young Bruce Forsyth. What do you think? Well, I don't know, never thought about it. Bruce had a very successful career. And George Cole, equally successful, but they come from Bruce has acted, yes, he's popped up in a few little films. He was what they call a jack of all trades. He was sort of Mr. Showbiz. He played the piano, sang a bit, danced a bit, Did the game shows he was particularly good at. Did you know, says Matt, that the Beano is £2.99 a week? I haven't read the Beano for about 50 years, I think. Steve, why didn't the person filming the dog lady stop and help the dog, says Helen. I could never have driven past. Well, I mean, she'll turn out to be drunk or something like that. She must be. Nobody in their right mind would drag a dog behind a mobility scooter. Really, she's an evil person. But they were shouting at her. But unless they drove in front and cut her off and stopped, I don't know. But the police are investigating. They are aware. That'll be useful, won't it? Mari says, managed to make 4 a.m. start. Was very fortunate to attend Remembrance Sunday at Suda Cemetery in Crete. As well as regular poppies were purple knitted poppies for service animals, all proceeds to the Poppy Appeal. A beautiful place and so well kept by the War Commission. Oh, some of the cemeteries over in France are just beautifully kept, and so they should be. Kathy says, I am so lucky. My hubby just went to the gym and left me on the sofa listening to you. He surrounded me with 4 hot water bottles. Is it cold out there? Because it's hot in here. It's a bit. I thought it was a bit nippy. Out there. You didn't think so? Yeah, it's mild now, yeah. Well, there you go. Did you see the bangers and cash for an old Mini Cooper in terrible conditions? Made 11,000, said Roger. I'm amazed at some of the prices for some of these things. And they're basically shells. There's nothing. They've got no wheels, they've got no suspension, no engine, they've got nothing. Well, these collectors. And they put them together. I mean, they're really very, very clever people. Far more talented than me. I just put petrol in one end and that's about... No, that is about it, I'm afraid. Let's take the news at 6, shall we?
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC with you till 7 when Nick Ferrari will be along. What a day yesterday was. What a day. What a day today's going to be. Looking at all the images of Biden, he is embalmed, isn't he, actually? I mean, I'm sort of looking at him thinking, you know, in between him and Trump, I mean, Trump is just gaga, completely gaga. No chance of getting back into the White House. Thank the Lord for everybody over there. It's this craving for power that they have. But Biden doesn't even necessarily have craving for power. He just has a craving to try and live a little bit longer. Because every time you see him, you think he's going to go. He's going to go very quickly. But it's interesting the way that we sort of reported over here. He says he intends to run again in 2024. That's Biden. Seriously. I mean, I don't think he'll make it to Christmas. I mean, I don't want to be rude about the poor man, but he's a bit ancient, isn't he? Couldn't they find somebody young? I mean, at least our ones are young over here, which is quite nice. So 40% of cash-strapped motorists are fearing their next MOT. Half of people say they would drive their car without one. I can only advise you not to. The police have the ANPR systems in all their police cars now. So you go past them, they know if you've got insurance, MOT, tax. And if it's singled, and I've seen them on the police programmes. And they literally spin round to the road, pull them in. And you don't want to mess, really. 51% say, despite being employed, they're in working poverty. Well, you know, a car was always considered to be a luxury item, wasn't it, for many, many years. And if you have one, you have to keep it in tip-top condition. And, I mean, sometimes, you know, you take it in for the MOT, and you don't need to sort of worry about it because it sails through the MOT. I think all of mine have sailed through the MOT. Right out the other side, which is good. I mean, public transport can be expensive. But did you see the couple? I was reading about them. They had a smart meter fitted. And it turns out the electricity company that they were through could keep adjusting it without them knowing about it. They ended up with a bill of £13,000 on their household electric. So they phoned up, and all the person on the other end said to them was, how will you be paying for this? I went, we're not paying for it. Anyway, the electricity company admitted there had been a mistake, and they obviously wiped off the debt and gave them, I think, 350 quid or 150 quid or something as by way of compensation. Can you imagine? Like me, keep getting demands from the VAT, and then they put it in the hands of a debt collector. Now my accountant has written to his member of parliament, and he's written to HMRC. We threaten them with legal action because they've been carrying on doing this, knowing exactly what the truth is. They've been sort of taxing me on two incomes, me as Steve Allen and me as my company. They think it's two separate things, but they know it's not. It's the same. But they keep sending out these demands. I mean, to be honest with you, luckily we've not had one for a few weeks. The last one wanted 20,000 quid. And this was a debt agency. I thought, well, you'll be whistling. Certainly won't be happening anytime soon. But getting these smart meters, and it does vary. It becomes addictive. You'll watch it on a day-to-day basis going, I've not got one, no. I think they want to fit one. And I don't want them to. Yeah, they keep writing to me as well. I thought, well, I don't want one. OK, I shall keep with what I've got. Thank you very much indeed. John in Kent says, I'm an embalmer, Steve. I'll embalm Trump. I think he's been embalmed. The trouble is, I suppose it must be very boring when you get to be as ancient as he is. And you know you don't stand a cat in hell's chance of actually getting back into the White House. So what do? Faff around. I mean, there's not really a lot he can do, is there, really? And you sort of worry about it, and you think, well, you know, what do they do? Well, they don't do anything. They just presumably go out for dinner, and he spends a lot of time rearranging his hair in the singular. Steve, jolly good morning to you, says Ash in Margate. Lovejoy used to love the show. Now, that's something I'd like to see come back for a special. Oh, no, he's much older now, is Ian McShane. They're all available, box sets. And he was class in the role, but bring him back. Well, you buy the box set and you've got enough television to keep you happy for years. Tink died. He went into EastEnders, didn't he? They called, yeah, Nana Moon's boyfriend. And it was like there was somebody else that they put into it. I've lost track of EastEnders. I don't know where we are with it. But, yeah, Dudley Sutton. And he was born in Kingston upon Thames. He was 85. He was also in Holby City. And I thought he was great. I thought that programme worked so well. There you go, played Tinkadill. And how lovely. You know, but 85, good. He died in Clapham Town. He's got children, Fanny Sutton, Barnaby Sutton and Peter Fitzgibbon. So there you go. And a very busy boy. But I thought his character was great. I always like it when actors who've been in the business for ages, and sometimes it could be late in life, that all of a sudden you get rediscovered or discovered. And the next thing is you're being photographed and filmed and all sorts of exciting things. That's why people, I think, go into the business, especially in the business of acting and a bit of show business, because it must be very difficult. If you're in a soap, there's very few people in the soaps who've been there almost since the beginning, you know, and to hang on to something like that. And they always go, oh, I think I might leave and do something. And I'm going, no, don't, please don't leave. Please don't leave. We like a bit of stability. Corrie tends to keep people. I think they've got more elderly people. EastEnders tends to think, oh, let's move them around, of course. But that just ruins it for the audience. And I include myself as an audience member if it was interesting. But it's not. And Eileen in Scarborough says, I bought the potato waffles from McDonald's yesterday. How delicious are they? Crunchy and piping hot. Off for more later on. Eileen, I do not want to be blamed for your addictions. Sidcup Julie says, I'm back from Lisbon. You would have hated it. Hills everywhere, but you know you would have loved their tradition. Custard tarts. Custard tarts. Kim says, bit nippier up here too, Steve. At least it's dry. I've been on the waterproofs for the past 5 weeks. I still like that. I like that idea. And Kevin the Milkman says, I saw the episode of Bangers and Cash where a Wales and Edwards 3-wheel milk float was sold for about 15 grand. He says, 20 years ago, our dairy was buying ex-Dairy Crest milk floats in good condition for a couple of £100. You couldn't give them away back then. We still have a fleet of 4-wheeled electric floats, and they're increasing in value. We never thought we'd see the day that happened. I remember the 3-wheelers. I remember the chinking of the milk bottles. That's what I loved about it. Longest Corrie characters, Gail. To be honest with you, she doesn't look as though she's aged. She's in her 70s. She does not look in her 70s. She's been there 48 years. Rita, 57 years. And Ken Barlow, 61 years. I mean, that is some achievement. I think, actually, he's been with most of the women in the street, Ken Barlow. I don't think there's anybody left, apart from the cat which sits on the roof, and there's a reason. You know, it's one of those things. They just kept putting him in. And he never moved from that little house that he had. And you thought he was always trying to be, you know, he was the educated one in the street. He wrote for the local paper and he did all sorts of bits and pieces. But yet it was really Rita in the corner shop that kept the whole thing together. And people were saying, I'm sorry, do you not think by now we would have an Indian corner shop, an Asian corner shop? So they went, oh, yeah, maybe. And so they then put in Dev. And so now they sort of split it. So Rita's become basically a sweet shop, which is all it is. I mean, I don't even see people buying cigarettes. How she's still in business, God alone knows. And the pub does well, but not the same since Betty went. When Betty used to do a hot pot. I never saw anybody eating it, but they talk about it. Oh, 2 hot pots, Betty. All right, love. She used to go off. She waddled into the kitchen. 1 meal on the menu. It was just Betty's hot pot. Robert in Detroit City, Michigan, says, I'm glad you can see through people like Trump. Many on this side of the pond can't for some reason. Blind. Blind, you can't see through him. We can over here. And Mark says, completely agree with you about smart meters. They're a con. I keep refusing to have one. I'm not having one. I'm not having one. But Jane says, I'm with you on the smart meters. I read my meters every month and submit them to the energy supplier. When my gas meter developed a fault in lockdown, it was repaired in a day. But I was told if I had a smart meter, it could take up to 3 weeks to repair. Yeah, I'm not happy with these smart meters. I'm not having one. I don't care. They'll have to break the door down to get in there, but I'm not having it. Dudley Sutton also played a policeman in Tales of the Unexpected. I quite like they're showing those every day on the television. Tales of the Unexpected. And from Rob in Berkshire, heading down to Toulouse today, and then on to our house in the Minervois. I don't even know what that is, but it sounds delightful, and it sounds delightfully French. Treated myself to club class, so I'll get a drink ready for you in the lounge at Terminal 5. I don't do Terminal 5. I'm not allowed to. No, I just do Terminal 1. Number 1, numero uno. I only do Terminal 1. I'm not doing anything else, okay? It hasn't, so I wish you'd stop making these stories up. Steve in Stroud or Stroud? I think Stroud, okay. HMRC are useless. I didn't pay any VAT for nearly 3 years. I called them so many times to try and pay it, and each time they insisted they would take it by direct debit, but each time they didn't. They were sending me letters telling me I owed them money, then sending me another letter telling me they didn't have my address. It was beyond belief. Well, I've always paid it. I've always been very good because I've always had an accountant, and my brother is very hot on these things. And it's a case of we're not being messed around. So my next VAT is due this month, but we pay it in December. You've got, I think, till about the 5th of December. But we're waiting until they come back to it to tell us which account they'd like us to pay it into. Because we're not going to be fobbed off with anything else. But they basically caused misery. Absolute misery. In fact, at one point, they actually closed my account down with the bank. I didn't know they had the power. But they closed the account down. Luckily, a friend of mine works for this particular bank and said we won't, because they have the power to transfer all the money in your account to them. And then you have to fight to get it back again. Luckily, the bank were on my side. And I said, well, and it took us a month. It took us a month to try and get them going. I mean, just really ridiculous. My brother said, there's something odd. I tried to transfer some money out and I can't do it. They'd frozen the account. You can imagine, can't you? But no, I mean, they used to be so good, and now they're... And the backlog of dealing with all these problems that they've created for themselves. In fact, some woman actually told us, she said, well, you know, we can't stop the letters coming out. They're generated by computer. What? You've got... What, the computer's taken over? That's how frightening it is. But the idea of saying, oh, you know, please take the money. We always had it put in a separate account so they could take it. And they were taking it, but unfortunately they didn't know what they were doing with it either. But we've always paid it. I've always been very good. Any taxes due and things like that, always paid them. I don't want to get into trouble with stuff like that. I'm a very good boy.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. A bit chilly this morning, but the producer begs to differ. My good friend Phil Vickery, lovely Phil, says, morning, boss. I once cooked hot pot in the cafe on Coronation Street for Norris and Vera many years ago. Norris was really miserable. I'm not sure if it was an act or not. I thought that was the character he played. I don't know, actually. I used to sort of watch him. What was it? Norris. And he worked with Rita in the cabin, yeah. But fancy cooking hot pot. You see, I don't even know what hot pot is, but I'm assuming it's a northern dish. And it'll put, you know, you'll have cheaper cuts of meat in there. And because you're cooking it for a long while, it's the gravy and the carrots and potatoes and stuff like that. That's quite nice, isn't it? I call it a winter warmer. A winter warmer. They've actually given you the recipe for Betty's hot pot. And you need 3/4 kilogram each of neck of lamb and potatoes, large onion, 1.5 cups of water, 3 tablespoons of cooking oil, a tablespoon of flour, 1 bay leaf and a dash of Worcestershire sauce. And you basically have to cook the blooming thing for 2 hours or until the top of the potatoes. And I don't think she ever cooked that in her life. I can't believe that was the only thing that they ever had on that pub menu. 2 hot pots, as if it was all sitting outside, and she just laid... Yeah, nobody ever saw the kitchen. Did you ever see the inside of the kitchen? No. They didn't want to spend the money. Meanies. So they did it in the cafe. It's like, have you ever seen Ian Beale cooking fish and chips? No, of course not. And the toilets would be in Ken Barlow's living room. But they're not. People just walk into the wall. And there's no upstairs in that place. They climb up a ladder to look out the top window. I tell you, Millie Caldwell. They go like that. I tell you, you don't want to argue with all these people. Do not forget, I know the other day we didn't have my free little bit extra podcast because of the events taking place in America. But today we have 2 podcasts, my free little bit extra podcast and the rest of the show as well. The whole show. There'll be a brand new episode available just after the show this morning, exclusively on our Global Player app, where you will also find all of LBC's shows to catch up on, as well as the world's biggest podcasts. Download Global Player for free from your app store or head to globalplayer.com. And it costs you nothing. Absolutely nothing. And it'll keep you happy for ages. Chuffed to little pieces, I think you will be. Jeff in France says Heathrow Terminal 1 closed in 2015. Wow. So, see, I didn't know that. I assumed it was still going. And Ken says, watch Heartbeat and marvel how all the vehicles are pristine and clean, no rust or mud. No, there are companies that supply old vehicles to film sets and stuff like that. You can get all of this sort of stuff. I mean, Heathrow's Terminal 1 has been abandoned and left empty for 7 years. 7 years. It's still all in there. All the everything. It is like a mausoleum. It's most bizarre. Staying complete. They haven't moved anything out. All the chairs are still in there. Nothing at all. Amazing. Phil Vickery says, my mum's recipe always used neck end of lamb. It's delicious. See, I can't eat lamb. Don't know why. Every time I even think about it, I feel somewhat queasy. She always used pearl barley and, wait for it, a sprinkling of crumbled black pudding. They did that the other day on Four in a Bed, you know, where you go around to different people's bed and breakfast and all that. And some of them are very nice and some of them are not. And they seem to offer the full English, or one of them didn't offer any breakfast at all. You had to order it in the night before and they gave you a basket. So there was no chance of having anything hot. And they forgot on 4 people they were cooking breakfast for. One of them ordered black pudding and they forgot the black pudding. How you'd forget it, I can't imagine. You buy it in slices and then you fry it. It just doesn't appeal to me in the slightest. I can't think of anything worse, actually. Dudley Sutton, Steve, says Ash was an absolutely superb actor. He played a villain in an early episode of The Sweeney. The episode was called Golden Boy, if you fancy watching it. And he was great in the role. Pure class. I like people like that. Where's Albert Tatlock gone, says Taffy Nige. How do? Old Albert Tatlock. He was old before his time, wasn't he? But we like characters like that. We like characters. You know, they were sort of, he probably wasn't that old. Well, I bet he was. I think he was about 80-something when he died. There he is, Albert Tatlock. Albert Tatlock. And you imagine all these people were sort of trained actors and you've got to go working class. And so he had to go all working class. He used to have his flat cap on. He'd sit there and he'd be the moaner. He'd be me. If he had a radio programme, he'd be me, sitting there moaning about. Ina Sharples was another one. She was terribly posh, and yet they dressed her up as this battle axe. Yeah, she'd sit there, she'd say, well, not for you, Minnie Caldwell. You're not having another one of those Whitbread bottles of beer. Pat Butcher was posh, yes, very posh in EastEnders. Because, it was the classic example is Anita Dobson. She was East End. Mother sent her to voice training so that she could learn to talk proper. And then what's the big job she gets? EastEnders, where she had to go back to her roots again. I love it. Lidl, says Billy, have their new Christmas range out and they're selling frozen bags of their deluxe pre-fried potatoes and Brussels sprouts. I could just eat the whole bag. I know the feeling. That sounds nice. Deluxe pre-fried potatoes. It's a bit good, isn't it? Liz said, really looking forward to going to Joe Allen's tomorrow with Pam for lunch, 1 p.m, for some winter cheer. Any recommendations? All of it. Just enjoy the atmosphere. Just enjoy I don't know whether they're onto the Christmas menu at the moment. I know that they are changing the menu. Because they've got a new chef in. So you come back to me and tell me what they've got. I could check it online, actually. But I know that they are doing away with the duck and watermelon. And the new one's out, is it? Oh, how lovely. How lovely. So what have we got now? Lentil soup, barbecued fennel, barbecued pork rib. See, I like pork rib. Fish and chips, which sounds... that's a starter. Grilled shrimp, fish and chip. Oh, yeah, sorry, fish and chip. Burrata, which is fig chutney, fresh figs, pine, nuts and almonds. Or plate of smoked salmon with sour cream and lemon. That sounds quite nice. And they do a set menu, 2 courses or 3 courses. And what would I have for main? What would I have? Oh, that sounds nice. Meatballs, pomodoro in tomato sauce and herb mash. That sounds quite nice. I like meatballs. And then you can get your sides and you can get your steaks and stuff like that. And then you get pudding. What do we got in the puddings? Show me puddings. Oh, apple strudel. See, I had the apple strudel with ice cream last time. But they also do peanut chip ice cream, chocolate brownie, cup of joe, all sorts of bits and pieces. You have a night. Listen, the key to the success of any restaurant is who you're with. And if you're with somebody you like and you're having a nice time and you're having a few bevies, you let yourself go. Goodness sake. Atmosphere is good in there. Yeah. That's what it's all to do with. It's all to do with atmosphere, but I'll be looking forward to trying out the new chef's menu as well. But we'll have to wait and see. And we've yet to find out if it's going to be open on the Sunday for my show in February. They might be opening on a Sunday again, which actually would take a lot of heat off everything, wouldn't it, really? Can you believe that Chaz and Dave were going to be called Effing and Blinding? I thought they were brilliant, Chaz and Dave. They joined forces in 1972. They were also they recorded an album called The Oily Rags. They worked under The Oily Rags. Chaz and Dave had a string of hits, including Gotcha, Rabbit, and Ain't No Pleasing You. I always thought they were great. Chaz died in 2018. They retained a cult following for decades, and I thought they were wonderful. How nice to have had such a good partnership going, and stuff like that. Yeah, they got on. Yep, they got on. It was very good. Three Little Pigs here. They're so cute. Owned by Tony Adams, who's named them after fellow Strictly stars. One's called Claudia Winkle-Pig, and the others are Anton Dupig and Katya. And Tony's pro partner, Katya Jones. So one called Katya. I quite like Little Pig. I don't know if I want to keep one, but I think they're actually quite cute if they're sort of little. Which is always very good news. And apparently Britain's biggest police force says only 1 call in 5 made by the public is actually about crime. The rest of it are mental health issues. Neighbours, things like that. So they aren't crime. But in fact, the Britain's biggest police force, and Sir Mark Rowley, head of the Met Police, said he plans to begin pushing back on dealing with non-police issues. He said, we're not here to nanny people. He said, we're a police force. We're here to fight crime.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Nice to have your company. Thursday, November the 10th. And so it'll be interesting. Nick Ferrari still ploughing on with the arrest of Charlotte. The police have admitted they made a mistake. Unfortunately, we're not in the business of making mistakes. Even a 3.6% idiot could have known that you could have checked out who she said she was quite easily by making 2 phone calls. Either one to the NUJ to confirm she's a member of the National Union of Journalists, and the other one to here to say, does she work for you? Is she working on the programme? What is she? She's a journalist. How did she get... I fancy asking her how she got there. Flew on Concorde, maybe. No, she got there by car. As simple as that. How did you hear about this? Have you heard of the internet? Quite clearly, it's absolutely scandalous. And then, to handcuff her. I thought that was illegal. You can only handcuff if she resists arrest. She didn't resist arrest. And then to put her in a cell for 5 hours, I'd have been banging on that door like there was no tomorrow, I tell you. Ghastly. Poor old celebrity chef Tom Kerridge has been roasted for charging for a Christmas dinner that you cook yourself. This is nothing new. They do this every year. I don't know why they're making a big deal about it now. He was branded out of touch over the price of the meal for 4, described as the ultimate festive feast. You get beef Wellington in this book. You don't get turkey, you get beef Wellington. Pigs in blankets, red wine sauce, plus a dessert of sticky toffee pudding and salted caramel fudge. Somebody called Martin Webb, whoever that is, says the only place this should end up is in rip-off Britain. Well, if it's not for you, lovey, don't buy it. There's probably a car showroom down the road selling cars you can't afford either. Have you boycotted that as well, or are you a bit stupid? And Matt Rees said, how effing much? That's why it's not for you, dear. It's not for you. If you can't string 2 words together. If you can't afford it, it's not for you. Go somewhere else. Tom, who came under fire for charging £175 last year for a turkey for up to 8 people, said it's sure to provide the ultimate indulgent Christmas meal. I told you there was a holiday that was on offer in Country Life last week. New one out today. And it was for a ski lodge in Courchevel, and I think they were looking, it was something like £29,000 a day. This will be booked up straight away. So when you get silly little people like, Martin Webb, whoever he is, complaining about it, there's obviously people for whom this doesn't make any difference. If it's not for you, stop moaning on. Nothing worse, mamby-pambies. If it's not for you, you can probably do it for a third of that price. That's like if you want to go to a hotel for Christmas, and most of them are fully booked already. Most of them are fully booked. All you have to do is you do it yourself. We did it one year. It's very expensive. Very expensive. If you want to go, here we go, Christmas dinner at the Savoy. How much is Christmas dinner at the Savoy this year? And just, Google it, find out. Because they will be taking bookings for it. Also, The Sun are promoting John Lewis's Christmas ad about a foster dad, and they're flogging a skateboard. As I say, what it cost, I've got no idea. Probably an arm and a leg. So better write to quickly Martin Webb so we can find out how much all these adverts cost. You know, because obviously you're having a very miserable time this year, which is a shame because everybody else we're determined to have a good time, a very good time, because, you know, there might be misery around the corner, but not everybody. Not everybody. Some people are working. Some people will work throughout the festive season, which is, you know, quite a nice thing to do. I like working over the festive season. I think it's fantastic, especially as it's, you know, for all those people who maybe don't get away, who don't have a Christmas lunch. They don't think it's worth buying one for, you know, for one person or for two people. But you can have other things. Nobody says you have to have these things for Christmas. We do it because, you know, people sometimes save up. I've always thought Christmas clubs were a great idea. You save up throughout the year, and then at Christmas you can redeem the amount of money that you've saved with a particular company, and you can get your ham and turkey and the roast potatoes and the Christmas pudding and a bottle of sherry or something. You know, you get all sorts of things. And if you do it throughout the year, it's called home economy. They teach you to do it. They teach you to do it in some schools, not in mine. We can't find the Christmas lunch. Oh, but you've got 2020s. Okay, 2020s will do for me. I'll take that. It's only... per person. It's only 2 years ago they had it. This is the Savoy Christmas lunch. Okay, it's a set dinner, so I'm assuming. And do they do a vegan option or something like that? No, they don't. This was 2 years ago. £150 per person. Okay, for their Christmas lunch. £150, and it came with, to start with, either crispy Devon crab tart or a fresh donut. Yes, that's an amuse-bouche. For starter, foie gras. Oh, maybe not. Beef cured gravlax and oyster tartare. Aged Aberdeen oxtail consommé. Nuri coated crispy duck egg. A crispy duck egg, no less. And then for main, Christmas Norfolk bronze turkey, the best, with roast potatoes, Brussels sprouts, honey glazed carrots. I always hate those. Pigs in blanket. Shouldn't it be pigs in blankets? And chestnut stuffing, or they've got sea bass, or they've got aged beetroot Wellington, which sounds quite nice as well, actually. Or and then for pudding or dessert, pre-dessert is spiced green apple sorbet, Tahitian vanilla or crispy meringue. That sounds nice, doesn't it? And then the proper puddings, Black Forest baked Alaska, yum yum, traditional Christmas pudding, brandy sauce, vanilla ice cream, toasted pecans, or clementine and Gyeongju tart. I don't even know what that is, actually, but it's clementine and mandarin sort of confit with citrus sorbet. That's £150. So when they're talking about £195 for Christmas dinner, this was 2 years ago. It will undoubtedly have gone up this year. Let's think of another hotel. In London. How about... Well, Grosvenor House is undergoing restoration, so they won't be doing anything this year. I can't think of anywhere else. Isn't that awful? How much for the Goring? How much for the Goring? We love the Goring. We like the Goring a lot. So how much for there? Because that's salubrious around it. It's not big. It's nice. It's family-run hotel. They're nice people. Nice people. We like them. We've been down there quite a few times, and we have a Christmas menu for this year. Okay, it's more money, is it? Well, it's all right. We don't. Okay. Do we have the menu for it? Here we go. This is the Goring's Christmas Day menu, and it's got everything from glazed lobster, duck liver, pistachio terrine, and then the roast Norfolk farm turkey with the garnishes, or venison Wellington, wild halibut, really angry that was, really angry, and then you've got Christmas pudding, candied orange, brandy cream, warm gingerbread, spiced poached pear, nice selection of cheeses, and how much is this one? Here we go. £340. So we better write to little Martin Webb, who'll be fuming again. He's having a tantrum like you can't believe. £340. Prices include VAT. An optional 12.5% service will be added to your bill. So that's on top of the £340. People will pay it. If you're looking for something that maybe you've saved all year, maybe it's your treat. Maybe it's that kind of thing you go, do you know, it's been such a miserable blooming year for everybody. Let's just push the boat out. You know, there's 2 of us or there's 4 of you, and you go there and you spend, you know, best part of £1,000. And if there's 2 of you, you're looking at £700 before your drinks. Your drinks go on top of that. But that's a treat. That's a treat, isn't it? I mean, that's a nice thing. Makes Joe Allen seem very, very cheap, actually. But it's what people can afford. Everybody's different. Some people can afford to do that. Some people can afford to fly first class on aeroplanes. Some people, would think nothing of spending £29,000 for a night in an exclusive Swiss chalet in Courchevel. If you had the money, you'd do it as well. Except Martin Webb, who'd still be fuming in the corner, I should imagine. He must be absolutely livid. Absolutely livid. But, that's what it costs. It's the same in every place. You find even average hotels now doing Christmas lunch for in excess of £100. In excess. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to November the 11th. Welcome to It's the Weekend. And wasn't that the oddest name of anybody you've ever heard? Indigo Rumbelow. Okay, yeah. I bet she wasn't brought up on a council estate in Scunthorpe. She sounds very posh. They're all very posh, aren't they? I've noticed all these, because they must have time to climb gantries. So if you've got a full-time job, like, looking after the horses and things like that, not exactly tough life, is it really? But Indigo Rumbelow. I've never heard such a name in my entire life. So, on the subject of them, there's a picture on the front of one of the papers today. 17 police officers standing there watching one protester. What a waste of bloody time. What a waste of time. I've never seen anything so ridiculous. And they appear to be powerless. We just stand there like idiots, watching one protester who's having the time of his life. One of the protesters has been back there 4 times now, and the police still stand there. He must be on nodding terms with them. Hello? Which force are you from? Hello, you're all right, mate? Can you get us a cup of tea? Thanks. Yeah. I mean, presumably they must do something, mustn't they? In fact, one of them, the girl who sort of looked a bit peculiar anyway, and she daubed one of the pictures, but it's covered by plastic, so it didn't do anything. She's carried on protesting. She's now joined the people climbing gantries. So obviously not working, but Mumsy and Popsy look after you, presumably, darling. And still holidaying in San Moritz? How lovely. It's a bit like Where Do You Go To, My Lovely? All over the place, isn't it? Jailed, the OAP who served mince pies in lockdown. I don't quite get that one, but we'll find out later on. The NHS doctor who avoids being struck off for fraud. He's an arrogant little so-and-so. David Walliams comes up with the biggest pile of filth you've ever heard in your life, and they ask the question, and Nick Ferrari will be asking the question later, is it the end for him? You cannot go onto a programme and come up with the stuff and the words that he used on this television. He's apologised, but people are saying it's not enough. Piers Morgan has jumped onto the bandwagon and said, well, this is just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, I don't ever think that people are so terribly innocent. You see somebody on the television, that's their television image, like Lorraine Kelly. I bet she's got a foul mouth on her. One of those sort of people effing and jeffing all over the place because it's a case. I mean, he was recorded referring to one contestant as can't even say the word, and saying of another, she thinks you want to, but you don't. This was in 2020, so this was 2 years ago. Lawyers for Walliams and Thames Television were part of a private conversation, that's what they've said, never intended for broadcast. But unfortunately, every microphone is live. Every microphone is live. Any half-wit will know. After an unsuccessful audition, the pensioner, who's on this particular one, when he was out of earshot, the transcript suggests that Walliams described him as and then that rude word 3 times, that very, very rude word 3 times. And you think to yourself, you can't say that. You treat every microphone as if it's live. You absolutely have to. And especially as they were making a television programme. I mean, obviously the papers are going to have a field day with this because I think basically they can't stand him anyway. He's very irritating. We've had all the fake cod acting with him sort of playing up to Simon Cowell and doing coochie coochie coo, and then there's a male act on. He starts playing up to them and all the rest. And you start thinking, but at the back of it is just a foul-mouthed bloke who's made an awful lot of money out of writing kids' books. And was very good, and then they didn't talk about, all these other little bits and pieces. But I don't think it's the end of him. And they ITV have warned him. But this was 2 years ago, which makes it all the more interesting. The story, somebody's been hanging on to that for a while. Makes it all more interesting with the Sun's front page, which is ITV Holt McCann show over her vile rant at ex's acid victim. This is Fern McCann. Now, I have to be honest with you, she's fallen out with quite a few people over the years. The latest one is Sam for Ears, and she's not a pleasant person. I don't care whether she, does this and does that, and she's got a programme about, first-time mother and all the rest of it. Her ex, Arthur Collins, is a vile piece of work. He's currently in prison for 20 years for throwing acid in a nightclub, and this wasn't his first, things that sort of went on. Oh yeah, no, the comments they've got on tape. It's her on. She's been recorded doing it to this woman, and that's the thing. But this sort of tape they think could be put together. They don't know, but so she branded the acid attack victim as ugly in this expletive-laden audio message. Now, The Sun have put this on the front page, but I'm led to believe that this story goes back quite some time. So anyway, while they probe these leaked messages, Sophie, the girl in question, says, I feel sick to my stomach. And Fern has said, this is old, it's in the hands of the police and it's in the hands of everybody else. But never let it spoil a front page story. So it's one of those things. But it is her talking. It is confirmed it's her. Really? Inverted commas? Where is it? No. Wait a minute. I have to find it now. Yeah, they say here, she has. Why has somebody been so cruel to give the What is it with this sort of system in this country? They've got a picture of Fernwood Collins before his acid attack in 2017. And now somebody's obviously, because the show she's done, I think it's called First Time Mum, which obviously she isn't. She's not a first-time mum at all. And they're set to be released today. 3 more Fern McCann voice notes. I don't know what a voice note is. Well, that's what they call them. That's what they call them. But the mystery Instagram account known only as Lady Whistledown, you know, it becomes more and more bizarre every minute. Also shares a shocking clip, allegedly, of Fern branding her ex-boyfriend attack on Sophie Hall ugly, and so it goes on. But yeah, well, that's what they've said here. But they've got 3 more Fern McCann voice notes. I think it's voice notes. I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's a telephone answering machine. But a recording on what? I mean, I've done. Oh, it's on the phone, is it? Oh, right. So she's phoned. I've got a dictaphone on my phone. Have I? Where? Where is it? There's a dictaphone. Well, what do you do with it? You speak into it, and then what happens to it? You make a voice note. So there is a term for it. It's called a voice. Oh, right. Okay. So you make, and then you can send it to somebody. Oh, right. Oh, right. Right. You'd have to push it a bit to be Fern McCann's voice, wouldn't you? I would have thought. But it's a case of you speak into the phone and then you can send it on to somebody. Mind you, the problem you've got at the moment is the blue ticks on Twitter. Because now it turns out that you've got to pay for it. If you want a blue tick, the blue tick was something to get. In fact, I remember when I got mine, somebody said, I'll arrange it for, and I can't remember who it was. It must be somebody who was authorised to do things like that. And they said, I'll get you a blue tick on your Twitter account. And I went, oh, good. Why? And they go, because that way, if you've got the blue tick, people know it's you. And it's not somebody masquerading as you. And so consequently, I then got this blue tick. Well, I mean, I hadn't really been aware of it up until then, but apparently there were a couple of Steve Allen accounts which weren't me. And somebody said, oh, there are a couple of Steve Allen. Are there? They said, yeah, that's why if it's the blue tick, people know it's you. Now you've got to pay for it. And if you think I'm paying 84 quid a year just to have a blue tick, well, they can stick it, because I'm not remotely interested. I'd rather close the Twitter account down. I'm not particularly bothered. It makes no difference to me. But the idea that somebody has paid God knows how many billions of pounds to buy this blooming thing and then wants to charge us for it per month. I wouldn't mind if it was a one-off pay. If they said it's a one-off payment of 100 quid, I'll do that. A one-off payment, £100, and then you can carry on with your life as usual. But there's going to be loads and loads of fake accounts. In fact, there are loads of fake accounts already for everybody, from Donald Trump to George Bush. You name it, there'll be a fake account. There's probably a Simon Cowell fake account. There'll be a David Walliams fake account. Because unless you want to pay this £7 a month, and I've heard of people who paid it, and they don't mind handing over their details so somebody can take 84 quid a year. Not me. Not me. In fact, I don't even know if I've still got the blue tick on there. Do they just sort of gradually erase them or something? That's the only way I can, because I definitely had it. Wait a minute, have I still got the blue tick? Yeah, I've got it for now. There you go. It's still there. But where it goes to, I've got no idea. Do they have well, they must have control over my account, so I'm assuming they must be able to just take it away. Well, take it away. Take it, go on, dare you. Go on, dare you. I'll encourage everybody to take it away. You know, what's the point of paying £7? Who cares when you get some fake accounts? Only goes to prove, I suppose, how important you are if you've got somebody who's actually daring to impersonate you. How hilarious. I mean, what a sad person. They must have some illnesses going on, mustn't they? If somebody wants to sort of write pretending they're you. I mean, it's really very odd. It's not normal, actually, is it? Steve, I've been listening all year and I don't recall you having a week off. I don't do holidays. No, I'm not a holiday person. You know why? Why? Why would I want to go on holiday? I don't like lying sunbathing. It's not my kind of thing. I don't want to sort of lie in a sun lounger sipping pina colada and then jumping into the pool, having sort of, food and things like that. And sort of, what's the point? I could do that here. I can lie by a pool and I can get some pina coladas. You can buy them in all the off licenses. They're ready mixed. You just pour it into a plastic glass and off you go. Why would I want to go on holiday? I've seen everything I want to see. There's nothing I want to see. You're not going to go sunbathing in Machu Picchu, are you? I've been to America. I've done the theme parks. I've done New York. I've done Tampa. I've done loads of places. Sarasota. I've been to the places. I've been to LA. I've been to the places I wanted to go to. There's nothing new for me to go and see. If I want to go and see something, I'll buy a DVD. I wanted to go and see Tiananmen Square. I wanted to go and see the city where the emperors were. So some of them were thugs, basically had people murdered left, right and centre. But I wanted to go to see that because I thought that looked really interesting. But I bought the DVD and it's taken me round all the places that you can't go as a tourist. Because behind what do they call that place in China? They call it, is it the Forbidden City or something like that? And there are walls and it's huge. They used it in The Last Emperor. There you go, Forbidden City. And to be honest with you, it's absolutely stunning. But you can only go so far. And behind it is where all the concubines lived. And the concubines who were executed, murdered. They also had eunuchs, all sorts of people. There was a zoo behind there and everything. I mean, it's quite some place. If you get the film The Last Emperor, you'll see they use that for the filming. It's vast. It really is. There's an outer court and an inner court. And it's just, I love Chinese art, furniture, I love everything about it. So for me, it's a nice place to go to. But, to save me going there and spending a small fortune, I bought the DVD. And it was so much easier. And so if I want to go and see, and sometimes I'll put in, Forbidden City, and there'll be another documentary on it. And then you watch it and then you feel as though you've been there, which is quite nice. Valerie says, you always manage to cheer me up. I really need it now. Oh, God, listening from Italy. Why? What's the weather like? Don't tell me it's bad again. I bought a new fob for my little card, and it's only £7, and it arrived in the post yesterday with a dancing Christmas tree, which is very small. I mean, it's barely 6 inches tall. Seriously, I mean, I thought it was a joke. I opened the box and it was full of paper, and I thought, it's going to take up the whole box. Well, today I've got arriving the three Father Christmases who climb up a little tiny pole into the chimney and then pop out the bottom and go back round again. It's just it's wonderful. I've got 3 of those arriving, which is very good because they've now run out. And if you want it now, you don't get it till December the 17th. I get it today, and probably a few of you did as well.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, 18 minutes past 4. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to, thank the Lord, we've reached the weekend. Thank the Lord, the Christmas markets are open. One of my neighbours have got their Christmas tree up with lights on it already. I think, yes. It does seem a bit odd, doesn't it? Not getting ours up till Tuesday of next week. But the tree is actually up in November. We're not even halfway through November, are we, really? But perhaps they just like celebrating Christmas, which is good. Steve, you don't need the blue tick, says Helinka. We know you're the real deal. Well, I just looked, actually. It's not even a blue tick. It's now a black tick. And because it used to be blue, because I remember getting a bit excited about it. But anyway, I've got... it's blue on the... Oh, how odd. It's blue on the website, but not on my telephone. Perhaps I'm paying for a black and white telephone or something. Perhaps I don't have colour on it. But actually, there is something on my Twitter, which is at Steve Allen Show, or at Steve Allen Show, is it? At Steve Allen Show? Yeah. And there's something to add to your collection. You just need... There's a link on there. You'll find something. But let me just tell you, limited. Steve, I've been listening all year and I don't recall... Oh, somebody else saying about the holiday. Yeah, I'm just not a holiday person. Anybody who's listened to me for any amount of time knows that I'm boring on holiday. I don't like it. You spend ages getting there, and then you sit and you go, okay, right, so it's got sunshine, it's got bougainvillea, and you can sit by the pool. No, thank you. And I think it's because I have an exciting job. That's what it is, and I enjoy life. And the older I get, the more I embrace it. Well, I embrace the Prosecco and all the other bits and pieces that go with it. And I had more of those potatoes the other day, which were very nice. And I thought I'd be healthy, so I just had them. Not all of the pack. I did have all of the pack, barring one. And no, I did buy waffles yesterday. I did buy waffles. Yeah, the Hasselback potatoes I bought. And I just put them in the frying pan, steam them, and I put in mushrooms and Brussels sprouts. Delicious. Delicious, can't tell you. But so I like life. It was a song actually in a movie, wasn't it? I like life. Life likes me. And it's a case of, if you like your life, I think people go on holiday so they can, because, they think, oh, I can't wait to go on holiday. I'm so bored with work. Whereas me, I never get bored with work. Every day is different. Every day is something exciting. Every day, you can go shopping on Amazon or do whatever you want to do. I can get potato waffles every day if I so choose. But I don't really think I should do. But, so a holiday for me, and because we moved around the world when I was young, every 2 years off to a different place. Germany, Egypt, Hong Kong, Yorkshire, Brentwood. We've just moved about all over the place. And so I thought that was like holidays. It doesn't give you a great education because every 2 years you're moving school. But didn't serve me too bad, thank you very much indeed. So, that's why it is. I can't think of anything I like. I've done cruises. I've done sort of holidays, and I've done all the places I want to go and see, actually. There's nothing I really want to go and see. I've got a television. That's enough for me. I think people go on holiday, as I say, because if you've got a really boring job, like, you work in a factory and it's just monotonous, it's regular hours and this and that, and they think, I can't wait to get out there and go on holiday. And you see the Brits on holiday. I quite like watching the programme, The Brits on Holiday. I just don't want to go to where they are. That's the whole idea, isn't it? Steve. This one here from Shane. Wait a minute, I've lost my mouse again. Disappears. Good turnout at the local cenotaph for the Remembrance Day ceremony this morning. Yes, we've got ours. Tomorrow is the Sunday. 11th. Today is 11th hour of the 11th month of the, and so it goes on. So we do that. So we will be doing and observing the silence on LBC. We do it every year. And it amazes me, actually, because you do see people, especially at the railway stations, where they say we're now going to be doing 2-minute silence or 3-minute silence. And people stand there. And you get other people who are quite clearly oblivious to anything going on around them. They're just, sorry, is the train... I'm sorry, we're doing 3-minute silence, love. I would get really, really annoyed with somebody who go, excuse me, can you not stand still for 3 minutes? Peasant. I hate people like that. It's dreadful. Dreadful. Noreen says, I had a very trying day. You can imagine what she was trying for, can't you? She started at 9 a.m. for tickets for Peter Kay, engaged. I was literally hitting redial every 30 seconds. Around 11:45, suddenly went to a message. At 12:40, I got through. I had to ring as we need accessibility for Brian. That's at 02. I don't know if or when the main site was working. I know tickets were on sale for £1,000 last night. Yes, I mean, O2 have apologised after their site crashed due to extraordinary demand. Peter Kay has gone in print this morning and said there is no shortage of tickets. There are loads. He's actually playing the O2 every month for a year. So there are loads of tickets around. Loads of tickets. So, Chris Evans says, I want to... oh, wait a minute. He says, happy Friday. He said, I need to talk to your brother about model cars. Model cars? How bizarre. He says, I presume we've moved our lunch. We might not have done at the moment. I haven't quite sort of organised. I've got so many bits and pieces on at the moment, but leave it with me. And he says, can you hook us up for a cuppa? I'll have to give you... Yeah, because my brother sells cars on eBay, model cars. He buys them and then he puts them up on eBay. He seems to have quite a thriving little business going on. I don't know whether it's not done professionally, obviously, anything like that. Because he was saying, oh, I've sold another 2 cars or something like that. And I went, oh, right. Trying to feign interest. Always goes like that. Yeah, I shall pass them on to Chris because he would like things like that. But anyway, Noreen did. So I don't know. She says, if or when the main site was working, but tickets are on sale for it. But don't spend £1,000 on tickets, please. There are tickets available. It's doing every month for for a year, 12 different dates just at the O2 because people were complaining. Saying, wait a minute, don't we get a chance? Because it appeared as if he was avoiding the south. Like, so many people want to. What have I also got to tell you? Oh, yeah, two things, really bizarre. Firstly, I told you that the police called me, a police officer called Craig. I won't identify him anymore. And it turns out that some bloke was mugged at a bus stop, and they thought our CCTV cameras might be able to pick it up. Well, we have picked it up. And so Lynn and I and Lindy were sitting watching it yesterday. It's quite disturbing to watch. We think that the person, we don't know, and this is just purely guesswork, we think that the person who was mugged knew the people who mugged him. I don't know why. It just looked as though, anyway, they sort of drag him in and they start beating him up and all the rest of it. Then he staggers off up the road. And there was a car that stopped on the road. Unfortunately, our cameras didn't. If they moved out another 3 feet, we could have got the car number plate, because quite clearly he was putting it on his telephone, and I think he might have been the one who called the police in the first instance. But anyway, we've got it, but we can't transfer it to the police's site because it's encrypted, and you've got to be an authorised person to send them data. So we think that Craig is going to come round probably on Saturday and pick up the little, what do they call those little things you click into the side of a USB thing, like a little stick, and we've got it on there for him. Then he can have a look at it, and they can do with it what they want, because they can do great things nowadays. The funny thing is, one of the boys, very unwisely, who perpetrated the crime, first of all, when he was beating the living daylights out of this bloke, had his hoodie up. He was obviously wearing one of those like sweatshirt type things with a hood, and he had it up over his head. A little bit later on, he took it down and walked past, and we got him. So we'll be able to see him quite clearly. And I'm assuming they then all they'll do is check the buses at that time. And this is about 1:15 in the morning. And the buses have CCTV on. Once they've seen him getting on the bus, they'll know where he goes to. And the picture's not bad. Not bad. All of our cameras are nighttime cameras. So it's good, but there are bits where people move into and you can't see them. But hopefully it'll sort out. And then the other thing is, oh, blimey, after we'd found this, and one of my neighbours is very clever, and he's been able to get this stuff off, and he's put it on the stick for Craig and all the rest of it. And then Lynn said, oh, we have to go out for a cup of tea probably on Sunday, which is what we're going to do Sunday afternoon, to discuss other various things going on. And one of our neighbours has just sold the flat. And didn't do badly at all. Moved out, nice lad, and the person moving in, we know who it is because we've already seen a letter addressed to her. So we know, but she hasn't moved in as yet, and we think we might know the reason, because Lynn said, "Steve, come up." And I, what? What? And we looked through the front door. Didn't need to actually look through it because it's glass. His ceiling's collapsed. It's all on the floor. It's plasterboard ceiling, as indeed they are in many, they sort of brickwork, and then they put the joists in and then they put the plasterboard ceiling on, and it's dripping. There is water dripping from above it, which is the kitchen. So presumably there is a drip going on in the kitchen, which soaked through into and it must have been going for some time, because they're a good ½ inch, these plasterboard things. It must have soaked it enough for it to collapse, and it's all over their stairs and everything else. Now, whether or not this woman hasn't moved in because she knows that the roof's come in. They moved out on... When did they move out? What's the day today? I think they might have moved out on Monday or something like that. It was sort of a day. So, of course, what's happening? If we phone him, because we got his number, obviously, and say, he's going to say, well, it's not my problem. They sold the flat. I've sold it. I don't own it now. Because that must have been dripping for quite some time for the whole plasterboard thing to come down. Do you not think so? I would have thought so. But anyway, so there's what a weekend, honestly. We haven't even got to Blooming Saturday, where I've got to drive to my brother with a sequin jacket. He's obviously doing something at work. That's more like it. That's more showbiz. And then I've got these other things arriving. The Father Christmas who tips over into the chimney and then pops out the doors the other side, which I can't wait to see. The producer was trying to work out how big it was. So once we dispense with that one, and he thought it was going to be sort of quite. I said, no, it's not going to be that big. It's going to be quite small. The Father Christmas is climbing up the ladder. They're not that big, are they? Producer thinks they're like life size. Can you imagine this huge thing arrives like a giant chimney, and you go, where is it? And some bloke comes out and goes, ho ho ho, 6'2" tall. How lovely.
Some things just add some play to your day. catching the toast as it pops out of the toaster, dancing down the street to your favourite playlist, wearing your sparkly boots to the shop, and best of all, picking the new red scratch card.
A red scratch card, please. Thank you.
And doing your own drum roll. This is exciting. Add some play to your day with scratch cards from the National Lottery. Search Dream Big, Play Small. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company. 26 minutes to 5. It's Friday. Have you tried, says Paul in Exeter, walking tours on YouTube? Save money and... Oh, right. I mean, I've seen walking tours before, so they sort of take you around. It's just basically a travelogue, isn't it, really? I feel a bit sorry for you, actually, Paul. You've only got one follower. It's a bit sad, isn't it, really? Have you got any friends at all? And then you go down these little side... I mean, basically, it's like the most boring thing you've ever seen in your entire life, a walking tour on YouTube. It's not that... You see, for me, a walking tour is let's go inside somebody's house. That's what I want to do. I don't want to just walk past it. But you just attach a camera to yourself and off you go walking. And already they've had 155,000 views. That's 155,000 people who can't really be bothered to get off their bums and get out there and do something. But I'm more sad that you've only got one follower, as indeed has Tristan only got one follower. I suspect you're probably both the same person. It's too unlikely, isn't it, really? But you've been to the Magic Circle website. Thank you. Which is very nice. And Christine says, this is what I've got being delivered today. My mum has dementia. I thought I can record her a message in the hope it'll stop her feeling anxious. What a brilliant idea. This is a personalised talking teddy bear kit. 16 inches of plush cuddly toy animal with a 2-minute voice recorder. I bought years ago, I don't know if you can still get them, parrot cards. And the reason they're called parrot cards is they've got a little recording device in them, and you record your own message, like a birthday card, and you can go, "Hi, Joe, happy birthday, this is Steve, see you soon," not, "ha, ha, ha," you know, kind of thing. And then you send it to them, and I bought loads of parrot cards, because I thought it'd be quite a nice idea. They come with a little battery in them, probably not available anymore, are they not? They were very good. Wait a minute. Yeah, just cards with parrots on. How about parrot talking cards? Try parrot talking cards. And funny talking parrot. Now we've just found funny talking parrots. There you are, talking parrot cards on Zazzle. Oh. They are talking products with replaceable whatever it is. There you go. And you just sort of... It's 40 seconds and you've got little batteries and you record your message and everything. It's a bit expensive at $10.95, isn't it? I didn't realise. The parrot cards were cheaper. They were about £3. And I bought quite a few of them, but obviously not. And you can preserve your message forever. So you can always hear somebody's voice, which is quite nice, isn't it? I think that's a good idea. Mel in Leeds says, I lived all over the place when I was young. Now I'm happy to do nout. And I'm very happy. I'm not rich, but I'm happy. Oh, listen, you don't need to worry about money. Money doesn't make you happy. Really doesn't. If you were miserable and then you win money, you're still going to be miserable. It's not going to change anything. It just means that it gives you security, but security doesn't equal happiness. You know, it's like a case of somebody said, "Oh, you imagine how happy you could be with more money," and you go, "Yeah, but I'm happy now." It wouldn't change anything. It just means I'd have more money, but I'd still be the same happy person. I wouldn't be happier because there's only one place you can live in. There's only one car you can drive and stuff like that. Well, I wouldn't be, any happy. I'd probably be better off, if I lived near a hospital, so I could sort of nip in a private hospital, mainly so you could be seen quite quickly as opposed to having them go, well, it's a bit of a waiting list at the moment. Oh, how much? About a year, I think. So I think we might have to be raiding the piggy bank for things like that. But that's the way it goes, isn't it? I'm quite well travelled, Steve, like you. And I don't feel the need to go abroad every year. I prefer weekends away in this country. Plus, selfishly, your listeners don't want you to go on holiday, says Eileen in Scarborough. I know. I get people go, what do you mean you're going on holiday? And you go, I just thought, and they go, well, don't go on holiday. What are we supposed to do? I go, well, you could download my podcasts. I do have quite a few of them. Mike in Kings Langley says, I need cheering up. Thanks to all these Stop Oil Brigade and M25 closure, I missed a dear chum's funeral yesterday and it's really upset me. Why are they so selfish? Because they're I can use a rude word and tell you that's why. Because they're selfish. They're all called like Lavinia and, terribly posh names because they're all frightfully middle class and they just think we want to save the planet and the world. But the trouble is they're going about it the wrong way. I understand the sentiments. It's just that to hold people up. There was somebody the other day in a car blocked an ambulance on an emergency call. That person, no, nothing to do with them. They were just another idiot. You get these stupid people, don't you? Jackie in North Watford says, what about the Orient Express? You see, I like things like that. The only thing I don't like about the Orient Express, if you're going to do a holiday on it, and it's now called the Venice to Simplon train, isn't it? The Orient Express, is the dressing up bit. See, I just want to be a bit cash. Not shorts. I'd do a pair of jeans or something like that and a shirt and just sit down and just, be served nice food and watch the world go by. I quite like that. My chemist, Mr. Shah, he did one of those, I think it was the Canadian train, with the dome on the top and all the rest of it. That I quite fancied. This footage, and a bloke deliberately and dangerously impeded the progress of an ambulance. His name's Albert Butler. He deliberately braked. I've lost it. And swerved, causing the ambulance to slow down and other road users to take evasive action. And so here he is. He's senseless. He's a bit stupid. It's not his fault. And he was blocking the ambulance. The ambulance is trying to get through. Unfortunately for him, all ambulances have cameras on. Like loads of cars. I've got cameras on my car. I can do front and rear quite easy. And then it pulls in front of him again. He's obviously a complete and utter, And then at the roundabout, he doesn't move over. He's quite clearly deranged. Something the matter with him. He was driving a red Suzuki Vitara, and he kept blocking the way. And then he goes past them with his hazard. He's a complete and utter bozo. He then continues to brake check the emergency vehicle, keeping it at slow speed so it couldn't overtake. He comes from Reading, charged with dangerous driving. And what an idiot! What a stupid, stupid man. He was later charged with the dangerous driving. And then at one point, he completely blocked its chances to drive on. They're on an emergency call. On an emergency. Imagine if he's your neighbour. Imagine living next door to somebody that's stupid. It really is absolutely unbelievable. And what a moron. Is there a picture of him? Does he look like a moron? I hope he looks like a moron. What a shame. Wait a minute. Let's have a look. I'm looking at all these pictures of his car at the roundabout. What happened to him? What did he get? What was he sentenced to? Hopefully life in 18 months suspended sentence. What a shame. What a shame. I'd have had him locked up. You go away 3 years, off you go, goodbye. Stupid man. Why do you get such people like that? Steve says, Sarah, if you won the lottery, would you consider buying an entire village for $227,000? What would I do with an entire village? What would I do with it? But it's a Spanish village. Everybody España. It's got 44 homes, a hotel and a swimming pool. It was built in the 50s for workers building a reservoir, but definitely not for me. I preferred the one in it looks quite nice. What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? It's sort of nice, but it's perched on the edge of a cliff. All I see is falling down there. So 44 homes, a hotel, a church and a swimming pool put up for sale. There was one in this country, wasn't there? Do you remember? And the villagers were going, we don't want to be bought out for 15 million or something. And it was was it Barry Hearn who wanted to buy it? And they would go, oh, no, we don't want that. You think, because he'll put the rents up. Well, he'd just be your landlord. The landlord who's got it at the moment wants to sell it, probably rather have the £15 million. Lovely Dawn Neeson. Lovely Dawn. She says, good morning at Steve Allen Show. Happy Friday and have a lovely weekend. You too, gorgeous girl. You too. You have a nice weekend as well. I'm hoping it's going to be nice. I think they've said snow is on the way. Not this weekend. They've said towards the end of the month. But then I would expect it. I don't mind a bit of snow, as long as it's not loads of snow. A warm weekend, is it? Oh, is it shirt button undone? Look at that. Sunny intervals and a moderate breeze. Every day it's a moderate breeze. Every day. Sometimes gentle. So 17 degrees. At the moment it's about 9. Got home very quickly yesterday, actually. Managed to get off the train at Richmond. Took the lift, to get up to I can't be bothered to walk up the stairs, with all these other people jostling it. Get off! Hate it. People are, Steve, can we touch you? We're not going to Lourdes this year. Get off me. Can we have a selfie? Go away. I remember some woman, actually, years ago, I was getting off at Richmond Station, and she was trying to lift a bag up the stairs. And she said, can you give me a hand? I said, no, I can't. And the reason I couldn't is because I had a particularly bad back at that time. And also, just imagine if I got up there and I dropped the bag or something like that, I'd be sued. So I think, no. And she went, love your show, Steve. Oh, God. Last thing you need, isn't it? But, yeah, definitely not a village in Hispania for 227,000. Definitely not. But, you know, could be doable. It just seems a bit remote. But I like the idea. I tell you what I would quite like to do. If I won the lottery, I'd like to buy a church. I like to buy a church. Remember I told you I saw one in Petersham, which was round the corner from where Tommy Steele used to live. And Pete, the pool man, he knows all about it because he knew that this particular church, it had been decommissioned some time ago, and they'd used it for filming, and I think troops were billeted during the war. So whatever it was, it came in the crypt with a pool. And I remember looking at it thinking, oh, that's great. And it was about 8 or 9 million. Which actually, for what it was, is lovely. The only problem is Sudbrook Lane, which leads to the golf club, is one way. If you meet a car coming in the opposite direction, especially a car the size of mine, it's a nightmare. And right next door to this church is a school. So you can imagine, can't you? You're going to be woken up in the early hours of the morning. Yeah, woo! I did go a recce and go and have a look at it. Yeah, I was just curious to know what the parking facility was. And because it's a small turn-in, I was thinking parents dropping their kiddies off to school are going to be blocking your entrance. And that's going to be the nightmare, definitely. Have you ever been to Paris, says Kathy? Yeah, it's too expensive. Most expensive place I've ever been to in my entire life. And beggars, blimey, I thought they were bad here. Over there, aggressive beggars outside every tourist attraction. Every tourist. Come wear this, put this back, get off me. You know, people, you know, beggars going inside the churches and begging and conning people out of their money. It's terrible. The 3-card trick, the 3-shell trick being played on the streets and by some very nasty people. So you've got to be careful. But the food is so expensive. You know, even a croque monsieur or a croque madame. I mean, basically remortgaging your house.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Who's this comedian on the television? He appears on all the game shows. He's on 8 out of 10 Cat. Is it John Richardson? Have you seen that programme with him and the wife? What is going on there? Is that a marriage made in hell or what? The language she comes up with, it's called Meet the Richardsons. I don't want to meet them. I'm glad they're up north. I'm glad they're nowhere near me. Because we were talking, actually, I was talking to a very senior person at LBC about, he was listening to my podcast yesterday, a little bit extra, and we were talking about Peter Kay, and I said, I don't find Peter Kay funny. I mean, I don't think there's a written rule that means you have to find him funny. I just don't get it. And this particular person I was talking to, gorgeous, said, I don't find him funny either. And I said, I thought perhaps I'm missing something, but, you know, there must be other people. People go, oh, it's great, he's out on tour, first time in 12 years. And I'm thinking, I couldn't care less. He comes from Bolton. You know, there's nothing from Bolton apart from that, what's his name? Vernon Kay and Tess Daly come from Bolton. Stay there. I don't care. I don't want to go to Bolton. I don't care about it. It's one of those things, isn't it? That, you know, some people, I remember Prince Charles used to love the Goons. He loved the Goons, and I think he'd been to recordings and everything else. And I remember thinking, I didn't get the Goons at all. I really didn't. And but other people obviously see different things, you know, in comedians. It's like, you know, I could watch Robin Williams on stage. I watched Tom Allen the other day. I didn't kind of get that at all. You know, the little man in the suit who then proudly told us he was gay, like we hadn't guessed. And I was sort of watching that thinking, yeah, it's very good repartee. But is it funny? And I assume that most of the audiences, when they do Live from the Apollo, I think they must have been fed drinks. That's the only way I could explain it. Hello to Leicester Square from Patty Leicester, North Carolina. I listen every night here as I'm going to sleep. How lovely. Well, that's very sweet, isn't it? Thank you. Thank you for being with us for a few moments. Chris in Jersey says results in from the heart tests last month and it's all clear. Hurrah! Just backs up what you say. Prevention better than cure. The tests are scary. It's better to know than to worry. Absolutely. Absolutely. I've always said to everybody, because I've spent most of my time in and out of blooming hospitals having procedures done, and you say to somebody, listen, if you're slightly worried about anything, go to the doctor. Go to the doctor. Then they can get you referred to a specialist or something like that. Better to know something than not know something and be blinkered. Better to go there and get sort of some tablets or medication or whatever it is you need, because that's the way it works. That's what they're there for. They're there to help you. I mean, can you imagine sitting home going, I'm in dreadful pain, Go to the doctor, phone the doctor. I mean, I'm not sure if doctors make house calls now, but I'm sure you'd probably find somebody if you weren't able to make it. Yeah, you can call 111, but they're working to a script, I've noticed, actually. So what are the symptoms? Have you noticed on the 999 programmes, the first question they ask them is the patient still breathing? And you go, oh, I don't know. Are you breathing? No, they're not breathing. If you say yes, it delays the ambulance, I think, because they're looking for an emergency, and you won't believe what some people phone up the emergency line for. Sorry, is it possible you can check on where my Chinese takeaway's gone to? Sorry? Are you serious? People, my next door neighbours are very noisy tonight. What? Are you drinking? It's absolutely appalling, the waste. But that bloke driving the car, and then he gets a suspended prison sentence. Godfathers, honestly. I mean, hoax 999 emergency calls cost £6.5 million. Waste over the last 5 years. People have to sit there because you don't know. But as the police have said, and we've had police constables saying, listen, the police are not there to do the job of social workers, but we've had social workers let the side down on many an occasion. We've had some total disasters. But the police, going out to yet another drunk who's running around the streets with a knife or something like that. And all they have to do is go there, calm them down, and it's sort of this and that. And you think to yourself, this is not what you join the police force for. You join the police force to catch baddies. That's what you do. Bank robbers and stuff like that. Chris in Sandy says, Meet the Richardsons is a mockumentary and scripted. Yeah, I know what it is. I know what it is. I've seen it. It's just rubbish. It's rubbish. I mean, it's just, she was swearing this week, and I can't bear to see women swearing on the television. So unnecessary. So unnecessary. He says, being all sanctimonious about it. And Steve, off to Florida tomorrow, and have come down with an awful cold. Oh, no. Oh, no. Flying in a cold is not good. You'll go deaf. You will go deaf. Your ears... you've never flown. A week minimum. If you fly and you've got a cold because you're so bunged up, the air pressure affects you badly. You sit there, you swallow, you can suck sweets, you can do anything you like, and you'll have it for about a week. And then all of a sudden it goes... and it just seems to pop out again. But yeah, flying with a cold, anybody will tell you, is really bad news. I've had some... imagine trying to do a radio programme when you can't hear it. Yeah, I've lost my voice, yeah. Yeah, I tried to bluff it out with my boss. Don't worry, you will be. And I tried to bluff it out with my boss, who phoned me up, and he said, you sounded terrible this morning, Steve. He talks like that. You sounded terrible this morning. Yes, and then I lost my voice. Show was terrible. And I said, yeah, it's okay. He said, I think you should take some days off. Well, to me, that's like basically saying, go out there and eat porridge for a week or something. It was just a ghastly thing to say. And so I would try everything. I did the Manuka honey, I did the throat sprays, I did everything. And I was waking up in the morning and having to do vocal exercises. Me, moo, 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 moo. I mean, it's a pain for anybody who works in broadcasting. I mean, it's all right if you're a disc jockey, because you don't have to say very much. In fact, they prefer it if you didn't say anything at all. But if you do speech radio is really difficult, to do if you've actually got I'm just looking at my thing here. Actually, Henry sent me a thing. He says, keep the 21st of January free. Listen, I'm having enough... he said, me, you and Joe are going to Peter Kay at the O2. You're joking, aren't you? I do hope you're joking. I don't do things like that. It's the O2. I don't know how anybody can do anything during the... I'm not allowed out on a school day. Yeah. Chris Evans is trying to persuade me to go out for a lunch, and I'm thinking, I don't know if I can manage it. It's midweek. And he now wants to chat to my brother about model cars. My brother will go very excited, because I told you, didn't I, some years ago, that Chris does his car fest, and I'd mentioned it to him. I said, my brother would love to do something like that. So he arranged it. And my brother couldn't believe it. They were given a yurt. Have you seen these? They had that. They had a golf buggy to take them backwards and forwards to the arena. Oh, total VIP. It was just unbelievable. Unbelievable. My brother couldn't believe it. They were taken to the VIP area at the front of the stage. He said, we're dancing with famous people. He said, we're dancing with famous people. And I went, yeah, make the most of it. Had a fantastic time, actually. Really did. Eileen says, I never got Mr. Bean. My friend would sit there laughing hysterically, whereas I didn't get it either. See, but the trouble also, I didn't get Norman Wisdom, which is, almost sacrilegious to say you didn't get Norman Wisdom. I just found him really annoying. Really annoying. And there's another programme on television. What was I watching a short while ago? And I remember thinking, it's one of these... Oh, what the dickens was it? It was somebody who was very annoying in it. And I remember thinking, this is really getting on my nerves here. It's not funny. It's not clever. I remember seeing something, Norman Wisdom and Bruce Forsyth. There was a strike on, and they were doing a show at the Palladium, and the guests couldn't make it. They did the whole show. They did the whole show with a painting and decorating thing, all ad-libbed. And Norman Wisdom, my producer tells me, did Desert Island Discs and picked all his own records. Well, yeah, I got the same with, who was that singer who died quite unexpectedly over in America? Used to say there's a lot of love in the room. Darius. He picked all his own records when he came in, and he started talking. I said, OK, on to your next record. And he came close to the microphone and went, this is a song I recorded back here. And I remember thinking, I think you've missed the point of this programme. I couldn't believe it when he died. I absolutely couldn't believe it. He could have knocked me sideways. So I'm still trying. Oh, that's pretty. Where's that? Got this Christmas carousel in the Bentall Centre in Kingston, says Pete the Pool Man. Right at the bottom of the store, there's a great little Nero coffee bar. Oh, I like that. I like the lights. Like the lights. Like the lights. That's, something else I'll have to go out and buy. Honestly, this is getting ridiculous. So the trouble is, I buy this stuff. I've got nowhere to put it. I end up giving it to my brother, who ends up basically having to go and live in the garden for the whole of December because there's too many lights. But I like that, Pete. That was very good. Not as good as the Father Christmas going in the chimney. We like him a lot. We like him an awful lot. I like this kind of stuff. Christmas is very good, actually. I told you that that my neighbours have put up their Christmas tree, and I don't know if that's a wee bit too early. Might as well leave it up all year round, wouldn't you? So please tell, says Peter the Toastmaster on the Isle of Wight, my friend Chris in Jersey. Congratulations, re his heart. Yes, it's always good when you get good news, isn't it? Always good when you get good news about something. And I had my MRI scans and all the rest of it, and prostate and all the rest of it. That was very positive and very nice. More of your texts and emails coming up, and then we're going for a record amount of texts and emails this morning. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We're going to take a break for the news. Back with you in 3.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. I'm Steve Allen, and that's the only apology you're going to get. That's one of those things. I'm terribly sorry, I'm Steve Allen. There you go. What can we do about it? Here till 7 today. So Nick Ferrari's programme, scaling new heights over this, the police and the arrest, because now you know that one of our top constables, our top Met police people, had said he didn't think she should have been arrested. 5 hours in a cell. 5 hours. This is Hertfordshire Police. I mean, you begin to wonder, actually, what rules they're working to. You really do. I thought it was just in America where you got coppers who overstepped the line. But strangely, she hadn't heard anything up until yesterday from Hertfordshire Police. They had to do it on the programme. You'd have thought that they maybe would have written her a letter, give her a guided tour of the other cells at the police station. Or failing that, start introducing themselves to her attorney. Wrongful arrest. Can't just lock somebody up for 5 hours. She was handcuffed. I'm not even sure that's legal. Not even sure. And she was holding a press card, but apparently a lot of the police officers around Hertfordshire way have never seen press cards. But the funniest picture is on the front of... Wait a minute. It's the Mail, isn't it? Yeah, it's the Mail. Wait a minute. And it's a picture of one person on a gantry with their little Just Stop Oil protests. He'll be called Tarquin or something like that. And 17 police officers standing there looking at him. I mean, the stupid thing is, he's not going to jump. So what are you standing there watching? Leave him up there. What's the point? And a top police officer last night defied the Home Secretary's call for a crackdown. Chris Noble rejected Suella Braverman's demands for officers to take a firmer line. Oh, well, just go and take him a cup of tea and perhaps he can order McDonald's while he's up there. Ridiculous, isn't it? One mother wrote on Twitter, just beyond selfish. So 17 police officers just stand there staring up at this bloke. Perhaps he should have started juggling or something. I mean, I really can't get it at all. I really don't get it. The police are doing... Well, I'll tell you what, if you're not allowed to do anything, don't bother going out there and wasting your time. Why don't you go and do something, really interesting? Go and catch criminals. Because 17 police officers standing there like divots is just a complete and utter waste of everybody's time. But to not even offer an apology to poor Charlotte or a letter or something like that... Anyway, let's wait to see where it goes, shall we? David Walliams, his future as a judge on Britain's Got Talent is in doubt because he was using very rude swear words, we can't even hint at them on the programme, and made sexual remarks about a woman taking part. Piers Morgan then tweets, tip of the iceberg, Walliams is one of the nastiest frauds in television. I wasn't sure if that was a joke or not, because David Walliams just does his act, and but anyway, he said, I want to apologise to the people I made disrespectful comments about. Yeah, if you hadn't been called out on it, though, you wouldn't have apologised, but you were called out on it. And a spokesman for ITV says, we do not condone the language outlined in these allegations, and we've spoken to the producers of Britain's Got Talent, which is Simon Cowell's company, isn't it? I think it's his company that makes Britain's Got Talent. He's certainly way up there on it. Yes, he's involved in it. That's why it always makes me laugh when they get somebody coming out and then they'll cut to him going, oh, this is rubbish, isn't it? And you think, that's all set up, mate. We're not that stupid. And then David Walliams will sort of do a bit about mock fake kissing and all the rest of it. And if a boy group comes on or dances, you go, ooh, very nice. And you think to yourself, what are you playing at? And all the time it's like this. Apparently they have provided, this is BGT, Britain's Got Talent's London-based production company, Thames, said they've provided enhanced training and education for the judges about their language and enhanced respect for contestants. Really? Obviously didn't work. That was a waste of time. Oh, David Walliams, because he's a bit uncontrollable, David Walliams. I think he's a bit Peter Kay. You don't know what he's going to do, any sort of 1 minute. But, this private conversation was, guess how long ago? 3 years. 3 years ago. So even though it was private, those involved have been spoken to and reminded of their responsibilities. So somebody records this and then hangs on to it for 3 years. I don't quite... Do you know, are there all sorts of little bits and pieces where sort of people have hung on to stuff? Oh, look, some more police officers climbing a gantry. No, they're not. They're just standing looking. Sorry, I do beg your pardon. They were just having a cup of tea. And they've just ordered, I think it's Kentucky for the person. Because they put the ladders up and the people don't want to come down. Well, stay there. Leave him to stay there. What is the point? And there's a bloke here, Tom Gardner, an engineer from Nottingham, on a gantry. And this is the fourth time he's managed to outwit the police. They're really dim. Can't be that complicated, can it? I thought the funniest thing was this police officer who arrested Charlotte saying, how did you get to hear about it? I thought, you can't be that stupid. Please, God, tell me you can't be. But Matt Hancock in The Jungle, he thinks he'll be the most famous celebrity in Britain. Certainly the most hated, mate. Certainly the most hated. Nobody likes you. Boy George has been in tears. They don't like you at all. Mike Tyndall doesn't like you. Nobody likes you. You're an arrogant little show-off. That's all it is. But for some reason, they're paying him a huge amount of money. So let's blame the company that made the programme. He said he messed up and fessed up during the lockdown rule. But I don't care. I really don't care. Get off my television. Get off it. I tell you what. Don't watch it. There you go. That'll teach him. That'll learn him. Oh, here we go. Nearly 30 years after one of her most memorable fashion moments, Kate Moss still dares to bear. She looks well the worse for wear, I have to tell you. And again, it's the boobs hanging out all over the place. And you think to yourself, I mean, I know models don't really care about boobies hanging out, but, you know, when you look a bit wrecked, I'm afraid. She was leaving a Diet Coke party, but that's a wow. She apparently is one of their ambassadors, isn't she? The Mail has preserved her modesty, because apparently, wait for this, she was showing a nipple. Sorry, I can't believe I said that. I can't believe she was showing a nipple. I know. Hold yourself back, honestly, just in case people sort of, you know, what, she was showing what? Do you remember when Janet Jackson did it at that game in America? A nipple fell out, like they do. And people went, the nipple fell... I mean, America went into meltdown. Seriously, I mean, I hate it when they do things like that. I might do this show topless one day, you know, and put it up online. Yeah, just with one nipple out. 1 in 3 children gamble away their pocket money. Most of them, 1 in 4, had said that they played on gaming machines. Of course they do. Of course they do. And they can gamble online. They can do all sorts of things. My wreath girls, my holly wreath girls have said holly wreath time soon, Steve. Can't believe how quick this year has gone. I know. It seems literally like just a couple of months ago that I got a beautiful holly wreath delivered, which is always a bit of a thrill for me because I love stuff like that. Because you know me and Christmas. Surprisingly, if you haven't heard this programme before, I am a bit of an aficionado. A little bit. Have you seen Peter Kay in Car Share? Sounds daft watching someone drive to and from work, but it was brilliantly funny, says Daryl. Yeah, no, sadly not, no. I avoided that one, actually. I avoided that one. Who does Car Share? That's... Oh, it is Peter Kay who does it, is it? Oh, right. Yeah, I liked the... which one did I like? I liked the Paul McCartney one. Didn't he do... Oh, is that perhaps... Oh, that's Carpool Karaoke. Oh, that's James Cook. That's very good. I like that one. So what's Car Share then? Nothing. Peter Kay's Car Share. So it's a sitcom set around a supermarket assistant manager, John Redmond, and Sian Gibson. There's 12 episodes. God, sorry? Kaylee Kitson, Sian Gibson. And so... What am I doing? So they're an assistant manager during a promotion. I'm bored already. They're working together at an out-of-town supermarket. They're given a company car, but it comes with a condition. They have to share rides together. Without a choice in the matter, the pair are forced to get to know each other during their daily commute. Will they get along from day one to the next? The drama unfolds as John and Kaylee deal with quirks like lateness and forgetfulness. Give me a needle and cotton. I'll sew my sides up. That was so funny. I'm splitting them left, right and centre. God, in heaven. I tell you, standard of comedy's gone down a little bit. Ooh, Mrs. Ooh, I can't believe it. You know. Steve, says Terry, I never got Morecambe and Wise. I only used to watch their show to see if Eric mentioned my football team, Luton Town. Oh, yes, he mentioned Luton Town a lot. I met him twice and his son Gary once. Both nice guys. Yeah, lovely. But you see, they'd come up through. They had the same man writing their scripts throughout the whole of their career. Eddie Braben did their scripts. And it just worked. But in every double act, you've got one straight man. Of course, now that means something completely different. But in those days, I thought it was Ernie Wise, who wrote a book called Still on the Way to Hollywood. Whereas Eric was when he came into LBC years and years ago, he'd do the bit with the glasses. I'd do that. I can't do the voice. That's why it sounded rubbish. And it wasn't like that at all. But he did the glasses thing. And, of course, you know, some people looked at it because they were quite young in the newsroom. I don't think they knew who he was, really. But I thought he was great. I thought he was very good. And they did if you watch them back, and you can buy all the shows. You can buy all the shows. They're all on DVD. You know, the two Ronnies, all of these great acts. You can buy them, and they do a thing with toast and everything else. They used to spend weeks recording an hour's television. And then at the end, they used to have this girl come on called Janet Webb. And Janet Webb would pretend it was her show, and she'd come on. She was a big lady, big bust. I mean, like huge. She used to arrive in the room before she did. And she'd go, I love you all. And they'd sort of look at her. Janet Webb, you check her out. She died ages and ages ago. And so they then started their Bring Me Sunshine. And that's what they were about. They were bringing sunshine. And they were, I thought they were of their period. I thought they were great. I love things like that. But there you go. Thank you for watching, Janet Webb. Welcome to my little show. And I don't know who she was. Yeah, she died before they did. Oh, I know, yes. But it was lovely. They put her in these fabulous outfits. She died in 1983 in Westminster. And I thought she was great. It was just a little part that she made big. And so she used to say, I'd like to thank you all for watching me in my little show here tonight. If you've enjoyed it, that's all been worthwhile. So until we meet again, good night, and I love you all. And it was great. It was, I mean, that was our Christmas Day sorted out. Christmas Day, Morecambe and Wise. And then they went to the BBC, and the BBC moved them from Christmas Day, and it was never the same again. The other way round. That's right, because I remember all of a sudden they had ad breaks. There's ad breaks all over the place. And of course, because if you've paid a lot of money for somebody, you want to get your money back. So there were why didn't we got so many ad breaks on my programme? I mean, seriously. Yeah, so they get their money back. Steve, Friday at last. I love the fact that different comedy performers appeal to different people. That's what makes the world go around, I suppose. And some are rib-breakingly funny and some are just blooming awful. I've lost my mouse again. Honestly, this is really getting on my nerves. I wonder where it goes to. Oh, found it. But Ash says, and Dave Allen could tell a story like no other. Yeah, I had dinner with him once. My friend had a gardening business, and he knew a lot of famous people. And he said, oh, why don't you come round for dinner? He cooked. He'd been on like a MasterChef programme. He was very good at cooking. He was a gardener, but he was very good at doing cooking as well. And he had the dinner parties, and Dave Allen was invited round with the head of the BBC. The head of the BBC was there. There's just four of us sitting round the table. And I didn't have anything in common with anybody. And I remember thinking, God, it's Dave Allen. And so I thought he was great as well. Or we should sit there with a glass of whiskey. And his closing line was always, good night, and may your own God go with you. And that was it. And he just did it, sitting on a stool and telling these stories. Great Irishman. Fantastic.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Elaine. Morning, Elaine. She says, my granddaughter's taught me how to use the mirroring facility on my phone. Well, you're talking double Dutch to me. I've got no idea what that is. So now you can put what's on your phone screen on your telly. Good Lord above. She says, so now your dulcet tones are coming from my television. The sound is so much nicer than through my phone. Really? Well, I've never heard of. Where is this? Where is this to be found? This is on my telephone. And can I get... Swipe down. Wait a minute. Swipe down. No, I don't have that. Swipe up. Oh, I cut your mind. Now swipe up, swipe down. No, I don't want to do it. Obviously, my phone is not sophisticated enough. So the sound is nicer than through the telephone. Interesting, isn't it? I like that idea. Nicholas in Chiswick says, I'm flying to Manchester tomorrow morning to cheer on Brentford at Manchester City. Riveting. God in heaven. And that's your weekend, is it? Flying to Manchester to cheer on Brentford. Who are they? Are they a bit like Accrington Stanley? Down the road from me, actually. Nick says, I've been very blessed and have received laser treatment for my secondary cataracts. All went very well. I would like to thank Moorfields. That's the eye hospital. To give my quality of life back. Yeah, it's fabulous. I've had both my cataracts done. Much better. I can unfortunately now see the producer. Small wonder it's his last day. I mean, honestly, fancy they go, oh, you can see the producer. I had no idea. No idea before. Something to celebrate this weekend. Joe Allen's is now opening Sundays, says Sarah in Sevenoaks. I can book a table here before I come to see your show for the first time in February. There you go. It's a good idea, isn't it? Very nice idea. It's official. Joe Allen's is open on Sundays. Woo! That makes a lot of difference. There they are. Look at them. Bless their hearts, honestly. The Joe Allen team. So they're open 7 days a week. Mondays, 4 till midnight. Tuesday, Saturday, 12 till midnight. Sundays, 12 till 6:30. Oh, they've been there since 1977. And I think I've been there not far off that. I think I started going there about 80 or something like that. Certainly been 40 years. 40 years, man and boy. There you go. But you must go to the Magic Circles website because I have something of interest for you because my 2 shows have sold out. But I've got a bit of merch, as they say. So just go to magiccircle.co.uk. There's an arrow that moves. I found it a bit difficult, actually, but there's an arrow that moves down. You click on that and then go to merchandise, and you'll see a picture of me revealed in a most peculiar way. There you go. That arrow is in the middle. And no, just click on that. Click on the arrow and book tickets for a show. No, you're not booking that, are you? And go down, go down, go down, go down. There you go. Right, typical right at the bottom, isn't it? It's in the middle. You can't miss it. And, oh, I like those. And there it is. There it is. Steve Allen's little gift The gift that keeps on giving, but it's limited supply. Limited. Yeah, I've got blue. Yeah. You didn't know I had a blue one. I had every colour under the rainbow. Paul Savory used to go to, wherever he used to go to, I can't remember. Sorry? Thailand. And he would take, he took over one of my jackets, and we would go and buy the material in this country, and then he would take it over there, and they would make them up. They're beautifully made. Lined, pockets, everything, all lined. I've got them all in, well, they're hanging everywhere, actually, at the moment. But, yeah, I bought all the colours. I'd go in there and see the colour of the material. And what? Yeah. I did. When we did a show at the Fairfield Halls in Croydon, I brought them all on stage, and I put one on every so often, because they were so nice. So nice. So, yeah. I mean, you could wear them out, actually. I'm going to be going down the motorway, hopefully. I shall have to tell my brother that if there's sort of people on the motorway causing disruption, although they shouldn't be down my way, I don't think so. Who knows? It's Saturday. Please God it rains. Please God it rains. And because it's dreadful. So thank you for that, Sevenoaks Sarah. Very pleased. Barry says, just to let you know, the pound trading at 1.17 to the dollar, the highest it's been pre the mini budget. Wow. Of course, I remember. Kim says, with one nipple out, stop teasing. I know. There's no end to the excitement. And another one says, you've interviewed Boy George in Conversation. What did you think of him? Says Sid Cup Julie. He was great. Absolutely fine. He was aware of me. As indeed are most people. Even that bloke on the television who does Celebrity Juice. He was also aware of me as well at the same time. He's really quite charming. It's just that sometimes it's the television images, isn't it, that you sort of go, oh, no. But you know, in real life, fine. Cameron says, working in American radio after the Janet Jackson incident was one of the worst times in my career. We went so overboard. I couldn't believe that the Americans went into meltdown, the country that provides pornography for the entire universe, and they go into over Janet Jackson. Couldn't believe it. Paul in Exeter, back again, still only one follower. It's not looking promising. Says, favourite TV comedy shows, the well-crafted Big Bang Theory and Young Sheldon. No, I don't like Young Sheldon. The Big Bang Theory I like, but who is going to tell Sheldon? I mean, you know, this sort of, he's a bit prissy. Prissy would be a very good word to describe him. And nobody's ever turned round and gone, are you gay? You know, because that's the way it comes over on there. But it's very carefully crafted. Very good. Robin in West Sussex says, David Walliams, never found him funny, just a bit creepy. Mr. Bean, never got it. Rowan Atkinson, Gurning, just didn't make me laugh. Do you know he's actually really serious? He's really serious. I told you I took Leslie Joseph years and years ago up to the Des O'Connor show. And Mr. Bean, Rowan Atkinson, was also on the same show. And he just sat there reading a book the whole time. It was really very bizarre. He said, and I know I'll be shot down in flames. Peter Sellers. Peter Sellers. Now, do I find Peter Sellers funny? Probably not. Probably not. He's a bit prior to my sort of history, a little bit prior, because he was one of the goons, wasn't he, actually? Matt says, my little dog Arthur's last day on God's green earth today as he's 16 and fading away. Oh, no. Oh, 16. So I don't know what that is in 16. That's quite old, isn't it? That's getting on a bit, I think. But we're listening to you together. That's nice. Do you remember that guy? His dog was dying as well. He was fading. And so he took him out onto a beach, and everybody else brought their dogs out at the same time. And it was just really good. It was just really nice. Darryl says, car share is laugh out loud, Steve. I don't think so. No. He says, knowing your sense of humour, having listened to you for a while, you'll be stitching your sides up over him posting a letter. Give it a watch. It's so addictive and you can't wait for the next episode. I think not. You know, it's not my sort of thing at all. I can tell, actually. I can tell if I'm going to like it, and I can tell I don't like it. I liked Phoenix Nights. I thought that was very good. But I don't do laugh out loud. I'm not one who's sort of a guffaw, you know. Yes. I'm a bit like Rowan Atkinson. I'm quite a serious, studious sort of person reading a book. Actually, the funny thing is I don't read books very often. I really don't. People send me some lovely books, but they're generally to do with history or theatre or something like that, and picture books I can colour in, which is always very nice. But the idea, Darryl, that car share is a laugh out loud, I think not. I think we have to part company here, and we have to leave you. The High Flyers who've shaped the Old Girls Network. This is the top 12 schools and their illustrious alumni. And it's very interesting. They've got, people who went to Rodine, Layla Moran, Rebecca Hall, Wickham Abbey, Baroness Butler Sloss, Charlotte Moore, BBC's Chief Content Officer, Sally Phillips, Mary Wakefield, and Dame Sue Carr, Lady Justice of Appeal, which is a really good one. Benenden School, Benenden. Princess Anne, Baroness Manningham Bullen and Baroness Shackleton. Oxford High School, Baroness Lane Fox, Dame Maggie Smith and Dame Cressida Dick. So they've done very well at that school, haven't they? Also Queen's College London. Sorry. Jane Asher. Do you know she's 76? Unbelievable. And Amber Rudd. And Cheltenham Ladies College, Baroness Boycott, ex-National newspaper editor, Amanda Wakely, Nicola Horlick, and Dame Kristen Scott Thomas. So that's quite a good one, isn't it? And St Paul's Girls' School, Shirley Conran, Harriet Harman, Sophie Rayworth, Dame Kate Bingham, Alexandra Schulman, and Baroness Bonham Carter. Blimey. That's a good one. Very nice. Although the North London Collegiate, Dame Anna Wintour, editor-in-chief of Vogue, for their sins God created heaven and earth, Rachel Weiss, Dame Esther Ranson, and Professor Tanya Byron. How lovely. It's interesting, isn't it, when you see where they all went to? They were all terribly successful. No. Looks like he's only just recovered from a night out at the O2. Yeah, did you enjoy it? Was it nice? Did you buy an ice cream in the interval? Did you have a little Haagen-Dazs? You should have had a Haagen-Dazs. That's what it's all about now. Beers? Well, I don't think that's right at your age. They know you were underage. And they were serving you beer. I shall have words with them. It's dreadful. I'll bring you the story after news about the jailed OAP, the pensioner, who served mince pies and wine at a shooting club during lockdown. They've just sent him to prison. He's been jailed after trying to destroy the evidence. I can't believe you go to prison for serving mince pies and a bit of wine, but that's what happened. And found out the Geordie clue that gave away a fake £20 note. What gave it away? I shall tell you very shortly. Plus, we'll be celebrating birthdays, but we welcome all your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk.
Racing to finish your HR admin and the pay run, spending an arm and leg on disjointed software, and now you're missing the football. Oh, you're paying for it. Find out why over 300,000 businesses have automated the difficult parts of employment with Employment Hero. Recruitment, HR, payroll and benefits in one easy-to-use platform, saving you time and money. If you're not using us, you're paying for it. Employment solved. Employment Hero. Search Employment Hero today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. So here is this old age pensioner who served mince pies in lockdown. He broke the rules by serving wine and mince pies at a shooting club. He's been jailed because he tried to destroy evidence. Maurice Snelling said he thought he was in Tier 2, not Tier 3. Which had different COVID regulations and was allowed to serve alcohol along with a meal at a shooting ground in 2020. But at the time, venues in Staffordshire were allowed to operate only as a takeaway or a drive-through. He thought his venue, which has a CW12 Cheshire postcode, was outside of Staffordshire. The allegations came to light about residents reported concerns about gatherings at the club between Congleton and Rushton. And the police launched an investigation and asked him for CCTV footage. And he said that he'd had to remove it because of various reasons. He was very angry and demanding. And the police contacted him to say that we need to see it. And he said, no, it's been damaged, I'm afraid. We can't give you the CCTV. And so anyway, Welsh Services felt uncomfortable with his demands and made a copy of the footage and passed it on to officers. Snelling of Cloudside had pleaded guilty to perverting the course of justice at an earlier hearing and was sentenced to 6 months in prison. The circuit judge, David Fletcher, said he would have known which county he was in, having lived in the area for 30 years and having the bins emptied by Staffordshire Moorlands District Council. He said, I find it very difficult to believe that Mr. Snelling didn't know which lockdown tier he was in. That'll teach him. But Thomas Sherrington, mitigating, said, "My client is a man who is 72 and for many years ran a successful business and genuinely believed that the premises fell into Cheshire. This has tarnished his reputation. He believed that he was targeted by neighbours. Fall out with your neighbours, they'll sell you down the river." And it was built up, he's got good character. And apparently, since the proceedings have started, his health had declined and he'd suffered multiple heart attacks. He said the prognosis is grim. Problem, isn't it, really? Falling out with neighbours is the big problem. I've seen things which have gone to court. No. Always got on with my neighbours. Always. Always. Never had any problem with neighbours. You imagine trying to live like that? It must drive you mad. No, I'm far too nice and cosy about things. But no, I've seen cases where they've gone to court over a little strip of land or a leylandi, which has sort of outgrown it, and people say we want it cut down, it's blocking our light, and then we've had all these things. And then neighbours who don't talk for like 20 years. All of a sudden, nobody talks to each other, and you think, oh, blimey. That must be really difficult. Very difficult. I feel very sorry with the man. And here he is, William Hickson, not the brightest penny in the box. He was caught with hundreds of pounds of fake £20 notes stuffed in his socks. The police noticed they were fakes because printed on them was 20 pound. P-O-O-N-D. He's that thick. The wad of cash appeared to be genuine. The convincing artwork featuring images of the economist Adam Smith and pin factory worker, but on closer inspection they noticed he seemed to have adopted the local Geordie accent. All 41 of them had the same serial number, which of course they would have because he's an idiot. The £820 found on him was found when he was searched at a police station over an unrelated matter. He comes from Gateshead. He admitted possessing counterfeit currency and was sentenced to 23 months in jail, suspended for 18 months with a year-long nighttime curfew. Apparently, the court heard a Bank of England expert had confirmed the Geordie notes and confirmed they were not real. Yes, it's 20 pound, P-O-O-N-D. What do you needed to call somebody in for that? The police, honestly, they get dafter and dafter. It's sounding promising, isn't it? But again, it's all these suspended sentences. Suspended sentences all over the place. I suppose, really, because the sort of prisons are getting a bit full of people. I mean, they will be when all these sort of little oil activists called Lucinda and Cherry Vanilla, or what was the one we had this morning? Did we have a good one? Indigo Rumbelow. You imagine? As I say, I bet she comes from a council thing in Gateshead, Tyne and Wear. Indigo. What's your name, love? My name's Indigo. Thank you. You have to laugh, don't you? Are you thinking what Jan Moyer's thinking? Probably not. She talks about the protester, Patrick Thelwell. He's a funny little cove, isn't he? And he was throwing eggs this week. I mean, he was quite close, but he still managed to miss. So he's obviously not the brightest penny. He has been... he's a PhD student, a professional protester, former squatter, and a Green Party activist. It's also incredibly unattractive, but I mean, that's neither here nor there, is it really? But York University must be so proud, she says, of him. Yeah, he goes to York University. For how long, we don't know. But people like that. But as I say, Indigo Rumbelow, sorry. What was she talking about? You don't think it's you think it's a made-up name? Oh, my lord, a fake. No, it can't be. Really? Does she want to be middle class, but she's really working class? I've come across a lot of that in the past. I mean, it's a funny name, isn't it? There used to be a shop called Rumbelow's, weren't they? An electrical shop. Rumbelow's? Am I the only one that remembers them? But they have fake names, do they? Oh, right. Oh, how sweet. The first name is a colour, and the last name is a shop that's closed. Oh, how sweet for they're so intelligent, aren't they? So Indigo Rumbelow. It's not her real name. It's probably Alice Springs or something like that. What would Alice Springs? I don't know what I'd be. Butch Allen or something. I don't know. But so the first name is. I didn't realise that actually. Makes them even more stupid, doesn't it? I love it. I love it. What sort of person, says Jan, goes to the opera and boos a 12-year-old? We told you this story the other day. This was at the Opera House in London, and Malachi was singing an aria in Handel's Alcina when a man in the audience shouted rubbish. Why do such a horrible thing to a kid trying his best? When Malachi left the stage, the audience, shocked by the outburst, erupted into loud applause and cheers. I hope it helped, but doubt that it did. Who was that idiot? Are these people, is there something the matter with them? Have they been... He's been banned from life from the Royal Opera House. Oh, he's just going to do it somewhere else because he's a simpleton. He can't help it. He can't help it. I mean, he probably, I don't know. You sort of worry about these people, don't you? The fact that they might vote. I do hope not. Birthday. Ellie Simmons celebrates. The former swimmer who was kicked out of Strictly Come Dancing. She shouldn't have been. They should have kicked out that Tony Adams bloke. Totally useless. They're only keeping him in there because it's a bit of a joke, isn't it? It's a bit of a joke. They're keeping him in there because it's a comedy joke because he can't dance. He was about as wooden as Matt Goss, and they don't get any more wooden than Matt Goss, who can only really jump up and down like that. Woo, I owe you nothing. That's how it goes. But Ellie, I'm trying not to wear myself out. Ellie Simmons is 28. I remember being 28. God, what an awful year that was. I thought 28 was, during the war years. I thought it was dreadful. I was in the trenches, and I remember thinking to myself, 28. I remember thinking, I don't know anybody as old as me. When I was 28, I thought 30 sounded like really ancient. Really ancient. And now I've got to that age where I think I'm going backwards. I mean, not literally going backwards, but I didn't dread being any age, really. 30 I wasn't particularly brilliant with, but it went by so fast. In fact, strangely, between 30 and 40, that went through quickly. 40 to 50 went through quickly. 50 to 60 went by fast, and now we're heading into the other bit. The 60 to 60, all right. I'm living with it. I wake up every morning. I bounce out of bed. I have to. It's the only way it can get me out there. I have to make noises, pulling on my pants and stuff like that. That's what people do when they get to a certain age. I quite like the idea of being a certain age. I think it makes you the person you are. I was talking to my driver this morning, Mohammed, and we were saying that now you work to live because everything's so expensive. Everything is so expensive. Food is expensive. Drink. Actually, drinks maintain sort of, something quite nice. I don't know what to have today for lunch. I was thinking it's going to involve those blooming potatoes again. I might go and get something. I bought two trays full yesterday. And I quite like these Hasselback potatoes, which are quite nice. And I wanted to find, and I went to Waitrose, and I couldn't find it, garlic butter. They used to do a Lurpak garlic butter, and I could slice that and put it in with the potato. I don't think they do it anymore. I was a bit disappointed because I thought I really, really wanted it. I'll tell you what I really, really want, and it was garlic butter. Tesco, do they? Tesco's do it. Will it be in the butter section? Oh, they do it. Look at that. Oh, that's good. Right. And it's only £2. It'll be in the butter. Yeah, all right. Taking the mickey out of me. Producer's last day. You know what he's like? He's being really difficult. I don't want to make a big deal about it, but he said, "Oh, I'll stick around and see you when I'm on this other shift." I think, in your dreams. I should be hiding out somewhere in the building. Yeah, I'm going to get in much, much later. Definitely don't want to do that. So happy birthday, Ellie. Also, thousands of people in 1954 joined a London rally demanding a rise in pensions. In 1954, the year anyway. Also, isn't this lovely? November the 11th, 1999. You remember this day well. Why do you remember November the 11th? No, not the eclipse. No, the trademark smiles of the pop phenomenon Steps were looking a little strained as it was revealed that the boys in the band are being paid a huge amount more than the girls. It emerged that Lee Latchford Evans made more than $100,000. Faye Tozer and Claire Richards have been paid $60,000. Yeah, and the girls did all the work. The boys didn't do all the work, did they? I mean, H was just an irritating person. But my root scooting baby is driving me crazy. But yeah, so the boys got paid more. That was a scandal in 1999. So Faye and Claire, $60,000, but Lee Latchford Evans, who apparently didn't sing on the thing. Didn't he used to come in the back of my mind, he'd come in and go, it doesn't matter, you're not featuring in it. I saw him at the Smash Hit Awards winners party on YouTube from some years ago, and he was the, root scooting baby and all that kind. He had a solo in it, but whether it was him singing, I don't know. Like a little rap. Of course you know that. I didn't want to say it was a rap and then I suddenly realised, of course, my producer is the biggest Steps fan you'll find. He knows the dances to every single one of their songs. What does that tell you?
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. We're talking about buses going fast. And we have, through Twickenham, a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit, like most places. I think most of London is 20 miles an hour, isn't it? But the speed that the buses go through to get back, I mean, you could stand there with a speed gun and go, that looks like 60 to me. When they're going back to the depot to Fulwell. It's amazing, isn't it, really? Confusion confusion, ladies and gentlemen, is surrounding the new reality TV show featuring Ozzy Osbourne and family. I mean, to be honest with you, I think they're way past it now. We don't want to watch any more of that, do we? But the docu-series Home to Roost is meant to cover the family's return to Britain. But Ozzy's already said he doesn't want to come back to Britain. He wants to stay in America. So the cameras are due to start rolling at their home in Buckinghamshire, but Ozzy appears to have developed a bad case of cold feet. He said, to be honest with you, I don't want to go back to England. His health is a complicating factor. He's got Parkinson's and he's recovering from spinal surgery. Meanwhile, their £15 million LA mansion, which was put on the market in the summer, is yet to sell. One reason to come back would be to support wife Sharon, who left her CBS show The Talk. She didn't leave it. They got rid of her. After defending broadcaster Piers Morgan, talking about the Oprah Winfrey interview with Harry and... what's the name of that woman? And Ozzy and Sharon will maintain a home in LA as they're close to their children, Jack, Amy and Kelly, and their growing brood of grandchildren. He doesn't want to come back here. So in other words, it looks like this sort of show will not air. But I mean, what can they possibly contribute? He swears every 2 minutes. Have you seen the programme they do with Jack talking about UFOs? It's the saddest thing you've ever seen on television. Ozzy doesn't know what they're talking about. No idea. And Jack, who obviously believes in the Sugar Plum Fairy and at the bottom of the garden kind of business, is sort of droning on about this. It is the worst programme I've ever seen. I thought it was going to be funny, interesting. No, not a bit of it. Not a bit of it. Fancy going to see a Christmas Carol? It's on at the Royal Shakespeare Theatre in Stratford-upon-Avon, and it gets a 4-star review. They say it's an absolute joy. It's a Dickens of a triumph, because there are lots of Christmas shows out there, and you should go to the theatre. If you go to the theatre, then you'll have a nice time, and you can go and see the pantomimes. The pantomimes are sort of setting off shortly, not immediately, but you should sort of buy a ticket. And the Palladium one is it's not Dick Whittington, is it? I keep forgetting what it is. Jack and the Beanstalk. I only remember the thing about Jack and the Beanstalk. And this one's got Dawn French, Julian Clary, Alexandra Burke, Paul Zerdin, Nigel Havers, Gary Wilmot, and a few other people I haven't heard of. But it's always very glam. I mean, I have to tell you that Alexandra Burke has got a fantastic costume. I mean, really a fantastic costume, which is almost as good. No, I think it's better, actually, than Julian Clary's costumes, which are so over the top. And this team have done a few pantomimes together. I know that Nigel Havers was there before, Paul Zerdin was there, Gary Wilmot, Julian Clary. You know, it's a big money pantomime and big money seats, but it's good. I went to see it the other year, and it was excellent. I mean, you know, you get your money's worth. You see it up on the stage. And it's good, you know. You get people singing. Gary Wilmot does his bit. It's all very lovely. And if you've got a pantomime near you, go support it. You'll love it. They've vastly improved. Vastly improved. They used to be years ago. People would sort of say, "Oh, not a pantomime again. It's just for children." Well, they're not. I promise you. In fact, it's nearly for adults. Some of the humour is sort of very. I remember when Leslie Joseph was at Richmond Theatre some years ago, and she had two little helpers. And they were called Kylie and Danny. she sort of made... they were really good. It was really good fun, actually. Psycho Seagull is some woman who took pity on a sad-looking seagull, and she holds it up to her face, which seems a bit of a ridiculous thing to do, and this thing nearly takes her nose off. Tyson Fury set to become a Hollywood star. Never. Not in a million years. More drivel. Thanks to Sylvester Stallone. Sylvester apparently offered him a role in the next instalment of the franchise, The Expendables. Really? I don't think so, actually. I seem to remember, who was that footballer who sort of was going to be a big Hollywood star, and he did Vinnie Jones, and his life was so boring that when they were filming his reality show, they said, so what are you doing today? And he said, I can go shopping. He didn't have anything to do. And in the end, I think people got a bit bored with it. He was another one who was also, I think, mentored by Sylvester Stallone, and he was going to be a big Hollywood star. That never happened either. You can't just go over to Hollywood and go, I'll be in this film and I'll be a star. It just doesn't work like that. Sooty is joining the race to be the Christmas numero uno. And if you come to my Magic Circle shows, he's singing. Sooty sings. But of course, the joke is Sooty doesn't sing. In fact, he doesn't speak. No, Sweep squeaks. Sweep squeaks. But apparently he's releasing a charity single. It's a reworking of the Andy Williams song, It's the Most Magical Time of the Year. But founder Esther Ranson, all the proceeds going to Childline. Esther Ranson says, we're incredibly grateful to Sooty and his crew, but he doesn't talk. He doesn't talk at all. Richard Cadell says, Childline's an incredible organisation. It is, but Sooty doesn't speak. He just whispers in Richard Cadell's ear. Oh, I've got a sandwich list. They've done a list of your favourite. You'll be looking forward to them. Have I ever seen Sooty's legs? Yes, of course. Well, the original Sooty. They gave them all legs. But I love Sooty. It's so cleverly put together. Richard Cadell, I think, paid $1 million for him for the TV rights and everything else. But you can find the original in the Magic Circle Museum. That's where he resides. And very nice he is too. So I can't wait to see if he actually makes it into the charts. Wouldn't that be funny? He's up against Matt Goss. Don't make me say it. Don't make me say it. I don't know what he's doing. I'm sure it'll be nice. Jack Grealish, apparently some footballer of some note. I don't know anything about him. But he's posing with a Belgian Malinois. I think it's a dog. But it's cost him £25,000. You know what it is? It's the dog with the built-in toolkit. Have you heard of these dogs? Apparently, it's a Belgian Malinois. Malinois. Like a Belgian shepherd. A breed of medium-sized herding dog. Bred 4 distinctive varieties. Oh, how lovely. They're not the most attractive dogs I've ever seen. But this one is a... Oh, dear. Definitely not. I don't like the look of some of them. They look a bit scary, but it's the dog with a toolkit. They're trained up by this company, and what they do is they then sell them. They go for between £25,000 and £30,000. These dogs, because they're trained to attack, to guard. That's what they're employed for. It's a bit like it can be a family pet. Because on their adverts, they always put pictures of them with children and everything else. And these dogs, you look at them and think, oh, my God, I wouldn't want to argue with you. Definitely not. And it's there because all these footballers get broken into. And while Jack Grealish is at the World Cup, he's going to keep his home safe. Just remember to tell the person who's looking after your house what the safe word is. Just in case. Just in case. Marcus Rashford has got one as well. And Rio Ferdinand has a £40,000 dog. The pet insurance provider... called Cliverton, said they provide loyal security. I do hope so. I do hope so. You'd hate to think that they maybe didn't. You know, but I think even Jordan's got one, but of course she's never home, so hasn't got the faintest idea who she is. 12th holiday of the year, where she gets the money from, I got no idea. Almost 1 in 25 adults in England and Wales was a veteran of the UK Armed Forces. I heard somebody the other day saying, in fact, I think they were talking to Darren about, you know, when he said, have you bought a poppy? And he went, oh no, I haven't. And I'm thinking... well, are you stupid? They're on sale everywhere. Every department store. I mean, it's Armistice Day today and you've not bought a poppy. Shame on you. Shame on you. And he said that, his mother had taken away his credit card. Because believe it or not, they take credit cards for them now. All the places selling them, well, most of them I've seen, have got a credit card machine. So do it that way. Donate. And he said, because you don't know how much to pay for. They have prices on them now. They have prices. I think my little badge was £3.80, so I gave them a £5. And then when I went back, and then I lost the blooming thing, the back fell out of it. I had a feeling it was going to anyway, but it doesn't matter. So I bought another one, and I paid £10 for that. And they got very grateful. And I thought, it's a small price to pay once a year. Very, very small price. Astronomers are going to use a super-powered space telescope to search 6 planets for evidence of ET. Another waste of space and time, I'm afraid. Apparently, somebody from the Max Planck Institute for Astronomy in Germany says, I feel we're at the beginning of a really exciting journey. You're mad as a fruitcake, aren't you, love? You really are. And so they say they're going to hunt for ET by zooming in on 6 planets most like Earth. Don't find anything. There isn't anything out there. I've read the Bible. There's nothing out there at all. Goodness sake. Well, I've read bits of the Bible. I've read the bit that counts. There is no ET, OK? Start on me, matey. Michael McIntyre has banned A-list celebrities from the wheel. Not at all surprised, actually. But he says he loves having TV favourites like Alison Hammond and Joey Essex on the show. He says, I'm not sure if you had Daniel Craig on, it would work. So don't worry, they're all Z-listers. They can't find anybody else. This week's episode, Rusty Lee and Claire Balding. I mean, Claire Balding, yeah, Rusty Lee. Come on, goodness sake, honestly. But I'm going to do those sandwiches, your favourite sandwich fillings. Well, they're not your favourites, but these are the marks out of 10 that they've given them because they're the Christmas sandwiches. They're not cheap now. Sandwiches have gone way up in price when you consider that they're sort of made, en masse. And good old Rebecca Vardy has opened her mouth again. Very inappropriate. She's going to get herself into trouble. She's got to be careful.
The best thing I got on Depop.
That's a good question.
This really nice 80s Adidas jumper.
The corduroys which I'm wearing.
This pink mini skirt.
This Juicy Couture hoodie.
Probably my Unif choke boots.
This pair of jeans. I wear them all the time.
The main one I'm quite into at the moment is extreme layering.
Grunge. Y2K.
Relaxed grandpa.
Part-time punk, part-time Polly Pocket. I think coquette is the word.
Baggy, relaxed and a bit out there.
Knicker shorts, like really short short. That's like my favourite outfit at the moment.
I got it on Depop.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday, welcome to the weekend, welcome to, my goodness me, Christmas is around the corner. So Argos have half a tree. It's so you can put it up against a wall if you live in a matchbox. It's 55 quid. To be honest with you, it looks rubbish. I mean, I've never seen anything look so bad as this half a Christmas tree. Do you remember we've had upside down Christmas trees? John Lewis was selling one of those the other year, but this one nestles against a wall. It's space saving. Well, it's just rubbish. It doesn't even look like a Christmas tree. It looks like it's been done very cheaply. And they say it's easy to decorate because it's only half a tree, so you only need half amount of baubles to put on it, and Christmas lights. I mean, to be honest with you. In a poll, 3/4 of families, and especially those in small flats, say they struggle to find space for a tree. Well, don't have a tree then. Put it outside. I don't think that doesn't look like a tree. I know what trees look like. I'm not stupid. No, it doesn't look like a tree at all. And also, if that's all you can afford, don't bother. 55 quid, that is. That's £55. And you've got somebody here. Honestly, what size flat is this? This woman's living in a caravan. That's what she's living in. She's not in a flat at all. And also, by the time you're going to knock into it. By the time you've had a couple of glasses of Prosecco, you're going to be falling over this blooming thing. Yeah, eggnog. We like the old eggnog. So it's half a Christmas tree. Bonkers or brilliant? I prefer to think bonkers. Why don't you just go and buy a little tree? You can get a little tree. You can also get a real one in a pot if you so desire. You don't have to have. How big's mine? I shall have a 7 foot. Yeah, I wanted 8, but no point being greedy. They're at my age, so I thought no. So I think 7 feet is actually fine, don't you? I suppose you won't be having one because you're like that. I do like going into houses where they've got Christmas trees and stuff like that. My brother goes mad. Well, he will be this year because I'm buying stuff for him and sending it on. So every time he goes home, there'll be another parcel from Amazon. There, which is nice. One of the most glamorous. I can't even speak now. It's dreadful. One of London's most glamorous hotels, the Corinthia, is checking in for a stay on Channel 4. So they've already done the Savoy, and they've done the other thing. It's just another hotel. There's another hotel, and apparently lots of people stay there. It's a favourite with all sorts of people. It's just round Holborn Way. I didn't even know where it was, to be honest. I had to find, and I work in London as well. What else we got? Vicky Patterson hopes to emulate Stacey Dooley. Can't imagine why. Why do these people want to emulate somebody else? They just try and be yourself. It would make it an awful lot easier. But they've got a pet psychic on the television now. More rubbish, I'm afraid, for people. And this one will help find lost pets. Oh, dear, honestly. Why do these people exist? I really don't get it at all. I was trying to find my sandwich lists, and I can't find it, but I have found. I don't know which paper I'm supposed to be in. I'll have to go back through them again. I'll tell you, it could be the Express. It's the only paper I've not looked at properly. And loads of coverage from Matt Hancock, and loads of coverage as well for the Christmas ads on the television. You've got M&S, which is Dawn French reprising her role of fairy from last year, in which she brought Percy Pig back to life. Lidl. They feature a character called Lidl Bear, who asks customers to donate new or unwrapped toys and games. That gets a 5 out of 5. Marks and Spencer's only got 3 out of 5, so it's only top scorer is that. Boots gets 3 out of 5. I have seen, the only one I've seen is Asda. I haven't seen the M&S one. Oh, I tell a lie, I have seen the M&S one, yeah. Asda is the one with Will Ferrell as Buddy the Elf, which they've cut from the film from 2003. Sainsbury's is Alison Hammond, stuffing her face very unwisely, but she said she loved playing because it's sort of shades of the Queen of Hearts. And she demands something different, and then they have all sort of taste the difference, caramelised biscuit Christmas pudding. And she liked doing it. Well, it's a fee-paying gig, isn't it? Notice they didn't use Dermot O'Dreary for it for some reason. Unfortunately, Sainsbury's with Alison only gets 3 out of 5. So that's pretty low, Asda gets 2 out of 5. See, I thought that was very cleverly put together, using, the elf, and it was, I guess straight away it was real bits from the film. They just cut him out. When before he was crossing the street in New York in his elf costume and all this traffic's going to hell. Very well done. They've actually done that, and he is confronted by all these supermarket trolleys from Asda. Disney have got, they're called The Gift. It's the final instalment in From Our Family to Yours trilogy with Nicole, husband Mike and children Max and Ella. And they've got a new addition to the family, and they say it's very, very moving. It gets 5 out of 5. 5 out of 5, which is the same as Lidl. I haven't worked... Oh, poor old Aldi's much-loved character, Kevin the Carrot, is back again. They only get 2 out of 5, I'm afraid, so not a very popular one. And they haven't rated John Lewis. They just say it's a man learning to skateboard to make a child feel at home, and selling the idea of foster parenting. But they haven't given it a number. They haven't rated it, which is slightly peculiar, isn't it? I was hoping. But every paper's still covering Matt Hancock. Oh, he's going to be so big-headed when he comes out, isn't he? I've seen little bits of it. I can't stand him. But that's just a personal thing. I don't like any MPs. Don't see why we should have to like these people. Stores are running out of eggs, but bird flu is not to blame. It's just that people have gone mad now. They go, oh, quick, we better get some eggs. We might run out. Like all of a sudden the world depends on eggs, which it doesn't. Do you remember the Charles egg guy? Oh, yes, I do remember him, yes. Have they sent him to prison? Have they done something with him? No, probably not. I think he's got history of appearing in front of the courts. More on the clamp on the M25. Where are they actually? On the M25, are they going out? They're going out Hertfordshire way, aren't they, or something like that? Oh, it's different. Oh, right. Apparently, another activist managed to get onto a gantry on the Essex stretch of the M25, but was removed quickly. And because they know about this thing, because they put it up on the internet. That's why I could understand the questioning of Charlotte, our reporter who got arrested and manacled. And I remember thinking, why would you ask her? How did you hear about this? Have the police heard of the media? Obviously not. But apparently, a poll for GB News, whatever that is, I have no idea, is that Great Britain or something, showed only 13% of the Brits support the Just Stop Oil's protests. Well, of course, why would you support them? What, holding up ambulances and holding up people 5 hours? Somebody earlier on wrote to us, and they'd missed a friend's funeral. You can imagine. Sitting there, that would drive me mad. And well done, Pam in Glasgow. Thank you. And says, I don't like Peter Kay either. I just don't get it. And I didn't find Mr. Bean funny. There you go, you see. Happy birthday to Adam. We're off to Venice this morning to celebrate. Have you ever been? Take a Lilo. Okay, that's what you'll need in Venice. All that water. Steve, says Kim, I was speaking to a nice gentleman on the cycle path yesterday that listens to audiobooks whilst getting his daily hike in. He says it reduces his boredom. I've usually got the boys who hanker after me, undivided attention, which is what it's all about. Yes, I mean, I have also been addicted to those talking books. I love them. Tim says, I served Faye from Steps in a bar in Newcastle 11 years ago. She wrote me a little note on some till roll, and I still got it. She drinks vodka cranberry. Woo! Yeah. What did the note say, Tim? We don't know what the note said. We want the note. That's the interesting bit, is what does she write? hey, good looking, or, did she write, yes, or leave me alone, stop bullying me, or I'm going to the police. If ever you mention this ever again, you're in big trouble. Sidcup Julie says, off to work now. Thank you for your company. Have a lovely weekend. And Bobby Farrell from Boney M says, Roger, I don't think he ever sang. No, he never did. No, it was Frank Farian who sang. Bobby Farrell just jumped up and down and sort of rah, rah, Rasputin, but he wasn't singing anything because he didn't, as it were. We're going to see Jack and the Beanstalk at the Palladium. 3 tickets, 500 quid, says Barnaby. Better be good. Oh, you'll love it. It's a lot of money. It's a lot. You must have got some really good seats. But no, you will like it. I mean, just going into the Palladium, it's pretty posh. Going into any theatre of that age is just beautiful, just beautiful. Steve, enjoyable comedy to watch. This Country and The Detectorists. I found both comedies had excellent cast and well scripted, says John. Now, is your surname Sligo or you're in Sligo? I suspect you probably could be. What about Dolly Parton's Smoky Mountain Christmas on the South Bank? Says Milo in sunny Cookham. He says, all my friends have bought tickets. Yes, she's only on camera. She's not appearing. She's on camera, I'm afraid. It does actually say she's not, you're not going to go there and see Dolly Parton. You'll see her, I don't know what it is, but you'll see her on screen, but she's not actually there. Well, she's on screen. That's all I can tell you. Dolly Parton's Christmas thing. It's a Tennessee twist. She's written the soundtrack, and but she's not there, as it were. She can't be. But here they go. They're doing performances up to the 8th of January, and they do call it Dolly Parton's Smoky Mountain Christmas Carol, but she ain't in it. Do you know what I mean? But I think they should have put a big thing there saying she only appears on screen. I think they've got it on the poster outside. I remember going past it the other day. So go down a bit, see if they say anything. Hang on, the description, blah, 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 blah. Well, I would think you could probably work it out, but I would think some people might be disappointed thinking that it says Dolly Parton's thing, and you would assume it's like, Steve Allen show, and it's not Steve Allen, if I was doing pantomime. What else have we got? 3 out of 5 drivers believe the condition of roads has deteriorated. Are you kidding me? Of course it's deteriorated. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. And I've got a good story about Paddington Bear in a moment. And it's very interesting, actually. You will find it very, very interesting.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
I love the way you get stories in the newspapers, and they go, so there's one here, the son of a millionaire car boot king. I didn't know there was such a thing. A car boot king is fighting his stepmother in court for a share of the family's £5 million fortune. This guy was left nothing when his dad died, aged 81, and yet he claims that he was promised money and a farm and all the rest of it. But anyway, the full trial is set to begin in, wait for this, 2024. So they haven't even got as far as that bit, but it's always money. And also the son of the producer behind the 1970s Paddington Bear show is locked in a row over a share of royalties. This is even more bizarre. Paddington, who featured in more than 20 novels by Michael Bond. I interviewed Michael Bond. I thought he was great. My brother was a big fan of Paddington Bear. But anyway, he's become a favourite worldwide. In fact, everywhere you go in London, there's pictures of Paddington. You can get Paddington Bear. Even in the London Transport Museum in Covent Garden, they sell Paddington Bears. You've got to buy one because he's so great. But he first hit the shelves in 1958. Shows how long ago it was created. His popularity increased with the BBC show, and then, of course, they've had 2 blockbuster movies which have revived public love. And he even took Tea with the Queen, which moved him into superstar status. And the marmalade sandwich-loving bear is the focus of a royalties dispute, which is centred on a 40-year-old gentleman's agreement between Mr. Bond and the TV producer Graham Clutterbuck. Don't you just love that name? But anyway, Clutterbuck. Under the deal, Mr. Bond agreed to give 10% of future Paddington merchandise royalties to Graham when they launched the 1970s show. But both men have now died, and Michael Clutterbuck is the son of Graham Clutterbuck, and he's in a row with the former business Paddington and Company, owners of the rights over the amount of payments. So his father was given 10%, which apparently amounts to about 30,000 a year, which actually, if you only got 10% of it, I mean, that's not 30,000 a year free. You didn't have to do anything for it at all, as the producer points out. And so lawyers for Mr. Clutterbuck's company say they receive 30,000 a year on average since 2016, despite Paddington's popularity. And so now they've got to bring people in and start examining accounts and all the... No, thank you. No tea. No, I've just had a tea. I want any more tea. I'll have to live in the toilet. So if I get on that train at Waterloo Station, there's no toilet on the train, we're in big trouble. Big trouble. But anyway, they think that there could be extra payments because in 2017, Paddington's merchandise market was worth £5 million. £5 million, which is quite a lot. That was 2017. It'll be more this year because ever since Paddington appearing with Her Majesty, I mean, he's just reached epidemic proportions. It's stellar. It's out of this world. It's absolutely fantastic. Steve, Liz in Teddington says, wish Brian, my brother, a very happy birthday, which is nice. Love your show this week. Have a fab weekend from Donna and the drivers at Camberwell Garages. And Balsam Hill do amazing half trees. They look beautiful. I've seen them. Have you seen how much they are, though? They're about £700-800. They advertise them on the television. They're fake trees. And I live in a Victorian terrace. It goes in the alcove behind the log burner. Please, honestly, stop bragging. Yeah, they're really lovely trees. But here they are. Look, there's one there. That's some of them are pre-lit, and you're averaging about £400-500 for a tree, and they go up in price. £600. There you go. And there's £800. Yes, it's a lot of money for a tree. But also, you've got to keep these somewhere, haven't you? Unless you've got a big place. Producer's turning his nose up a little bit. I mean, they're very nice, but I do like a real one. I like a real one. But, you know, they're very good. They're very realistic. 7.5 foot is £500. There's one here, 700 down from 1,000. And, I think you need to see your tree. It's only until you see the tree that... I didn't realise there were so many of them. But if you're going to get one, they average £500. Give or take a few quid or something like that. And they're pre-lit. And some of them have got remote lights and they show them. But it's where you keep the thing. You must have a separate room in the house for keeping all the Christmas decorations. And a tree, it folds in half. You can't get that up into the loft. Who's going to stand on that and go, whoa, 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 whoa? You're not going to do that, are you? It's terrible. Steve, I got to say, says Will, you make my day. I love your humour. Oh, thank you. I shall wear it often. Darryl in Eastbourne says, we've seen the half Christmas tree on display. We'll be taking our 2-year-old grandson up to Hamleys in December. We plan to walk swiftly past anything expensive. Well, that'll limit you. Stay in the car or on the bus. Much easier. Tom in Brentwood says, no protests yet on the Essex stretch of the M25. Just some police cars lying in wait on the hard shoulder. Right. So they're heading down that. See, the trouble, you don't know, do you? They're definitely going to do something today. How long do people sit there on these? Yeah. Oh, well, I don't have to go anywhere today, so I couldn't care less what they do. It makes no difference to me. But how long do people sit on average in these traffic jams that build up? Is it like you sit there for an hour or something, or half an hour? Hour or two? You don't know, do you? Because you don't drive, that's why. All this rubbish about I can drive. He's got a pedal car. That's what he's got, a Triang pedal car. I've seen him on it. And Ian says, I've got the South Bank Centre on today. Was hoping to see Dolly Parton rehearsing. Good luck to Joe. The producer doesn't think that it makes any difference, the fact that she's not physically there in person. She's an image up on a screen. But interesting that Ice Cream Ian, because the producer said, he said, if you went to see Charles Dickens' Christmas Carol, you wouldn't expect to see Charles Dickens. I said, I would. All this sort of things like that. Steve, when you just said you know what I mean, you sounded proper Cockney. I am a Cockney. I'm just I'm somebody who had a very good education. Yes, this is my radio voice. When I come off radio, we're like, oh, mate, how you doing? Yeah, a bit like that. Steve, I'm going to see the Rocky Horror Show at Malvern Theatre on the 1st of December. I always dress as a Transylvanian, says Sean. But people say I look like Christopher Biggins. Well, he was a Transylvanian from Transylvania, in the film The Rocky Horror Show. Biggins, yeah. Have you never seen Biggins in it? Yeah. Yeah, Biggins was in the Rocky Horror. You really don't get out, do you, honestly? Honestly, it's madness. Steve, I've got the South Bank Centre on my... Oh, sorry, we just read that one, haven't I? And can you please wish my hubby a very happy birthday, says Joanna in Canada Water. I always love the sound of that, Canada Water. I don't know what it is, but it sounds fantastic. And here we go, the sandwiches, because in all the supermarkets they've got sandwiches. And they're sandwiches for the festive season. Have I got time? Probably not. I might have to do them the other side. But it doesn't really matter, actually. There's also a benefits cheat. I'll tell you, I'll do the benefits cheat story, then I'll come back to the sandwiches, because it might sort of point you in the right direction. Because some of the sandwiches got 4, presumably out of 10, but there's a fair number of 9s and 10s in the Christmas sandwich range. And the prices vary, and I can tell you how many calories you're going to be ingesting into your body. Because you've got to tell people, because people are healthy nowadays. You know, I like to lead a healthy monastic existence, you know, pray every morning, eat me Hasselback potatoes. I'm quite happy, you know, I'm not asking for a lot in life. I think Hasselback potatoes with, I think, today it'll be grated cheese and sprouts. It'll be more sprouts. But this is a benefit cheat who claimed he was too disabled to boil a kettle, was filmed working on roofs and carrying a washing machine downstairs. Oh, dear. This is labourer David England, overpaid by more than £39,000 over a number of years. He started claiming benefits in 2012, claimed unable to work, but within a year had started a job in a care home. But the Department of Works and Pensions was tipped off. After seeing the footage, he said, "I cannot always do these type of things." He's just basically a liar. You know, they go, "Oh, but I still claim the money." Anyway, he admitted the fiddle, 30-week suspended jail term and 60 hours of unpaid work. Can we have the money back? You know, I don't like to think that somebody's nicked 40 grand from us and he just gets a suspended jail term and 60 hours of unpaid work. He's quite clearly a crook. We want our money back. I can go to nurses, which is the other sad thing, isn't it? They're all saying the same thing in the papers. We would love to give the nurses all the money that they want. We just can't afford it. So what do? Do we reach stalemate? Everybody supports the nurses. But to be honest with you, if we don't have the funds for it, what are we supposed to do about it?
Racing to finish your HR admin and the pay run, spending an arm and leg on disjointed software, and now you're missing the football. Oh, you're paying for it. Find out why over 300,000 businesses have automated the difficult parts of employment with Employment Hero. Recruitment, HR, payroll and benefits in one easy-to-use platform, saving you time and money. If you're not using us, you're paying for it. Employment solved. Employment Hero. Search Employment Hero today.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Good news. We like good news, and today it's particularly good news. This just in, they've just released a statement from Just Stop Oil. From today, Just Stop Oil will halt its campaign of civil resistance on the M25. We're giving time to those in government who are in touch with reality to consider their responsibilities to this country at this time. So, no more disruptions, which will please an awful lot of people, I should imagine. Nobody wants to sit in a stupid traffic jam forever and a day for one person on a piece of gantry. So they're going to halt the civil resistance, because I think the courts are going to come down heavy. And I think that's what they're probably thinking about. You know, but they've got to find an easy way to back out of it without making it look as though they're giving up completely. So there you go. And, of course, we've got rugby tomorrow in Twickenham. It's Japan, which is kick-off, I think, about 3:15. So I should go to my brother's, dump off bits and pieces, and then scoot back up to London again. Well, I say scoot, you know, fast as the little legs will carry me. And then see all the people. I didn't even know Japan had rugby teams. That seems really ridiculous. I'd never even crossed my mind. I think, you know, Argentina, Wales, you know, Ireland, and then Japan's got a rugby team. Do they have a good track record? Do they? Well, they certainly don't play at Twickenham. I don't remember them ever playing at Twickenham before. I normally keep up to date with the fixtures and fittings, you know, just to find fixtures and fittings. So they're putting the sandwiches to the test. Oh, yum, all ye faithful. And these are the festive sandwiches. So kicking off with M&S, their Christmas Club sandwich, £4.50, and it's got 12 layers. Turkey, ham hock, it's bacon really, stuffing, cabbage and cranberry sauce, pickled red cabbage, but they couldn't find the gravy mayo. Heavily calorific, 613 calories for this one, but it does get a 9. Tesco have got a turkey and trimmings, which is £3. Turkey breast, mayonnaise, sausage, cranberry sauce, sage and onion stuffing and sweet cure bacon. So that sounds quite nice. They say it's a fair bit cheaper. It's very impressive. But and there was a noticeable amount of cranberry sauce. Not good for the waste on this one. 469 calories, but not as bad as the M&S one. Pret do a Christmas lunch. Thick slices of British turkey in a port and orange cranberry sauce, teamed with a herby pork stuffing, baby spinach leaves, mayo and crispy onions. A real winner, they say. This one at £4.75 gets a 10 out of 10. Sounds quite nice. But they said there was enough meat for the proper carnivore. The bread was soft, but not so much that it fell apart. Because, you know, sometimes if you get a coronation chicken sandwich, half of it's gone down your front, hasn't it, before you've gone anywhere. So 10 out of 10 for Pret. Lidl have got only 5 out of 10, I'm afraid, for their turkey feast, which is £1.99. They say, if you close your eyes, you could have just been eating a regular chicken and bacon sandwich. So there you go. Costa do a turkey and trimmings toasty. Oh, I like the sound of that one. I like a toasty. We like a toasty. This is £4.75, and they say it's good that it's warm, not cold. There was a good amount of filling, and it was not at all dry. 7 out of 10. Not as good as it could have been. Morrison's have got their Christmas lunch sandwich. The best thing about this, they say, was the cranberry chutney. Plenty of turkey. And they love the stuffing, the right amount of mayonnaise. Not as cheap as Aldi or Lidl, but they think it was worth it. This is £2.85 for Morrison's. And it gets 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. So there's 2 you're looking out for, the Pret Christmas lunch and Morrison's Christmas lunch sandwich. Waitrose have got a good amount of filling in their turkey stuffing with bacon. They say the bacon was a bit too chewy. And this is £4. And it only gets a 7. Asda gets a 5 for their Jolly Festive Feast. That's £3, 555 calories. Sainsbury's have got a free from turkey feast, and you could tell it was gluten-free as the bread had a different texture. I had a vegan sausage roll the other day. It was actually quite nice. It was quite nice. It tasted the same to me. Tasted the same. But they have at Waterloo Station. I might have to force myself to have one today if I'm there enough time. And it's a luxury sausage roll. I don't know what makes it luxury, because it didn't look as big as the big ones I normally have. I normally have a good 8 inches, but the other day it wasn't. I don't know what's luxury about. I have no idea. Perhaps it's got meat in it. Amazon Fresh. Amazon Fresh. Oh, is that from the shop? Oh, right, okay. Turkey Feast on malted, £3.30, only 6 out of 10. Aldi's Turkey Feast gets a 9, and it's only £1.99. They say it was nice. Starbucks, a festive feast panini, £4.89, 4. So there's not one from you. There you go, Morrison's Christmas lunch. I'll tell you which one looks good to me. The Pret Christmas lunch sandwich at £4.75. When you think about it, £4.75. That's nearly a £5. It does look a bit bland, doesn't it? Morrison's Christmas lunch. How much was that one? That's £2.85. That gets a 10 out of 10. You know why? Because they're looking for the amount of meat that's in there. If you just got little thin swivels of turkey and stuff, I want something that's all in. M&S's Christmas Club sandwich, 9 out of 10, is not bad. And it's only £4.50, which actually is, you get 50 pence back out of your fiver. So better than nothing, but everybody will be buying them or nicking them. That's what people do nowadays. Unfortunately, there's just not enough security in these stores, which is a shame. Steve says, Mary, my Balsam Hill 7-foot pre-lit tree is laying on top by the wardrobe in what looks like a body bag. Does it come with that bag? When you put your trees into something, we used to have to get ours back into the box again, and after a few years, the box started looking a bit tatty. James says, I was a complete Grinch last Christmas. I waited until Christmas Eve and purchased an 8-foot blue spruce for 20p at B&Q. Still in the garden. Oh, I love blue spruce. I had one of those one year. Doesn't shed the needles or anything. It's lovely. It's a good colour tree. Very good colour tree. Blue spruces are very nice. They look at it. Colorado blue spruce. They're really nice. Very dense trees, but no needle drop. No needle drop. That good. So reasonable prices. This year, all the trees are going up. I've paid £80 for the 2 trees outside. That's £40 each. Last year they were £25, so it's an increase of, well, you're going to be paying a lot of money for trees, put it that way. But I thought that was a bargain. But I've known people go to Paul Cooper's place on Christmas Eve and sort of offer stupid money for the trees which he's got left, because he normally gets rid of all his trees, like all the pumpkins and everything else. And he puts his foot down. He won't do it. He won't do it because, he said, I'd rather pulp them than offer a tree to somebody for like peanuts. He said it's an insult, Nicola says, I've just switched on to you talking like an EastEnder. Made me laugh my head off. Well, look at you, girl. Look at you. Martin the cabbie from Lowestoft says, it took me 6 hours to get home from Gatwick. A journey normally takes 3 hours, but due to the protesters, the time was doubled. Well, they've stopped protesting. So, I mean, that is like the best news we've heard, isn't it? Next thing we want is Mick Lynch saying they're going to stop these silly train strikes because we're not achieving anything at the moment, but they're going to halt their campaign of civil resistance on the M25. I wonder why it's only concentrated on the M25. Isn't it funny? Well, it's not funny, but I mean, I just wondered why it was only the M25. Busiest motorway. I found another couple of crooks in the paper today. 2 Ram Raiders involved in cash machine hits. We had it round our way, but they were injecting them with something, and then the machine blew up. You can hear I heard the explosion on our one. It was at the top of our road. But 2 people here, Anthony Pemberthy and Stephen Davenport, were part of a gang using stolen JCB diggers to rip out the ATMs. Do you remember the other day the police stopped a stolen JCB digger, and the producer said to me, who will be nicking that? Oh, people who steal. Anyway, the machine would be driven a few miles away to be emptied of cash. The pair admitted their parts in the raids. The damage and the cash loss was close to £2 million. So Pemberthy, who is 44, this is Anthony, got 8 years and 9 months. You won't be coming out for Christmas presents anytime soon, Sweet Pea. And the other one, Stephen Davenport, 61, an old man who should have known better. He got 7 years, 5 months at Maidstone Crown Court. So well, at least they could save on buying you a Christmas present this year. Just thought I'd mention it. It's the way it goes, isn't it? And I've got another very good. Some of the stories are actually quite good today, but they're always in blooming court. I don't know why they bother telling me these things. I get excited over something. Halfway through it, you suddenly realise that they're in court and nothing's going on. I will watch the Corinthia, I think, definitely. And the Queen of Christmas, Mariah Carey, will host a Merry Christmas to All on Paramount. I don't think I get Paramount on my television. I don't know. You think I might? You've got access to my sitting room or something on my television. How do you know that I get Paramount? What would I get on it? Oh, do they? Oh, right. Okay, I get it. Oh, well, there you go. Oti Babusi is on the Big Nasty show. She's on a bit too many things, actually, I think, as far as I'm concerned. And I haven't seen the Big Nasty show, but Keith Lemon's on it. Well, I don't know if he's Keith Lemon or is the other character he plays. Oh, I don't get Paramount. Well, there you go. Well, don't raise my hopes. See, I've gone into deep depression now. Now, 1 minute you've told me I'll get it, and now I don't get it. Very disappointing.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Off to work now, says Sidcup Julie. Thank you for your company this morning. No, it's reciprocated. Max in Cheam says off to Joe Allen's for a Saturday long lunch. How nice. And a venue for drinks beforehand. Well, there's a place just on the Strand. It's opposite the Lion King. I can't remember what it's called, but they do cocktails. And in fact, you could just lose yourself in a few cocktails beforehand. So opposite the Lion King, very nice. Today is Armistice Day. Yes, we know that. So we will be observing on LBC at 11 a.m. We'd like you to join us as well. Liz in Lewisham says, I had the M&S Christmas Club sandwich on Tuesday and I'm still thinking about it. It was so delicious. Oh, I might have to go and get one this morning, actually. I'm not a sandwich person. It's funny that, isn't it? I used to be, but I'm not really a sandwich. I think they're so expensive. And this one is £4.50. But if you say it's really delicious and it got a good rating, it got a 9, I might actually. They do a meal deal, don't they? You get a drink and a packet of crisps, but I'm not really bothered about that. But I might try the festive Christmas Club sandwich. Bit of a decadent day today is going to be, just a little bit, and then I shall put some petrol in just to totally depress myself. And because I always think, because Friday for me, probably it's huge, isn't it? It's a 12-layer feast. Oh, I can cope with that. And I put the petrol in, and I look on the weekend as my holiday. That's my holiday. I'm going away for the weekend, and so I'm doing things today. And then I shall get up early tomorrow morning, drive to my brother. Now we know there's going to be no disruption, which is good news. It's got to be good news. You know, we must try and sort of think as positively as we can. But the nurses, with their 17.5% demand, is just not doable. And they've all said it. They've all said the same thing. We would love to, but we just don't have the finances. What are we supposed to do? Do we then say to them, listen, we don't have the money? We could do, say, I don't know, I've got no idea what they're going to offer, 9%. There's got to be a starting point to negotiate. But, you know, to go right in with 17.5%, much as I think they deserve every single penny, we don't have the money for it. We really don't have the money, which is very sad. Very, very sad. Winnie says, me and Mum shared a turkey feast and chicken and Christmas slaw sandwich yesterday. Both nice, but the chicken one was lighter. The prepped vegan Christmas sandwich is normally tasty. Thank you, Winnie. Steve, why doesn't anybody talk about Cumberland sauce? Much nicer than that boring cranberry, says Jenny. I don't know. I never have cranberry, actually. Nick on the South Downs says, are the oil protesters halting the campaign as the weather is forecast to be a bit chilly next week? I don't know. How cynical. Cumberland sauce is, it's made with red currant jelly. Don't they put mustard, pepper? I think there's orange peel in it and port wine. It's apparently the best of all sauces for cold meats. So Cumberland sauce. In fact, the jam makers, Wilkin and Sons, do it. I quite like that. So they do the cranberry sauce, but they do the Cumberland sauce. And the price difference is amazing. Cranberry sauce, £2.70. The Cumberland sauce, £5.69. Get what you pay for. Get what you pay for. Kim says, have a good weekend with your godchildren. No, that's next week. It's brother tomorrow. I've got my god dogs from Sunday onwards. So I've got their beanbags primed and waiting. And see you Monday, says Kim. Absolutely. And from Cy in North Wales says, not a fan of Christmas sandwiches. I wouldn't pay over £4 for one. I'll make my own. Are you working Christmas? Blooming well, hope so. Yes, absolutely. Christopher's. Thank you, Joanna. Well done. Christopher's, which is a sort of a cocktail bar. And it's nice. I've had many a session in there and then just go to Joe Allen's afterwards. It's really nice. They do lovely cocktails, and they do also French toast, and they've got a restaurant there as well, but you can just booze quite happily. Opens at 11 o'clock in the morning, and it's in Wellington Street. So come outside of the Lion King, look left, there it is. It's on the corner, big white building. Thank you, Sevenoaks. Sarah knew as well. I knew you'd all know those things. Why is it? Anything to do with alcohol? My lot seem to know everything. Oh, yes, we know all about that, Steve. Thank you very much indeed. Because it's nice to have cocktails occasionally. Come on, we've got to push the boat out a little bit. It's not been the best of years. We've had a lot of misery, and we've had sort of people who've lost their jobs, and it's not good. So let's try and make it as good as we possibly can. That's why you're stuck with me on Christmas morning. I mean that in a nice way, actually, because I love doing it. I've done it for so many years now. And it's always something. There'll be something happening over Christmas. You can bet your bottom dollar. Hope it's not snow. I don't have to drive down anywhere in snow. I remember when we did my show at the Magic Circle about 3 or 4 years ago. I came outside. In fact, we were looking backstage. There's a window out onto a yard at the backstage, and somebody said to me, "It's snowing." I said, "Is it?" And so we were all peering up, standing on tippy toe, and it doesn't normally settle in London. This settled. I had a good 6 to 8 inches of snow on the roof of my car. The whole car was covered. We had to all get out there and scrape it all off. Seriously, it was unbelievable. Unbelievable. It came down so fast and so quickly. But I thought it was great. It just makes it a bit more Christmassy. Like any Dickens book you ever read, it's always snowing at Christmas. It's never not snowing at Christmas. Community buyout. This is a former grouse shooting moor, is to become a haven for Britain's most persecuted birds of prey. £4 million they're going to spend on it. They've bought 5,500 acres of private land. It's a £2.2 million deal. And the whole thing is about £4 million. And this is to look after the migratory northern wheatears and roaming herds of wild goats as well. An anonymous donor contributed £500,000. So it's quite nice, isn't it? I'm getting into these sort of things, which is very, it's very good. Apparently, a child in every classroom in this country has a gambling issue, a gambling issue. The police say arrests are not the solution. Well, we don't seem to have come up with any solution at all. The British Airways story, which I did the other day, the papers have only just got hold of it, which is the allowing male pilots and crew to wear lipstick. I mean, I don't quite see this as being a problem. I wonder how many people are going to take up on that offer. I mean, you know, if indeed anybody. If indeed anybody. Also, what was the other one I quite liked? I haven't managed to read it yet, but it's William Shatner talking about the dark side of Star Trek. I always thought the dark side was that nobody liked him. That was the problem. That they didn't... Yeah, he's 90-something, isn't he now, I believe? And didn't he go up into space or something like that? The Final Frontier. Always like that. And what else do we have, actually? Well, it's main... Oh, KFC. I didn't do the KFC story. KFC had been forced to apologise for a push notification sent out via its app, inviting German customers to celebrate the anniversary of the Nazi Kristallnacht pogrom against Jews by ordering its menu of fried chicken and cheese. The biggest mistake you could ever make in the entire universe. They sent the message to its customers on Wednesday because it was known as Night of the Broken Glass, where Jewish businesses were ransacked all over the place. The event is seen as the beginning of the Nazis' systematic attempt to annihilate Europe's Jewish population. And KFC sent its customers commemorate Kristallnacht. And I began to think, are you completely mad? Completely mad. Anyway, they've had to apologise, as indeed they should have done. Can you imagine if they said, oh, we didn't think it was worth apologising for? What a stupid thing to do. Apparently a mistake. Yes, and how? And how? My goodness me. Don't get mistakes like that anymore, do they? So you can go to the Magic Circle website. Just go to merchandise. You'll see something of interest, as they say. I like saying that, something of interest. Makes me feel like sort of saying that about this programme every day. This is the final day for Joe. He's moving on to another programme. Glad to see the back of him. Saved me a small fortune. But thank you to him. And next week we have somebody else. People keep saying, how many producers have you had? Gould knows. Loads of them. But he's been good fun. We go back many a year. So thank you very much. Don't cry, right?